It's the start of the special event season and we have a thriller ahead for you here. Multi-class sports car racing at the World Centre of Racing, Daytona International Speedway. My name is Peter Mackay and I'll be taking you through the action for the first couple of hours of this race alongside my broadcast colleague, Zach Sweeney. Zach, a new year here on iRacing and there's just that air of excitement and anticipation.
Absolutely. I mean, you tick into the new year and you just can't wait to see what unfolds. I mean, year in, year out, iRacing produces some of the biggest events in all of sim racing, and it starts right here for the Daytona 24-hour. I mean, I'm just elated. I really cannot wait because it's an event similar to the majority of the special events here on iRacing that just brings the community together and everyone bands together. Everyone's excited for that. Everyone's got that buzz, and you can tell the atmosphere is absolutely electric.
Certainly is, and we've got new cars to play with as well, particularly in the very top class. It's a new era of sports car racing in the outdoor and the virtual world. The arrival of GTP here in IMSA and in iRacing with the arrival of the BMW M Hybrid V8. A good field of those cars, 17 of them taking part in this second split here on iRacing. And tell you what, Zach, I mean, we see so many drivers coming to take part in this event. All are split into drivers of similar ability from the top split all the way down to the bottom split as well. This is the second split, and I, for one, have never seen a level so high in terms of driver pace.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, even for split 2, we've got someone in here with 10.5k I rating. It just goes to show how intense and competitive each and every one of these splits are. Everyone is with a mix of a field that they can compete with and have a bit of fun with, which I think is most important. And just look at the calendar of special events we've got today. So many and so much to look forward to before we round it off on December 17th.
Yeah, and this is the first, of course, of the 4 VCO Grand Slams, including all of the proper blue ribbon events in North America, starting today with the Daytona 24-hour. Then, in 2 months' time, we go to the Sebring 12-hour, another fantastic endurance race, the Watkins Glen 6-hour, and then completing with Petit Le Mans in early October. But if endurance racing isn't your bag here on iRacing, well, there's a huge variety of events to get your teeth into, from NASCARs, dirt sprint cars, V8 supercars down in Australia, and much more as well. So exciting here on the iRacing platform. Whatever your thing is, we have it for you here in the world of virtual motorsport. So the drivers are out in their qualifying session at the moment. They have 8 minutes to set 2 fast qualifying laps. But let's have a run through the classes. The brand new GTP class, the Grand Touring prototype. That's the BMW M Hybrid V8 that's used in that class. A hybrid powertrain, V8 with a hybrid powertrain. Very powerful indeed. Then we have the more familiar Dallara LMP2s, and then GTD, all using GT3 machinery with cars from Audi, BMW, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Mercedes-AMG, and Porsche, with a couple of performance balancing adjustments. The Ferrari and the Mercedes-AMG getting 10 kilograms added to their weight for the race, and with the Porsche having a little bit of power taken away, around 10 horsepower, and a 1% of that 911R's fuel tank taken away. What will it mean? Well, we won't really know until we get into the race itself and see how the race pace gets on. And the thing is, Zach, as well, a new tyre model here on the iRacing platform behaves in a very different way to what it did just a few months ago.
It really is a step into the unknown for a lot of these guys and of course their teams. And again, even with the GTP category, it's a car that we haven't seen at the top flight of esports for, for a long time. We're not quite familiar with it. We saw it, of course, debut with the VCO Pro Sim Infinity event and how that kicked off. And it did have some quite good successes. But I mean, it's the first time we've seen it in a full-fledged 24-hour race here at Daytona. And as you say, with the new time model, the new handling physics of some of those GT cars, it is going to take a lot of practice, a lot of preparation, but experience is the best teacher. You have to have that first step into the unknown to really get familiarized with all the things. And I mean, they've got 24 hours to get used to them, so I guess it's a prime opportunity to do so.
Yeah, they certainly do. Plenty of track time. The amount of preparation that goes on before this race as well. For weeks and weeks beforehand, the iRacing servers are full up with practice session of drivers and teams tweaking their setups and adjusting their lines, getting ready for this big event. And this is what it all comes down to. So, waiting for the first times to come in, and we do have a few times coming in already. At the top of the shop in GTP, it's Maniti Racing, a 1 minute 31.239. Manuel Sudau setting the pace at the moment, but it's very, very tight. Just 0.04 of a second, covering the top three, in fact. Trans Tasman Racing, Jake Burton, and Riley Sim Racing, Patrick Richter, make up the top three as well. But I would think, Zach, the second qualifying lap, when the tyres fully come in, I would think that's where we might see the fastest laps from these drivers.
For sure, you use the first one to really settle in, get the tyres up to temperature, get a banker time on the board, because, I mean, it's really harsh. You've got a 24-hour race set up by just a 2-lap qualifying run. So, you just got to whack in your fastest driver and hope for the best. Use that first one, as I say, as a banker run, then really put your foot to the floor and try and gain that lap time, chase that lap time to propel yourself as far up the field as possible, because, I mean, it's very tight margins, as we were saying, only a couple of tenths separating the top places in pretty much all three categories. So, I mean, the margins are slim, but again, don't stress too much. If you don't put a good qualifying lap time in, I mean, qualifying really is not going to be the be-all and end-all. You can start from the pit lane and still certainly win this race.
Yeah, for certain you can do. In GTD, well, it's James Armstrong for Brabham Esports in his Audi, top of the shop there with a 1:43.734. In LMP2, the top time goes to Texaco Racing at this moment in time with Gustavo Ariel, 1:34.104 for Gustavo in the number 6. Here's the beautiful Brabham machine, that dark green and gold stripe there as well of James Armstrong. 1:43.734 was his benchmark. He holds just over a tenth of a second advantage at the moment. Oh, look at those gold wheels as well. Beautiful. The number 62, of course, of Brabham Esports. Wonderful looking machine. I think you could put those colours on just about anything and they would look good. Let's see if he can improve. Does he improve? 1:43.734 to beat, and does not improve. Just about a tenth off the pace. And the top of the timesheets in GTD has changed. Maniti Racing goes to the top there. Tim Matska just ahead of the Mala Racing team. Oskari Rinna in second place at the moment in GTD. But can Damon Woods do anything about it? Running the number 1 plate based on iRating. And no lap set there. So Damon Woods will start. In fact, yes, it is. Will start from third. So a good lap there at the last moment there from Damon Woods. So Maniti Racing on top in GTP and GTD at the moment. Just LMP2 to figure out. Daniel Kraft in the number 616 doesn't have a time set yet, Zach. So this will really be under pressure here for Daniel Kraft.
Yeah, the first lap is really where you have to, as I say, put a banker on the board just to alleviate some of that pressure. But now all of the pressure all eyes are on Daniel Kraft, a very good driver. Actually, just saw him yesterday in the IMSA iRacing series here at Daytona. So he's warmed up. He knows what it's like to race around the World Centre of Racing, particularly in the P2 category. But of course, racing for Pure Sims as well. A lot of pressure on his shoulders to be racing for one of a mighty team in the world of sim racing. But through the Le Mans Chicane and now NASCAR 3 and 4, this is where you start looking at your delta and start hoping that you've put that lap time in. Run to the line. Is it going to be anything special for Daniel Kraft, the final run? And then, of course, he'll cross the checkered run. And is that going to be a 1:34.623? Good enough for 8th place. So I think for a one-lap run, you can't complain for getting yourself inside the top 10.
Yeah, pretty good. Right in the middle of the pack there as well is Daniel Kraft, as we have a few more cars to come through. Ben Lindsay, car number 59, that runs out of time there to set a quick lap and did not set a time. So we'll start from the back of the LMP2 field. Well, qualifying is complete. We're about to go racing here at the Daytona 24-hour here on iRacing. a full day of racing non-stop, and we have the first few hours here on RaceSpotTV, and then we come back tomorrow to take you to the flag for the last couple of hours as well. Oscari Rinna then on pole position in GTD alongside the Mercedes of Damon Woods. Nicolas Rubilar for Arnage Competition qualifies third in his BMW with the Audi of Lucas Prada in fourth. Then it's the first of the Porsches, Josh Poulain, car number 66, alongside Christian Lamella's MSI Esports Lamborghini. Then it's Matthias Jensen for VG Racing Esports alongside Dor Esports Audi. Then it's the Biela Lamborghini and Johan Royer in the Sebel Esports Porsche. Row 6 will be Tim Matske and Antoine Lacherit for Maniti Racing and ASR by Able Esports. So last few then in GTD, Arnage Competition, SRC, Movano Course, Brabham Esports as well there, rounding out the 15-car GTD field. So in LMP2, pole position went to Texaco Racing by TK Gustavo Ariel, taking the honours there with Eagle Racing Team, Thomas Ronar in second, and Nando Racing, Fabricio Donoso. That's your top three in LMP2. And Maniti Racing Purple, they are on overall pole position in the GTP class alongside Trans-Tasman Racing, Jake Burton, just missing out by 0.02 of a second. Then it's Delta Sport JTP alongside Private Label Team Hype with Team SKR and Riley Sim Racing rounding out the top six in GTP. Row 4 will be Boots and VDS by Undercut alongside Maniti Racing White Team. Then it's Axiom Motorsports Black alongside Leo Racing's number 33 car. Then it's Team Heusingveld number 48 alongside Sim City Racing in 12th. And last few in GTP then, IGL Coatings E-Racing, Wave Italy, Fast Repair Racing Components, Get Closer Racing and ATRS Racing round out the 17-car GTP field, which is already on the way here at Daytona International Speedway, and confirming your top six there in LMP2, led by Texaco Racing, Eagle Racing Team, Nando Racing, and Nettrex Grand Prix are your top four in LMP2. So the drivers are lined up ready for the rolling start here at Daytona International Speedway. They are lined up 2 by 2 in a very impatient Noah's Ark formation behind the iRacing pace car, ready to go and compete for 24 hours. Maniti Racing on pole position for this prestigious event. And who will come out on top? Got to be very careful on cold tyres here going to the start of the race. Manuel Shadau hits the loud pedal and we are racing here at Daytona International Speedway. Down into turn 1 they go. It's a great start from the Maniti car. That beautiful green, black and white machine gets through turn 1 cleanly. A little bit of a wiggle there as the grip just not quite there yet on those cold tyres as well. And the LMP2s will be preparing for their start as they'll be up on the high bankings now, as the driver's wiggling, looking for power. Of course, huge horsepower in these machines. Petrol V8 motor, twin turbocharged with the assistance of a hybrid system, combining to nearly 700 horsepower as the LMP2s are away. And nice clean start there from Texaco Racing by TK Gustavo Ariel, leading the way in that number 6 car. No problem at all. And actually already at the back of the GTP field, just taking their time to get settled in as well. So the top of the LMP2s there, almost on the back of the GTPs. The GTD cars, they're also off and running with the Maniti Audi leading the way with Tim Matske on board.
Yeah, pretty clean start so far. I mean, you've got to settle in well to a 24-hour race. You don't want to be going guns a-blazing too early on. Bit of a swap towards the front of the GTP, though. A couple of drivers maybe trying to settle their way in. But as they run their way around the banking, this is where we are going to see a lot of action throughout this race, I am sure. And now maybe we could see Matske under a bit of pressure and towards the Le Mans chicane. Is Oscari Rinna going to have a bit of a look? The answer to that is no. I think the majority of these guys know their place. They're experienced. They're split two. They know not to throw away 24 hours of racing just in the first lap. No fast repairs for these guys at all, so they really do have to take an air of caution, particularly in the opening moments. And oh my word, awkward kerfuffles like that are doing no one favours.
No, definitely not. It's so awkward there going down into turn one. It's just even when you're with others in your own class, but when we get into the multi-class traffic situation, well, it really does get mixed up, and it can be a real pinch point there at turn one here at Daytona International Speedway. No safety car interventions, unlike in the real life Rolex 24-hour. We will not see the interruption of the safety car. It's a complete run, guaranteed 24 hours, flag to flag. So if you have a problem and you go off the lead lap, you've got to fight your way back on with every lap. So you can just see the GTP cars with that twin turbocharged and hybrid power delivery. They really do wiggle about in protest as they're getting on the power there. But all nice and settled for now. You also have to manage the battery in the GTP cars. It does have 3 modes that you can switch the battery to. You can have the balanced mode where it won't really let it go below sort of 40%. So you'll always have power through pretty much all the gears right till you get up into the top of 7th gear, and the battery will then cut off. You can go for attack, which will run it out if you let it. And you can also have build, which kind of shuts it off and lets it charge back up again. So the drivers have got to keep an eye on that and make sure that they don't run out of hybrid, because if they do, it's very hard to get it built back up again.
Oh yeah, I mean, Daytona is going to be very thirsty for that extra bit of horsepower that you can benefit from that hybrid system. So again, it's just an added variable into the mix, again, to separate the good from the great towards the sharp end of that GTP field. It's just another thing for drivers to keep an eye on and manage throughout the race, because again, when you run your way through the oval, and the flat out sections are many here at Daytona, you really do struggle to be able to recharge that battery. You have to slam on the anchors quite hard to get a few percent back into the mix of things. And in all honesty, you're not really on the brakes for very long. I mean, the high speed section, the Le Mans chicane, you're not braking for very long per se. Turn 1 and the International Horseshoe, probably arguably your heaviest braking zones of the circuit, but the way off between the way up between sort of the flat out sections where you're using your battery as opposed to the braking zones where you can charge it are very few and far between. So yeah, really something to have to look out for. And if you get caught out by it, there's going to be some really drastic consequences for it, because a big loss of your hybrid system throughout this race is going to be very costly.
Yeah, it's about 70 horsepower that the hybrid system can give from compact. Excuse me, that's the World Rally cars that have compact dynamics. It's the Bosch MGU that delivers it from Williams Advanced Engineering battery as well. Very cool cars as well. Can't wait to see them out there next week in the Rolex 24-hour at Daytona. Solid start to the race from Maniti Racing Audi. They lead the way in GTT with Oskari Rinna's Marla BMW right in there behind there. Actually, but giving a little bit of a NASCAR-style bump draft there is Rinna, because I think he knows he's got a real chance to try and break away here. The Mercedes, the ATRS Esports Mercedes of Damon Woods, will not want to see these two very fast drivers pull away at the front of the field. The other question we've got to think about as well, Zach, is fuel, because these GTD cars, they tend to run around an hour on a tank of fuel. But if you drop below that hour, you can really put yourself on the back foot on strategy. So fuel consumption is something that's going to really be important here.
For sure, Daytona, as I say, very flat out. You are demanding a lot of the engine to deliver the fuel to obviously power the wheels. So you really have got to manage your fuel. And again, yeah, these GTs are, I think, fairly simple in terms of their strategy. You can run the tank dry and get to around about an hour, between 50 minutes and an hour. It does work out fairly even, but of course every little helps. Every bit of fuel that you can gain here and there to shorten your stops is going to have that knock-on effect over the I think upwards maybe of again, it depends if they do come in on the hour, in which case it will just be 23 stops. But if it is sort of slightly before, it will add up maybe 24, 5, 6, 7 stops and runs through pit lane. Each and every one of those, if you can just gain maybe even just a couple of tenths each pit stop by saving a bit of fuel, by lifting and coasting, and just, saving those crucial liters of fuel over the course of the race, you're going to be doing yourself massive favors. So for Oskari Rinna and those, Damon Woods, Nicholas Rubler, James Armstrong, all in that train in the GTDs, if they can just stay there and demand less of the engine, save the fuel, they're really going to be doing themselves a world of favors as well. The P2s are not waiting around at all. Bit of action in towards turn 1.
Yeah, there is lots of action there. The LMP2 is just shuffling for position, and it won't be too long before they come on the case of the GTD traffic as well. And that's where it can get really interesting indeed. Unfortunately, a problem for Team Fordzilla. William Chadwick, he's been in the pits for quite some time now, or he certainly was. Yes, still is in the pits, is Chadwick. So I don't know what happened to that that number 66 Porsche, but unfortunately showing as not in the sitting in pit lane at the moment, so not out on track, not lapping, and a few others as well. Pure Sims Esports, they are running. SRC Movano course, Arnage competition, and VG Esport just getting back going again as well. So some problems a little bit down the field, but in that first lap melee, Zach, it's often easy for that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, look at how many cars we've got on the field. Just having a quick scan at the live timing, 48 cars took to the track for the Daytona 24 hours. So, yeah, there's a lot going on. Even just in your particular class, you are so overwhelmed by things to look out for. And the stress as well of starting the race is you've just got such a burden on your shoulders that, yeah, it is very easy to get overwhelmed and panic in some sense. And obviously not run at your optimal, because I mean, yeah, you're carrying the weight of your race, the weight of your teammates' race, the fact that you've got 24 hours in front of you. I mean, yeah, you just can't blame them for small things going on. Everyone's human and everyone makes those mistakes. However, it is unfortunate that that Team Fordzilla have had that early early shenanigans that have seen them into the pit lane so early on. They have still got 23 hours and 51 minutes left to try and crawl back, but again, it's that thing of trying to start on the front foot and lead with your best foot as well, because to start 24 hours on a low means you are going to carry that sort of morale loss all the way through the day.
Yeah, well, I think well, save judgment for a moment on GTD. It appears we have a little glitch in the timing software at the moment. So it is still Tim Matska leading the car number 78 with Oskari Rinna right in behind. Then it's Damon Woods in the ATRS Esports Mercedes there as well. Then it's the BMW of Arnage competition in there. Yes, you can see them 1, 2, 3, 4. So apologies for that, folks. There's a little bit, but we'll see if we can get confirmation on whether my time screen is showing that Will Chadwick was in the pits for around 3 minutes. He's got back going again, according to my timing software. So that's good. He unfortunately has dropped off the lead lap already, but 24 hours of racing, plenty time to fight back. And one thing you know about Will is he will, if he has to do a 6-hour mega stint and pull it all the way back, he will do that. He's so consistent and he's got great stamina in these endurance races as well. But that venerable Audi R8 looking very, very good here in the virtual platform. And it's such a shame, actually, Zach, that this car, we really don't see it racing much in North America anymore. There's going to be none in this year's Rolex 24 hour. The Audi, from once being a powerhouse of sports car racing in North America, they've kind of just faded into the background.
I think it's a mega car. It's not one that I've personally been able to drive. My iRacing portfolio is very limited to just the Ferrari and the Mercedes. I've never had to dwell into the Audi, but from what I've heard of it and what I've seen from it, it's such a mega car, so reliable as well, particularly in pretty much any flight of racing you put it in. You know, sprint racing, it does well. It's got that ability to run well just for a 20-minute, half an hour race, but also that capacity to also switch that into endurance racing and compete at the top level. So yeah, it would be a shame to lose that in the real world affairs, of course, in IMSA and things like that in the world of North America. But already, 12 minutes into this race, and we're already seeing the first wave of traffic, and we're going to see a lot of this throughout the race. The BMW's first lap in the GTDs.
Well, this mix of traffic has dropped our former leader down the Ormaniti Racing. Car number 8 is out of the lead into second, back into second. There it is there, the green BMW LMDH with the pink mirrors. And Delta Sport, car number 99, Timo Rorda has made the way up into the lead. And just look how busy that is as well, carving in between the leaders, and it creates opportunities, it creates threats and opportunities for both classes. You can be really clever in that traffic and make up speed, but also you don't want to be taking too much risk at this particular stage of the race. But Timo Roda, he's pulled the pin and opened up a 3/4 of a second gap through that first phase of traffic. And Manuel Sudau has just dropped back into second position. He's got the Trans-Tasman racing car of Jake Burton right behind, running the BMW factory colours, the distinctive blue, white and red of BMW M. And I love the fact that the engine in this car, it's actually an ex-DTM engine. It's an old V8, Class 1 V8 that they've put 2 turbochargers on to power this car as well. Quite a lot of the GTP manufacturers taking engines from their past and actually putting them into these new cars. Porsche have done the same, using an engine that actually traces its roots back to the RS Spider 15 years ago.
Wow. I think that is awesome for manufacturers to sort of look backwards, and it also shows how good those cars were, even, despite the fact that they're old. 15 years, I was literally just about turning 2. So it's it is quite an old engine in that regard. There is William Chadwick, who's just holding up Jake Burton, unfortunately, and has allowed Sudau to just get away just a little bit. But yeah, I think it's awesome that manufacturers can sort of take and modify old engines and put them into modern machines, and they still work so well. And of course, twin turbo producing God knows how much horsepower in these things. It's a marvel of engineering, and it honestly just goes to show how far innovation has come in motorsport, particularly in the world of F1, GT, any fly of racing. You look back, sort of 40, 50 years ago to where it is now, such a big innovation. That is, honestly, it's really interesting to see how things grow and develop as the years go on.
Yeah, and I think motorsport has a huge part to play in that as well. Leader in LMP2 is your pole sitter, Texaco Racing by TK, Gustavo Ariel. And now, is that the LMP2s? No, it's just the last of the GTPs getting their way through the GTD traffic. So that's going to be something for the GTD cars to get used to, because they'll have the big flow through of GTP cars, and then you think, oh god, right, a bit of rest, and then all of a sudden the LMP2 cars arrive on the scene. There's more bump drafting from Oskari Rinne.
Yeah, I mean, being a GT in races like these is so scary. I mean, yeah, you've got the P2s and the GTPs to come by and start lapping you. And the scariest bit is when you've got all 3 having the overlap. And honestly, I just wouldn't want to be anyone in that situation. That just seems so overwhelmingly scary. But they've got to do it, and that is where experience speaks volumes, really. Because you're able to negotiate those situations in the best way possible. And for the GTs, I guess in some senses they've got the easiest job, but the most scary job. All these guys have got to do is stick to their marks and stay on the racing line. But they're putting so much trust in the prototypes to not smack into them that I guess they are just passengers when it comes to the lapping stages.
Yeah, it's very much the skill of multi-class endurance racing is handling that traffic as best as possible and managing that risk. Every car you pass is a management of risk. And for the GTDs, they've got to figure out, do I hold my line? Do I cover the inside? Do I let them go through? Do I let them dive bomb me? That's what makes this type of motor racing so exciting as well. Well, Matska and Rinne haven't been able to drop the Mercedes of Damon Woods. So Damon Woods is right in there, and I would suspect, Zach, that Damon Woods in that Mercedes, and indeed the Arnage BMW, which has kind of completed this sort of 4-car breakaway. Yeah, we've got a bit of a breakaway here as well, but that Arnage BMW, that pink machine, and the Damon Woods driven Mercedes, they're bound to be using less fuel, certainly less fuel than Tim Matska. Tim Matska very much is the diesel locomotive doing the heavy lifting here.
I like to compare it to cycling, really, when you've got that lead cyclist. You've got that lead cyclist who does the brunt of the work, and everyone just sat behind him resting. And that is very similar to what we've got here. The pack of 4 all just sat behind Tim Matska, saving fuel, just chilling, whereas the Maniti racing car has got to take the full brunt of the brick wall of air that just is hitting that Audi. Fortunately, it is very low down, very sleek, and very aerodynamic. But compared to the BMW and BMWs and the Mercedes just in behind him, going to be doing a lot more effort, demanding a lot more of the engine, and is probably at some point going to be hoping to lose that place and go down to second just so he can chill and save a bit of fuel.
Luca Wunsch has managed to get the Bila Racing Lamborghini past the Brabham Audi of James Armstrong. So the Bila Euronics machine up into 5th position. So we'll see how much pace they've got in the pocket. 144.123, the best for Bila so far. 144.2 last time by. So actually, the Luca Wunsch is the kind of, well, he is the fastest car in the GTD class at the moment. Now in clean air, will he be able to continue that pace without the benefit of a tow? We shall see. Or can he bridge that gap up to that leading top 4? More shuffling going on at the front of the field. I think, again, that is a glitch in our timing software, unfortunately. Still showing, yes, Delta Sport GTP car number 99 leading from Maniti Racing Purple. This, when you've got this many cars, and both variety of cars and volume of cars, Zach, it does put a fair amount of stress through the equipment.
Yeah. I mean, even with sort of the servers, I mean, you've got, I think upwards of, I think it was 96 splits or something like that. And, thousands of drivers, pretty much the entire iRacing community, it does take a toll. It does put a lot of stress on it. I mean, but that's, how fast sim racing has come, is to be able to put up with those small stresses and things like that, and able to continue on fairly cleanly. We've had no major issues at all, which, speaks volumes as to the quality that we have got for these special events, because again, it is so easy for things to go wrong, and yet they haven't. Even in terms of the racing action, I mean, we haven't seen any silly sends to the inside, anyone really stepping out of line or anything like that. Everyone is settling into this race nice and cleanly. So not only from a software point of view, but also from a racing point of view, this race has started really, really well.
Unfortunately, it's not going so well for car number 65, Satellite Racing. They've come in for their first stop already. That is very early. 19 minutes into the race, we'd expect the LMP2 cars to go about double that distance. So Satellite Racing, Adam Craney was in the pit box for just 17 seconds. That's interesting. That is very interesting indeed. 17 seconds at the pit box. What might that be, Zach? It's almost like they can't possibly be back timing to this end of the race from this far away.
Fair play if they are.
Wow.
Mean, yeah, that's commitment. In terms of the prototypes, they are running, I think it's between 40 and 45 minutes for a stint, if I do remember correctly, around that. But yeah, it's about that area, which means I think it is going to roughly work out to have to be a splash and dash at the end of the race. I mean, if they do it now, it's a headache they don't have to deal with later on, and means that they can press on now and make that time back up throughout the rest of the race. But what they do lose is the pack racing element. They lose the slipstream with those in front potentially, and they just have to run by themselves in some clear air, which could be a blessing and it could be a burden at the same time as well.
We've now got 3 LMP2s in the pits. Nando Racing, Tempest Simsport, and SSR Wave Runner all coming into the pit lane as well. So are they matching that strategy? I wonder. That's very, 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 very odd there as well. It could well be, I think it may well be a glitch in our timing software, I think, Zach, because that would be a bizarre strategy.
It would be. It's very unconventional that you would see that, but we've seen stranger things happen. So yeah, hold station. Maybe we could see some interesting strategies over the course of the race, because again, whether it is a legitimate strategy or is just a glitch in the timing tower, the strategic element of the Daytona 24 is a massive one. And whilst you do your best to run cleanly, run consistently, run quickly on track, it's in the pit lane that the races are won or lost.
Yeah, so let's see. We'll try and figure out what the story was there as we go on. Getting words from thank you to Francis McGinn in our RaceSpotTV YouTube chat. So there was an incident that would make more sense for cars to have to come to down pit road, but to only be in for a very short space of time if they did have damage is very unusual. Normally you need multiple minutes to repair that damage. Well, You're watching the second split here on the Daytona 24-hour here on iRacing. It's the start of a brand new year of iRacing special events, and it's the start of the VCO Grand Slam. This is the first of 4 Grand Slams, including the Daytona 24-hour, the Sebring 12-hour, the Watkins Glen 6-hour, and Petit Le Mans, 4 absolutely blue ribboned endurance races. And it's a little bit it's interesting in IMSA, Zach, that we have those 4 major endurance races which really carry kudos, whereas in the World Endurance Championship it all kind of centres around Le Mans. But it's great, I think, in IMSA to have not just 1 but 4 kind of blue ribbon events that really carry that prestige.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could argue for and against it. With the World Endurance Championship and, of course, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, you have that one massive prestigious event where everything comes down to that. I mean, in some cases, not necessarily for the championship or whatever, but in terms of the prestige, whether, I guess you could argue with IMSA, it's sort of diluted a little bit with 4 events. I don't know, maybe you could lose a bit of the specialness of the prestige if you've got 4 of them. But again, maybe that is something that could be argued. I think it is awesome to have a lot of prestigious events that are really highlights of the calendar, something to look forward to and something to keep audiences interested throughout the year. I mean, of course, the racing action does speak for itself, but to have different stepping stones throughout the year of things to look forward to, I think it is definitely mightily important, and IMSA does do it quite well.
They do indeed, as the GTP is making their way past the GTD traffic for the second time, and it's still the Delta Sport number 99 car of Timo Roorda, who appears to be managing the traffic very nicely, carving his way through. But the Maniti BMW GTP car right there in the green and black colours of Manuel Sudau, so right there where he needs to be. And again, this is as you mentioned the words voyage of discovery, Jack, and Zach, I think that's absolutely correct, because you know, the teams will have done a lot of testing, but the way that the BMW GTP car uses its fuel, of course, it does have hybrid assistance, and how that plays out with how long your stint length is going to be is the Maniti car goes onto the bottom. Now, is staying on the bottom there. Now, Manuel Sudau, is he going into pit lane with after 25 minutes? No, he's not. They're just finding some there's some very alternative ways of getting through the traffic, going actually off the circuit and round some of the GTD traffic.
I'll be honest, I've never seen that before in my life.
No.
But fair play. I mean, he's made it work. In all fairness to him, he's made it work, and is still only a couple attempts back behind Roorda. But yeah, well, that is certainly interesting, because it's, again, they were on that run in towards the Le Mans chicane. It's not like he was planning to peel off and go down into the pit lane. But yeah, interesting. And he's made it work, I guess, in some cases. And if you can make it work, then that is all that matters. Very, very tight in towards turn 1. A lot of cars as the BMWs once again lap some of the GT traffic, but still retaining quite close overall between all 3 classes, despite this is now the second run through traffic for these BMWs. It still hasn't really changed the dynamic of the lead fights. Everyone's been able to get through cleanly and stay close with their respective fights.
Yeah, it shows you the quality that we have here. And we knew this with the amount of participation we expected for the iRacing Daytona 24-hour, that it was, at the very top. The bigger the base of participation, the higher the standard it is at the top. And, just a couple of years ago, this would have been the top split, as the GTP is making their way past Will Chadwick. Great to see Will back out driving after a little delay earlier on. But I'm obviously the teams have practiced it, because we saw Manuel Sudau there going underneath the yellow line and going onto the apron and coming back again. Now, you would be penalised for that in the outdoor world, and I'm surprised you don't get an iRacing slowdown penalty administered for that. But you know for sure that he wouldn't have done it unless he'd tried it before in practice.
Yeah, I mean, if you can find something to take advantage of, they're racing drivers, they're going to. I mean, they want to win, so they're going to try and eke out any advantage they possibly can. Could we see a change for the race lead potentially in the GTPs? Is that going to be Sudau going to the outside of turn number 1 to try and get himself into the lead? It's going to be very hard from the 99 machine of Roorda, who's going to hang on to the lead. But I don't think Sudau was too interested really in fighting overly hard for that move. Of course, they have got Jake Burton to sort of be mindful of just in behind them there in third place. And I think Sado is stuck between a rock and a hard place in this race, particularly if things start to spark off and really ignite in this fight for the lead, because he's got to look forwards and backwards. So yeah, he's got to try and attack, but also defend, and that is very much easier said than done.
So riding with Manuel Sudau in the brand new BMW M Hybrid V8 GTP car. On the right-hand side there, and their driver is incredibly well protected with the carbon fibre structure around. On the right, that's where all the battery, etc. is held in. And actually, the teams can plug the car in for power and for data acquisition at every pit stop as well. So very, very cool what these cars are capable of. They're based on the spine of a LMP2 car, the Lara LMP2 car in the case of the BMW, and then built with the bodywork on top as they fly through the bus stop at huge speed. As Sudau just lost a couple of car lengths there to Timo Roorda. Roorda looking really, really strong right now. And Burton in there too, got a wee bit of a 3-car breakaway here as well. Jake Burton in the BMW factory colours there for Trans-Tasman Racing. And Burton in a really good spot, I think. He's going to be managing the fuel very well. And also we've got to think about the tyre usage as well, because we've got big changes here on the iRacing platform, Zach, very much heading towards more the IMSA way of doing things, where tyres can be replaced while fuel is going in, whereas in the past, you had to wait until your fuel was in before putting the tyres on.
Yeah, it does add an interesting dynamic, because beforehand you would really discourage changing tyres. You would lose a lot more time because, again, as you say, you have to wait for the fuel then to change your tyres. So it would encourage teams really to double or even triple stint their tyres just to negate that penalty of changing. But if you can do them simultaneously, then great, fantastic, because you're really only limited by how much fuel you're putting in if you're quick with the tyres. Of course, not quite to the standards of F1 where it's 1.82 seconds or whatever it is. They do take a little bit longer with these cars, but again, still very, very quick, mind-bogglingly quick. So yeah, you can definitely gain a bit more time and add a different dynamic to the strategy in terms of those. When it comes to the GTs, though, I think we are still going to see that double stinting factor, because over the course, of course, these guys are going to be doing a lot of testing and will try different strategy techniques and things like that. But when it comes to double stinting tyres in the GTs, what oftentimes happens actually is your second stint on a set of tyres can actually be quite significantly quicker than your first.
It's going to be interesting to see if anyone tries that. I don't know if there's much benefit in doing it, given you can put the tyres on when the fuel's going in, and it's effectively free time if you can. But we'll see. It will be interesting. Again, it's a voyage of discovery for everyone. Oskari Runa is desperately trying to push Tim Matska on as much as he can, and they have started to have a bit of a noticeable breakaway from the two other GT machines of Woods and the Arnage competition machine of Nicolas Rubilar. So maybe they'll just, as the prototypes have come through, they've split things up a little bit. In LMP2, it's the Texaco Racing by TK machine that still leads by a decent margin, actually, as well, starting to open up the gap as well. So great start to the race from Gustavo Ariel, and by certainly of those on track at the moment, he's one of two drivers with a World Championship license, which they do not hand out for free here on the iRacing network.
They do not. You really do have to earn them. Also, yeah, 10.5K iRating for Ariel. So very, very quick, very, very decorated, I'm sure, and has done a multitude of different sim racing events over their time on the platform. But yeah, really utilizing the early stages of this race to open up and get clear from the likes of Thomas Ronha, who is not a he's not a bad driver by any stretch of the imagination. Third place in the F1 Esports World Championship, can't complain with that one at all, and now running second place here for the Daytona 24. But when it comes to teams and sort of their driver lineups, you do often want to put, quote unquote, your best or most experienced driver in at the start, and I think that is what the Texaco Racing by TK team have done by putting Ariel into the car at the start, because he knows sort of how these things go. He knows best how these things go. He knows how to not get overwhelmed by the multitude of cars around him, and he can just settle into a rhythm, get his pace down, put the lap times down, and be consistent. And it's working, because right now, whether that team falls backwards throughout the rest of the race or whatever, right now in these early stages, they've got a 6.5 second lead, which is allowing them now just to be in their own state of mind. Of course, they can't get complacent or anything like that. They can't sort of get a little bit cocky with it or anything like that. They do still have to press on as if, you know, it's under normal circumstances, but it does give them that little breathing space to say, okay, right, we're out in front, we're driving our own race, we're chilling, let's just hit our marks and do what we have to do.
Well, he's certainly doing that. Is Gustavo Ariel right now, as you say, a 6.5 second lead after just 33 minutes of racing at this level. That's a big gap. If he can continue to build that, that gives him a little bit more options when you get in those heavy traffic situations where you don't have to take the same risks if you've got that time cushion behind you. And unlike in the outdoor 24 hours of Daytona, you don't have to worry about a safety car negating that advantage. You're leading to, continuing their breakaway in GTD, Tim Matska in the Manatee Racing Audi, with Oskari Rinna in the Marla BMW right behind them as well. Then you have in third place the Mercedes AMG of Damon Woods for ATRS Esports, with the Arnage BMW, the pink and white machine there, the Arnage competition car of Nicolas Rubilar right in there behind as well. So looking very strong. And the Bila car, great run from Luca Wunsch. He's continued his fantastic pace and has made his way up into that second group now as well. So Luca Wunsch, from a slightly difficult qualifying session compared to his race pace, he's right there in that Lamborghini flying.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess in some cases, there's two ways to go about a poor qualifying result. It's to dwell on it and say, well, we've had a really poor qualifying, that's going to let us affect us for the race. Or you say, cool, we've had a bad qualifying, let's make up for it, let's redeem ourselves, let's drive faster in the race. And that's exactly what Luca Wunsch is doing, and he's doing very, very well. The pace and consistency he's shown in these early stages have really been sort of second to none. One of the quickest drivers on the circuit, and that is continuing, and I'm sure will not change at all. But the fact that he's already inside the top 5, already knocking onto the door for the leaders, just goes to show how good of a start that 451 has had.
You're listening to the second split here of the 2023 iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona live here on RaceSpotTV. Thanks so much for your company here today. A big day for virtual motorsport on the iRacing platform, and great to see so many racers around the world taking part in this highly competitive event. So you see the number 1 car there, top rated car of ATRS Esports, Damon Woods, 9,719 iRating. Quite remarkable. Quite remarkable indeed. So about 35 minutes into this race, and we're beginning to get a little bit of a picture of who's got the pace as well in GTD. Well, Manatee Racing and Mala looking very strong in their respective BMW and Audis. Very nice indeed. Great to see most of the manufacturers up there in that top 5. So it seems like the balance of performance has worked pretty well. And it seems to be actually a lot of the front engine German machines in the mix there. Quite a few Mercedes, quite a few BMWs. Then you've got the mid-engined Audi and Lamborghini as well. So good mix at the front of the field in GTD. Very competitive in there as well. Great to see so many different teams in there too. At the top of the field, Manatee Racing have managed to reclaim the lead from Delta Sport there, Zach. So interesting stuff. Delta Sport, they did lead for about 20 minutes or so, but they're looking very strong at the moment at the front of GTP.
I think it's, but I mean, the top 2, they've managed to actually break away just a little bit from the Trans-Tasman Racing of Jake Burton to the extent of just over a second, I think, between now Timo Rohde and Jake Burton. So, could be a top 2 breakaway, and that is going to be, I guess, ideal for them. That is going to be what they want at the front of the field to just be able to chill in a pack of two in a couplet and I guess just try and run away with it. But yeah, for both their interests at this stage of the race, it's not ideal, not mutually beneficial at all to be fighting tooth and nail for positions, because again at Daytona, whether it's a 24-hour race or not, at an early point in the race, it means nothing, because you overtake straight away the other cars in the slipstream, and we could see a couple of moves amongst some of the GTs as well. But at the moment, it's a case of just where do you want to be at this stage in the race? Do you want to be leading the charge out in front and not fought at all by the number one Mercedes against the Arnage BMW? It's a case of, yeah, just do you want to be leading the pack? Do you want to be settled into the mid pack or whatever? Because as I was saying, you go for a move, you send one to the inside, the next lap the guy already is going to be breathing down your neck in the slipstream ready for a counterattack. So the moves really don't mean anything at any point in the early stage of the race. It's really when you get sort of to the mid and end part of the race where you start saying, okay, now's the time to start making these moves.
So the Arnage car number 5 there, Nicolas Rubilard, decides to just make a little bit of a break. Can he have the pace to run down the leading pair of Tim Matske and Oskar Rinner? We'll see over the next few laps as well. Of course, that Arnage BMW has been sitting there nice and cozy behind that Mercedes for the opening part of this race. So might just have a little bit more fuel in hand to play with towards the latter part of this opening stint as well. Real mind games going on here at the front of GTD and indeed in GTP as well, just sizing one another up, of course. And of course, in an endurance race, you've got to rely on 3, 4, sometimes even 5 drivers along beside you. And of course, not everybody can be on exactly the same pace as well. So which driver you put in and when, very, very important indeed, as our 2 GTP leaders go through, and they're going into the pit lane as well. So pit stops beginning for GTP. Oh, actually, no, they're not. I thought they ducked into pit lane there, the 2 GTP leaders, and Delta Sport have got back ahead again. So Delta Sport leading the way again in their blue BMW M Hybrid V8.
Very topsy-turvy and very changeable, I think, at this point in time. So, yeah, once again, we're approaching the lap traffic stage, which always you have to hold your breath with at some point and just say, right, okay, let's just chill out and find our way through as cleanly as possible. But, yeah, it is always very, very scary. Those BMWs are going to be lapping the GTs a lot, and we'll come back to it a lot throughout this race, because it's one of those dynamics that can really swing and turn a race on its head for any class, not just those that are the ones lapping, but for anyone to be involved, because all it takes is a twitch or a bit of oversteer or a bit of understeer to send a car into another, tag them round, and straight away you've spiced up a very interesting battle, potentially, or ruined one at that. So definitely do keep an eye out for the lap traffic as the race progresses. Also the strategy and the on-track action. That's the beauty of endurance racing, is there's so many variables, so many things to be good at when it comes to endurance racing.
Interesting to see Will Chadwick there in the Fordzilla Porsche, just ahead, just at the top of shot there. He's sort of sandwiched between the leading pair in GTD and the 3rd and 4th placed Arnage and ATRS competition cars as well, and that can actually help Will quite a bit to be there. If he can keep in this leading group, he'll be able to kind of keep a very strong pace, as well as the ATRS Mercedes goes up the inside of the Arnage competition of Nicolas Rubilard. So good move there from Damon Woods, who goes back into 3rd position and right behind the Porsche of Will Chadwick there, the blue and orange Team Fordzilla machine. Now, question is, there is no mandate for, there is no requirement for Will Chadwick to pull over, although he is exactly what he is doing. He's just breathes out of the throttle there, lets the leaders go through, but can he tag onto them? That would be really advantageous for him to tag onto them and try to start getting gaining some time on the rest of the GTD pack. But still, Tim Matske holding his lead from the start with Oskar Rinner on his bumper the whole way through this opening stint of the race. So you got to think, you got to hope then for the Maniti fans there, Zach, that Audi's frugal because it's been doing all the heavy lifting.
Yeah, I mean, fair play. If that's their strategy, is to just get in front and control the pace, then obviously they've come into the race with that mindset. But yeah, cannot take anything away from Maniti Racing at all. I mean, they're leading, they're in the leading fights for both the GTP and now the GTDs as well. They're really going to be having a good day in the office. They're going to be celebrating, and hopefully that is going to continue for them throughout this race, because those celebrations can very quickly become I guess grief in some senses, that the race can really just unfold very, very quickly. But at least for now, they've got something to enjoy and something to be looking forward to and something to be cheering on Tim Matska for. But Sky Arena, Damon Woods, Rubler, Vunch have really kept each other honest, and they've been a very tight pack, at least in the opening sort of just under an hour of the initial racing action. But you can just see how close they are. And you were right in the sense that Will Chadwick is just tagging along for the ride in that Porsche. I think he's interested in saving fuel and using the leaders to get himself back onto the back of the GTD pack.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what Will needs to do here, is try and I think he can. I think he can stay with this leading group and run with them as long as he possibly can. Use it to save fuel, but also to run a really strong pace as well. Of course, these are your cars fighting for the podium in GTD, so it's a great position to be. And it looks like that Fordzilla Porsche is in good condition after the problems earlier on. Apologies for the issues with we just have a few issues with our timing software here, folks. So I really appreciate your patience here from all of you watching here on RaceSpotTV. So we are working very hard on getting that sorted as well. 45 minutes into this race, and your leader in GTP is the Delta Sport machine. The number 99 Delta Sport machine of Timo Roorda, who's had a really good start to this race. It cannot be long before he comes in, before the GTP cars come in to make their first pit stops. Your leader in LMP2 showing as Satellite Racing number 65, but I'm not sure if that is the case or not. It looked like it was. It is. Okay, so Texaco Racing, they were leading, and they're back. They're just about 6 seconds behind the Satellite Racing car. So Satellite Racing leading the way, car number 65 in LMP2. In GTD, it's the Maniti machine of Tim Matska, the Audi, with the Mala BMW of Oskari Rinner right in behind him. So they are your runners and riders so far, and I don't think, Zach, will be very far at all from our first pit stops. 29 laps already from our leading GTP cars.
It really has flown by in a flash. Already approaching the first pit stop window, and I'm sure they are going to be darting themselves in very, very shortly. As we say, they do aim for around about 40-45 minutes, give or take, for the prototypes. That's both for the GTPs and for the LMP2s. So we'll have to wait and see, but they are stretching it quite long for a lot of these guys. They could, in fact, maybe stretch it just a couple of laps longer, the likes of Sadu, and maybe even Phil Kraus, Huben, to round off the top 5. They could maybe go a lap or so longer because of their ability to save the fuel in the trains, and that knock-on effect, as we were talking about, is going to play a factor in just shortening each pit stop. If you can shorten your time in the pit lane, you're spending more time going full throttle out on track, which means you're gaining more time overall throughout the race.
So 45 minutes into this 24-hour motor race here at the World Centre of Racing, Daytona International Speedway, the first round of 4 VCO Grand Slams for 2023. Multi-class sports car racing, GTPs, LMP2s, and GTDs. Fantastic stuff. And it's Peter Mackay here alongside Zach Sweeney in the RaceSpotTV commentary box, taking you through a few hours of this second split here on the 2023 iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. We also have coverage of the top split, of course, which is running for the complete 24 hours. We'll be back tomorrow for the run to the flag here for the second split as well. This is your overall race leader, Delta Sport number 99. in their BMW M Hybrid V8 with the Maniti BMW GTP car of Manuel Sudau right there in behind. 30 laps into their stint as well, and we should see them coming into pit road any minute now for their first stops as they make their way through the leading GTD cars as well. And I tell you what, that Bila Lamborghini of Luca Wunsch really making progress up through that GTD field, now up into 4th place.
Yeah, we saw him not too long ago getting himself up into the top 5, now making even more progress, and P4 only a couple attempts back on the Iron Large competition of Rubla as well, who himself is about 1.5 seconds off the lead 2 of Tim Matsko and Ascari Rene for Maniti Racing and Marla Racing as well. Very close in this fight for the lead in the GTPs as well. You can see the Maniti Racing purple car pulling out to the right-hand side, maybe on that run in towards turn number 1. They've been swapping and jostling for places pretty much throughout this entire race. Delta Sport just able to hang on. But yeah, they've been chopping and changing for a good portion of this initial stint, which I guess in some cases they can afford to. They've broken away 4.5 seconds to the Trans-Tasman Racing of Jake Burton. So when you've got that margin, I guess you can almost afford to have these little squabbles, but in some cases it is just better to sit back and chill out. But yeah, Timo Roda and Manuel Sado both want to be the leading charge in this race, and only one of them can be.
Yeah, and that Maniti car right in behind there, car number 99, Delta Sport, in that lovely flat blue colour. And the eagle-eyed amongst you will notice that the Maniti car has changed colour. A new paint has been installed on it mid-race. Now that's technology for you. Being able to change the colours of a car on the fly. Couldn't do that in the real world. As we come through the Le Mans chicane, formerly known as the bus stop, but renamed the Le Mans chicane as a kind of hand stretched across the Atlantic. As the Maniti's returned to its traditional green, very much the traditional colour for Maniti Racing. And yeah, very much a hand across the Atlantic. The convergence between the IMSA WeatherTech Championship and the World Endurance Championship, and indeed Le Mans, very important. These cars, these GTP machines, also referred to as LMDH, can be used on both sides of the Atlantic, something that we couldn't say for quite some time at top level racing. It's been a very long time since the top prototypes could be used in both sides of the Atlantic. Over 10 years since that's been the case. So brilliant to see that, and so many manufacturers jumping on board. BMW, Porsche, Acura, Cadillac, and many more. Of course, Ferrari coming back to top level sports car racing as well, and that's going to be very exciting to see the prancing horse back at the top level of sports car racing for the first time in 50 years. Quite remarkable as well. Your GTD leaders, Tim Matsko, still ploughing on with Oskari Rinne glued to his bumper. They've been one and the same throughout the race, absolutely inseparable. And Rinne might well be in position here, Zach, to take the lead of the motor race. When they come out from their fuel stops, he's bound to have used much less fuel than Matsko.
Oh, 100%. I mean, if Matsko has been able to back the pack up to that extent where he's been able to save just as much fuel as those behind him, then fair play. But I highly doubt it. So Sky Rene is probably, you would imagine, going to get that jump, and it's that dynamic of fuel saving that we have been on and on about over the last sort of 51 minutes or so, whereby those that can just sit in the slipstream are going to be saving so much more fuel, as they don't have to deal with the drag or anything like that. They can just use the engine for more efficiently, essentially, tucked up behind the rear end of another car. But yeah, we are certainly approaching that sort of area for the GTs. I think it's going to be between now and the hour mark, really. You're going to see cars coming in for scheduled stops. But Sky Rene is, you can tell how he so easily could just pull out and maybe go for a move, but he's not interested in that one bit. He just wants to sit behind that Audi and push it as much as possible and utilize that slipstream as much as possible, and it's working, mutually benefiting both of them. For Sky Rene, he's saving fuel, but also as a duo, they've been able to break away and just been a couplet out in front, whereby they don't really have to worry as such about anyone in behind. Of course, you can see the training pack of the Arnold competition car of Rubler, Luka Wunsch and Damon Woods. But again, they're not being hammered under pressure by them. They're able to break away and be in their own sort of race. So Rene, I think, has really tackled the opening stages of this race very, very well.
He has. And you've got to think it's got to be, well, it's going to really be testing Tim Matske. Because Tim Matske, you've got to think, oh, I'm doing all the hard work here. And he's just got to try and remain cool. It's a very, very long way to go. If you had that one on your bingo cards, check that one off. What other things could you have on commentary bingo for a 24-hour race? A long way to go is one of them. What would you add to that?
Traffic.
Oh yeah.
Traffic gives and takes. He's fuel saving. They're chilling out. I don't know. There's so much stuff that we always come back to in endurance racing commentary. There's just so much in the bank to use. It'd be a very long list.
One we won't be able to use is cautions breed cautions.
That's true. That is true.
That's a classic, and it's a classic because it's absolutely true. They are cliches for a reason. Well, we're nearly towards the top of the hour here as well, and what's surprising me is the sheer stint length that these prototypes are able to do. By my reckoning, we haven't had the LMP2 cars in for pit stops yet, and normally we would see them in after easily before 53 minutes, unless again that could be a glitch in our timing software. It's not been the best morning for our timing software, it must be said. So the leading car we do know is the Satellite Racing machine of Adam Crane, car number 65, looking resplendent in those blue, white and red colours, with the M of Muradness on the shark fin. That's Daniel Murad's lifestyle brand. Don't ask me to explain what a lifestyle brand is. Zach, any?
Don't look at me, mate.
Honestly, I'm not cool enough to know what a lifestyle brand is, but anyway, Gustavo Ariel's had a really good start to the race. He's there in that number 6 car, quite fittingly actually, in the kind of bright yellow and blue colours, very similar to what Team Penske ran in the LMP2 class in World Endurance Championship last year, also running the number 6 quite fittingly. So the LMP2 is making their way through some of the GTD traffic, and now there's enough of a shuffle now where that kind of traffic conveyor belt is really long now and really mixed up, so it's going to be constant for our drivers for the rest of this race is Matske and Rinne, and that's the first time we've seen Rinne break out, and that's Matske coming into the pit lane. So 55 minutes in, Tim Matske comes into pit road for the first time in the Manatee Audi, hits his marks, fuel going in to that car, and interestingly not going up on the jacks. That's very strange. So no tyres going on for Tim Matske.
Double stinting, he has to be. And I think it goes back to the fact that I think actually double stinted tyres overall are quicker. By the time the tyres are scrubbed in over the first stint, they actually work quite well for the second stint. Of course, you do have to be careful for the sudden cliff, the sudden drop off that you could get towards the end of the second stint. But overall, I think that double stinted tyres are going to be the quote unquote meta, I suppose. Even if you, I guess, do get a free tyre change in the pit lane, it's more beneficial to double stint. And I think that could be the strategy that the majority of teams go for. But of course, triple stints is going to be completely out of the question because, as I say, as soon as you do reach that cliff, the tyres are they might as well just be jelly. They might as well not even be on there with the amount of grip that you get. But I think we are going to see the majority of teams start to double stint because, in all honesty, it is going to be the quicker overall way to go.
That's interesting. I did see 1 or 2 cars there going up on the jacks. That's very strange. Unless it's a new quirk of the system where you can put tyres on without the car showing that it's up on the jacks. Not sure. But Rinne, he's going to go for 2 laps longer. Here you go. Yeah, Oskari Rinne has played this first stint perfectly. So he's looking really good. at the moment in that Mala racing car. Whether he can hit the top of the hour or not, that's another matter. But if he can, it is advantage Mala BMW here with Oscar Rini on board. And that Mala team have always got such a strong driver lineup, affiliated with the BS competition crew. And great to see, a brand like Mala. They're global leaders in piston technology for generations. Their pistons have been on every single Porsche competition car in history. That's quite a boast.
Yeah, not a bad accolade to say. Yeah, fair play. Such an intrinsic part of the internal combustion engine are pistons. Naturally so. They're the things that drive the combustion. You've got to have quality ones, and Mala clearly have historically done a really good job of that. And in the sim racing world, they're not doing too bad either, because I don't think Rene is going to be able to get to the hour mark, but he's certainly doing himself a ton of favors. And if he can keep this sort of a bit by bit saving your fuel each stint, of course his teammates do have to jump into the car as well, but if they can retain that same pattern and they get to a point where they are pitting on the hour mark, they're not going to have to have that headache at the end of the race, where they're going to have sort of a discrepancy, an outlier of a few minutes or so, whereby that overlap of only a couple of minutes each stint has caused them to have to take an extra pit stop at the end of the race. And even despite their fuel saving, they still have retained as one of the fastest cars on track. Now into the pit lane comes that 11 Male Racing Team car. But yeah, despite the fact they've been the pioneers of fuel saving in the opening stage of the race, they still have retained good pace, and that is a very good recipe for a strong team in a 24-hour race.
Yeah, it certainly is. It certainly is, as we are beginning to reach the top of the hour. So, interesting, Mala BMW going at least 3 laps longer than their rivals. Very interesting indeed. Is Matska now? Do we have the Mala BMW back in the pit lane? It's disappeared from my timing screen here. He is in the pit lane. So Rinne goes 35 laps on a stint. So quite a bit longer than 34. Excuse me, quite a lot longer than his rival Tim Matska for Maniti Racing, but yet these prototypes, they carry on.
How?
So I don't. This is bizarre. Yeah. So the prototypes got a much bigger fuel cell than they used to, and yeah, they carry on. So interesting stuff here in both the GTP class and the LMP2. The LMP2 is an even bigger surprise because they've not got the hybrid system, and they used to only do about 40 minutes maximum. Yep. So it's changed completely.
2023 full of surprises, ladies and gents, I suppose. Yeah. We were saying there was so many things drivers have to get used to, tire model changes, different cars, and balance of performance changes and things like that. But I didn't think we were going to see strategical elements change for the prototypes. Yeah, I'm intrigued. I want to see how this progresses, because now not only is it a step into the unknown for these guys, it's a step into the unknown for us in the commentary booth. And we're as left in the dark, I think, as we're more left in the dark than we were expecting to, because from what we're familiar with, it's 40 minutes, 45 minutes, done and dusted. But they're going well into the hour. This is remarkable stuff from the prototypes.
Yeah, it is. Well, Delta Sport and car number 99 looking really, really good at the moment with the Maniti machine, and they've dropped Jake Burton by quite a margin actually. They've dropped about 4 seconds from Jake Burton, so these leading two prototypes starting to make a bit of a breakaway now. Are Timo Roorda and Manuel Sodao, so they've gone past the top of the hour. So that means that if they can run these fuel stints each and every time, they will only need 23 stops if they run clean, and that's the big if. There is a lot to play out here as well. These it was interesting when the first race I saw these GTP cars running here on iRacing was the IVRA Daytona 12 hour, and a lot of still really top drivers a lot of them really struggled with the Le Mans chicane, and a lot of drivers catching the curb and firing off into the wall. The cars do appear to either be a bit more stable, or the drivers are just getting on top with their characteristics.
Yeah, I think the BMW M Hybrid V8, I mean, we saw it when it was first released, caused carnage and chaos. I said a little bit earlier on when we saw it first in the VSO Pro Sim Infinity event. Yeah, you could tell the drivers were a little bit rusty, to put it in the bluntest way possible. They definitely weren't as clinically precise as they are now, when they've had the months of practice to be able to refine setups, refine their driving styles, and get used and comfortable to the car. But yeah, I mean, it was an unknown really when it first got introduced to the platform, but now it's really been able to make a name for itself and really produce some great racing action. I mean, those that compete in the IMSA iRacing series will know that some of the best racing you get is in the BMW. Very, very close racing, very, very good racing at that. Yeah, it's really has made a name for itself. But as you say, through the Le Mans chicane, through high-speed sections, it's so sensitive. I mean, the aero and the floor work and the tyres are under such a load that it only takes a small thing to go wrong, only to raise the car just a little bit to send everything haywire and to obviously send it into a spin. Prototype racing is one that I certainly would not be able to do. The cars are just so sensitive, so quick. They're almost, in a sense, too quick, that you just don't really know what to do with that speed. But again, these guys are a lot better than I am, and these guys definitely do know how to tame them. But yeah, prototypes are just, yeah, they're a wonderful class of endurance race, and they do bring the action, but they are very, very tricky to drive at that.
So it appears that the prototypes have made their pit stops, so they are not running for an hour. I did think that was slightly odd, Zach. I think it's just, again, with the problems we had of our timing software earlier on, it's not registered the GTP and LMP2 pit stops. Don't know why. It's doing funny things with us to date, but thank you very much to you all in the RaceSpotTV YouTube chat for the information there. Very much appreciated. So we expect the GTPs to do 25 laps. That's much more what I would have expected.
Yeah, that's what we're more familiar with. So thanks, guys, for keeping us in the loop, because, yeah, we were completely a surprise. We were like, hang about, what's going on here? But no, fortunately, nothing has changed. So roughly 25 laps is sort of the theme then, and should be around, as we say, sort of 45 minutes. Fingers crossed we don't experience the same issues throughout the race, because I think at some point that is going to get very, very confusing to constantly try and check up as to when the GTPs and the LMP2s have actually come into the pit lane.
So in GTD, Oskari Rinne has taken the lead of the race after going quite a bit longer on fuel, 3 laps longer than the Miniti Audi. However, Tim Matska is about to return the favour, it would seem, because Oskari Rinne, the reason why he could go so long on fuel is because he was glued behind the Audi of Matska throughout the opening hour or so, and was able to save a lot of fuel in the slipstream. However, the roles have been reversed now, so Matska has the opportunity to return the favour here as well. So this would be interesting to see. Rinne does have a bit of a fuel advantage in his pocket. So does he push on early here, Zach, and try and break the toll? Maybe try and get an opportunity in traffic to really try and push away?
Again, I don't know. I certainly, I mean, it seems like it would be beneficial to break away and drive in your own race, like we're seeing in the P2s with the Texaco Racing by TK, that have just been able to maintain a decent gap out of the slipstream, and they're still running relatively well. But also, being in that pack, being bump drafted, is going to help your overall race pace. And I don't think actually it's going to be possible for Oskari Rinne to actually extend the gap from Tim Matska because of the reliance you have on the slipstream here at Daytona. It's going to take quite a mistake, I think, from the Miniti Racing car to actually see the Marley Racing team out of contention. You can see the gap closing as they run out of NASCAR 3 and 4 in towards turn number 1, how it's sort of maintaining around about half a tenth before they do reach to the braking zone of turn number 1. So yeah, again, it just depends what these guys want, and I think it is going to be easier said than done for Sky Rene, even if he has got the pace advantage, to actually stretch the advantage out of the slipstream, because even if you're clearly a couple of tenths of a second off per lap, you can easily make that back up with the slipstream.
Yeah, absolutely you can, especially in those GT cars as well. Well, the GTP leaders, they have been absolutely glued together throughout this race, despite a pit stop as well. They are right on top of each other. Delta Sport leading from Maniti, so Timo Rorda in the 99 BMW GTP car, and Manuel Sudau at the wheel of the Maniti Racing BMW. Now they should be about 7 laps or so from their next pit stop, where we maybe we'll see a driver change. Again, if you've got a strong strength and depth in your lineup, you can keep the drivers fresher, because I think without a doubt, when you get into that second and I would say definitely third or fourth stint, you really do see the drivers dropping off in pace and can easily make mistakes. If you've got that strength and depth and driver lineup, really a good idea to cycle them through. I was thinking, keep fresh drivers in the car.
100%. That is again another thing about endurance racing, is that you have to have stamina. Essentially, you have to be able to drive the car for 2, 3, sometimes even 4 hours back to back, all in one sitting, and it is difficult. Well, granted, you're not experiencing the real life G-forces that the real world drivers would, which would definitely take it out with them. You still have to combat the mental fatigue and your force feedback. Force feedback has come a long way in over the last sort of 5-6 years. It's to the point now with sort of direct drive wheels and just incredibly high tech simulators that it does wear out your arms a little bit. You do get tired, and naturally you will start to feel the effects of fatigue. But that is why you have got such a reliance on that team dynamic. Do 2-3 hours at a push, then switch out, take a couple hours break, then jump back into the car to be able to stay fresh. Could we see a move for the race lead to do? Might actually eye up the move to the outside of the Le Mans chicane. No, not this early on in the race. Those moves, I think you're going to save sort of about half an hour left to go.
Yeah, that's where you just got to get through the night and be in a position to fight in the morning for sure. As we can see here, Sudau getting a good run on Timo Rorda as they come up towards turn 1. Rorda has to go to the defensive inside line. They're side by side as they come through the tri-oval. There's a little bit of LMP2 traffic to go there as well. Sudau, is he going to try and go around the outside? Rorda holds the inside line. That's definitely as Sudau goes a little bit wide, just gets a little bit of understeer in there as well, and Rorda hangs on for now. So these cars, of course, running in a really low downforce trim, as low downforce as you can get, minimise that drag, and that does make them a little bit of a handful sometimes on braking, and just a little bit of understeer there for Sudau, and Rorda hangs on in that flat blue Delta Sport number 99 machine as well. And look there, just in third position, car number 77, Trans-Tasman Racing, Jake Burton. He had dropped off the scent a little bit, but he's right back in there in that lead fight once more.
Yeah, wow. Fair play to Jake Burton throughout the sort of the pit stop phase to get himself back into the mix of things, maybe utilising traffic a little bit more. But he's now sort of knocking on the door of the leaders and has turned this back into a 3-horse race out in front. The next team back, the private label Team Hype, Phil Kraus, at the moment driving that car, 6.3 seconds back on Jake Burton. So it is a breakaway of the 3. But fair play to Jake Burton to claw that gap back. It does take quite some effort. That was a scary moment, dipping that front left wheel onto the apron for Rorda. And it's small things like that, fair enough, he got away with it this time by. But that could have so easily gone very wrong for the most marginal of mistakes. Again, it goes to show why Daytona is such a difficult circuit to tame, and these cars are so difficult to tame as well, and why endurance racing is so difficult, because the smallest of mistakes really do sort of snowball into some of the biggest consequences.
They do, that's for sure. Well, in fourth, great to see in fourth place the number 73 private label Team Hype car as well. Of course, that team owned by Tommy Milner, Corvette Racing factory driver and winner of the Rolex 24 in class in 2016 at the wheel of a Corvette. And it looks resplendent there in that multicoloured paint scheme there. With I like the stickers. Oh, big plus there. Those stickers have got to be worth at least a tenth of a second.
Even more than 100%. I mean,
yeah.
Like, they're more aerodynamically sort of efficient. They're sleeker stickers and they're lighter as well. So, I also heard that they actually inject more fuel into the engine. So, 100% worth a lot more than you'd like. I think they've definitely planted them on to win us over in the commentary booth. 100%.
So looking at one of our Porsches, car number 91, that is the SRC Movano Corse car, and car number 91, of course, winner of the last ever 24-hour of Le Mans GTE Pro race last year with Fred Macavecchi and Richard Least and Jimmy Bruni. So that's a number that can bring success on the flanks of a Porsche. That's that car just on the last spot in the top 10 at the moment, holding off another of the Porsches, the VG Racing Esport car Matthias Jensen. It's Pierpaolo Repucci, who's in the SRC Movano car as well, looking resplendent in their black, red and yellow colour schemes. Very nice indeed. Now, Oskari Rinne in the lead of GTD has not been able to really drop Tim Matske. Matske right there in the hunt. So, yeah, Matske able to just benefit from the slipstream of Rinne, keep that speed, but use less fuel as well. So I could see this just going back and forward throughout these next 24 hours.
I definitely can see that happening. I mean, again, at different points, different teams and cars are going to be quick. Different chassis are going to work better. Maybe in the cooler temps of the night, you might, chuck in your quickest driver for the midnight stint or whatever, and then you could gain some time back up in that regard. But again, you are going to see chopping and changing. No matter what you see in the first 2 hours of this race is not going to stay constant 9 times out of 10 for the rest of the race. I mean, sure, you've got the odd anomaly or whatever, but you are going to see different teams coming to the limelight at different points. And don't forget that even if you're the quickest car on track, even if you're the most consistent car on track, you're the cleanest car, whatever, all it takes is you to be lapped or lap wrongly for you to chuck yourself into the pit lane with 4 or 5 minutes of damage that you then have to claw back. There's so many different things that can go wrong. It's not just a case of going around the circuit and driving quickly.
Now, we need to try and get a check-up on car number 65, the Satellite Racing LMP2, former leader in LMP2. Now, not showing on our timing screen as being, it's showing us several laps, 10 laps down on the class leader. So what has happened to that car number 65? We'll try and get a check on that if we can. Again, grappling with some technical issues, unfortunately, here in the RaceSpotTV commentary box. But that would mean then that the pole-sitting number 6 Technical Racing by TK car, Gustavo Ariel, would lead the way in LMP2, but the second place car would be the Pure Sims Esports car, Daniel Kraft. And that was a real clutch lap in qualifying there from Daniel to keep himself on, get himself in contention. Qualified 8th and up into second place. Pure Sims are flying in LMP2.
Don't forget, it was just that one run in qualifying as well. He didn't set the first lap, whether that be he sort of locked up and decided to back out, got on off track or anything like that. All the pressure was on his final run in qualifying, and he's, again, similar to Luka Vunch, has not let it affect him at all, has instead seen it as an opportunity to climb his way back through the timing tower, climb his way back through the field, and has done a brilliant job of that. And it speaks volumes about the lack of importance of qualifying in a 24-hour race. Yes, it's nice to say, oh yeah, we got pole for the Daytona 24, and to sort of give yourself that confidence to see the pace relative to others. But even in the opening open an hour and 15 minutes of this race. He started from 8th and he's up into 2nd place. Again, it shows how just of little importance the qualifying is. All it comes down to is how quick you are in the race, how consistent you are in the race, how clean you are in the race, and how good of a strategy you've got behind you. Pure Sims Esports, they're ones that we see time and time again at the top flight of esports racing. And once again, they're coming into the limelight here for split 2 of the Daytona 24, and I'm sure that is going to continue. That pace has been phenomenal. I mean, he's got so far Daniel Craft has set 4/10 a faster personal best lap compared to the Texaco racing car just in front of him. 35.7 for Ariel, 35.3 for Daniel Craft, and that consistency has been there as well. He's been on average there or thereabouts with the race leaders, and now only 2.6 seconds back. He's done a great job.
He has, yeah, very, very strong indeed performance from Daniel Craft. I would say one of the stints of the race so far. As speaking of stints of the race as well, this has been the big story. These leading pair, well, they're now a leading trio, is Jake Burton. I know I'm going to call him Jeff Burton at some point over the course of this race. Jake Burton, right there in 3rd position, has caught up with Timo Roorder and Manuel Sudau. So Delta Sport, car number 99, the blue car there, with Maniti there in 2nd, in green and white. And they, I would think in the next 2 or 3 laps, they'll be coming in. We're on lap 50 of the race, and we expect the stints to be sort of 25 to 26 laps, so their second pit stop should be coming up quite soon. And I wonder if after an hour and 20 minutes or so of running, will we see any driver changes? Whoa, big risk there, big risk, a big reward for Timo Roorder, as Roorder gets the jump there on Maniti Racing, the Maniti car. Manuel Sudau mired back in GT traffic. I tell you what, that was a huge risk there, Zach, but it did pay off. Again, you're flirting with disaster every time you take a risk, but it's worked for him. A car into the pit lane there. Is that Jake Burton coming down into the pit lane? Yeah, indeed it is. Yep. For Trans-Tasman Racing. So the second wave of GTP pit stops are very much underway, and the Trans-Tasman Racing 77 machine is the one to kickstart it all. But yeah, for Timo Roorder, right at this stage of the race as well, that risk to get the jump versus Sudau into the pit lane sequence is going to be crucial to benefit him and allow him to retain that lead beyond the second pit stop. Yeah, that was a big risk. And I think though he was kind of in that position where it was he kind of had to be bold. If he'd been passive there, that could have ended up in an accident. He had kind of he spun. Oh, the leader spun. Timo Roorder is around, so he loops it. Oh, just coming out of the West Horseshoe. So Timo Roorder, I've gone from hero to zero there. So he pulls off an incredible move at the chicane, at the Le Mans chicane, and then coming out of the West Horseshoe, asks for the power from that BMW M Hybrid V8. Let's get another look at it then. So around the West Horseshoe we go, and this is completely on his own. Asks for the power, whoosh.
Oh, in a bit.
Your race leader shows you how tough these cars are to drive.
Yeah, it wasn't like he got over the curb or onto the grass or anything like that, and he got a decent way out of the corner as well. Second gear, just looped around in second, top end of the rev range in second gear, and the car just didn't want any of it. Yeah, easily done. Could that be that, I mean, he's now nearly 2 stints into this race, could be getting a bit tired, could be making these silly mistakes, or could have just got caught out by the cars in front of him. Either way, call it what you like. That is unfortunate for the previous race leaders now into the second pit stop phase. He's going to have to hope that he can claw back some time. But Manuel Sudau, Trans-Tasman Racing as well, they're going to have no complaints. And there we go, onto the jacks for a tyre change. Yeah, tyre change and a driver change. Manuel Sudau stepping out. Christoph Holstein getting into the BMW GTP machine for Maniti Racing. Interestingly, Timo Roorder did carry on, so he's gone a lot longer than the Maniti car. I wonder also if that was the rear tyres going off, because it seemed like very, very little steering lock on there. Asked for the power and whoosh, round it went. I wonder, tyres just not giving the grip, maybe, perhaps? Yeah, I mean, they've done upwards nearly of 2 stints at that point, so it would make sense. Now, as I was saying, when it comes to double stinting tyres, they do hit a cliff, and it's a very unexpected cliff. You can do one lap perfectly fine, the next lap you just have nothing. Christoph Holstein then into the number 8 machine for Manatee Racing Purple to inherit what could be the lead of the race after Timo Roeder comes into the pit lane. But yeah, I mean, it does get to that point where the tyres just completely give up. And yeah, I think that is definitely going to be the case. I'm surprised he's continued on for another lap, because surely all that's going to do is open him up for yet another mistake. Surely you just cut your losses and come in on that same lap.
Well, I think it could be all about, if you can go a lap longer on fuel, you got to take it. I think any advantage is going to be really, really useful as well. Now, showing Tim Matske has reclaimed the lead in GTD in the Audi, number 78 Maniti Audi, ahead now of Rinne. So did Rinne make a mistake, or was that tactical even, as we have Roeder in to pit lane? Change of driver, that's Loic Marchand, who's taken over the number 99 Delta Sport BMW GTP car, up on the jacks for new tyres. And we'll see how costly that spin has been. All that hard work to pull off that heroic slash bold move at the Le Mans chicane. How much has it hurt Delta Sport? They've got a really fast race car there as well. Let's see what Loic Marchand can do.
Yeah, he's got a job to do, basically. Got to claw back that time, and shows that very quickly the pendulum can swing one way, then very quickly swing the other. Went from 0 to 0 in the space of, well, about 2/3 of a lap, really. So yeah, unfortunate for Delta Sport, but now the fresh driver change can maybe give them fresh eyes and straight back into contention potentially. I mean, we saw it with Jake Burton was able to come back from 3 seconds back into the mix of the race. At the moment, Marchand has joined in about 4.5 seconds back of Christoph Holstein. 4.5 seconds. There's worse gaps to come back from. Let's put it that way.
So getting news, thank you very much to those from Maniti and Delta Sport. No double stinting with the BMW M Hybrid V8. New tyres at every stop. But even at the end of that 25-26 lap stint, starting to drop off. It's a serious amount of power and torque going through the rear wheels. Again, unlike some of the Le Mans hypercars that run 4-wheel drive, it's just rear wheel drive. So you're asking twin turbocharged G8 and hybrid, 700 horsepower through the rear wheels. So, and we just saw Timo Roeder really get caught out with that. So pit stops complete then. The second round of pit stops complete in GTP, and it's Christoph Holstein who leads for Maniti Racing from Jake Burton. So Jake Burton, the only driver and those in the top three who stayed on board, and he's right there in second position. Delta Sport, where are they? They're back in fourth, so that spin has really cost them. Private label Team Hype, they climb up into third position. Philip Kraus on board there as well. So quite a few driver changes in that GTP class. But they, we to see that Jake Burton's decided to stay on board. LMP2 pit stops going on there as well. And shuffling out with Texaco Racing by TK. You're back into the lead. Pure Sims right there as well, just 3.5 seconds the gap at the front. As TNT Racing LMP2, Ben Lindsay there in the car number 59, just completing their pit stop as well. So it's all going on here at Daytona for the second split of the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24 Hour. And Maniti Racing lead in GTP and in GTD. Tim Matske has got his way past Rinne, so something definitely went on there. Whether it was a mistake, I think it might well have been a mistake for Rinne, or maybe just a snag in traffic, but nevertheless, Tim Matske into the lead for Maniti.
He's going to be loving that in a Sky I mean, now he's in this situation, might just have to do a repeat of the first stint, get back onto the back of the Audi Matske and just chill, just sit there and hope that whatever happened at the beginning of this stint doesn't happen maybe at the beginning of next stint. But the advantage that Mahler gained in that in the initial opening stages of this race unfortunately has unwound itself just a little bit. This is the battle for sixth that we're watching between Pure Sims and Brabham Esports, two again, big names in esports, two very good liveries as well. I mean, Pure Sims does clash a little bit with its colour scheme, but does the livery quite well. And I know you yourself, Mike Yao, loves the Brabham Esports livery as well. So yeah, a lot of fans of the livery, but hopefully they can produce just as good racing action as they do liveries. But again, it might just fall into that theme of, unfortunately, bump drafting and just working together for a mutually beneficiary race, because certainly at this stage no one's really interested in fighting too hard.
No, apart from that 3-car dive bomb by Timo Roorda at the Le Mans chicane, that was remarkable actually. But yeah, you're right, you're absolutely right, Zach. In general, drivers just trying to keep their pace, keep ticking off those laps and keep in the fight for good positions, and yeah, just make sure that you're there with a clean car going into the last few hours tomorrow. Very, very important indeed. So you see Jake Burton continuing his stint now. He's been aboard that car for an hour and a half. It'll be over 2 hours by the time he completes this third stint. So good start to the race for that Trans-Tasman Racing team. Maniti are your leaders in GTP, looking very strong at the moment, with an hour and a half complete. 56 laps done of this second split here in the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24 hours. I don't know, his BMW factory colours look good. White, black and red, and we'll see that car debut in competition a week today. Very excited, very, very excited for that race.
Well, I didn't actually know how soon it was. I might have to tune in for that one and see how it gets on, because yeah, remarkable stuff. New era really of prototype racing to introduce it. We've seen it in the virtual world now. Going to see how it's like in the real world. I mean, if it's got any similar success in the real world as it has in the sim, then fair play. But also, I think testament to how closely the sim world and the real world are working together to create new cars straight away onto the platform. Usually we wait sort of a couple of years after their real racing debut to see them come into the simulator, but now even before their actual seasonal debut, they're on iRacing, well established in. So yeah, definitely manufacturers working with sim racing developers and that of the sorts to produce these cutting edge cars in the virtual world to allow everyone else to enjoy, because there's nothing worse than seeing a car be sort of announced to join in the real world grid and then have to wait 2 years to finally get your hands on it yourself. It's awesome that these guys have already had a couple of months to enjoy it, and now in a week today they get to enjoy it on the big screens in the real world, in the real world as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, BMW have been the kind of front runner of that in iRacing. Of course, we had the BMW M4 GT3 on iRacing for over 6 months before it made its competitive debut. As you see, the Team Hoisingveld car number 48. Car, where are they running at the moment? They are running 12th as things stand. Andrei Rajkovic at the wheel of that machine. Of course, Hoisingveld, manufacturers of superb pedals for your simulator, and yeah, well renowned for build quality and feel. Incredible the feel that you can get now, the realism from a home simulator. Of course, all these drivers racing on their own simulator at home, all in real time, all over the world. It's a remarkable piece of technology, the iRacing software and the hardware available as well from companies like Hoisingveld, Fanatec, GSI, etc., VRS. There's many you can choose from, Simicube, and you can have an incredibly realistic experience in your own home as well, and drive some of the coolest race cars in the world. Really hope we will get to some of the other GTP cars on the iRacing service to join this BMW. Of course, we could have the Porsche 963, we could have the Cadillac VLMDH, the Acura ARX 06. All of those would be nice. That would be very cool indeed. So we have the first few hours of this second split for you here on RaceSpotTV. It's Peter Mackay and Zach Sweeney here in the RaceSpotTV commentary box. For now, we'll be switching over in around half an hour to the next squad here on RaceSpotTV, and that will be Cameron Roger and Lorenzo Bonder will be taking you through the next couple of hours, the first 6 hours and the last 6 hours of this second split of the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24-hour for you here on RaceSpotTV. Coverage that we've never seen before for this event, and we're delighted to bring you all of that action. So, change for the lead then. We've got the car number 77, Trans-Tasman Racing, lead the race for the first time. So, Jake Burton has gone past Christoph Holstein, and the gap is already up to 1.8 seconds. So, something afoot there. Jake Burton, car number 77, into the lead then. So, on to his third stint, and looking fresh as a daisy. And actually, Holstein now coming under pressure here, Zach, from Philip Kraus in the private label Team Hype machine.
Yeah, don't forget Jake Burton, Philip Kraus, both have done, you know, the entire race up until now. They're familiar, they're warmed up, they're into rhythm with this car, whereas Christoph Holstein has just jumped in and is still trying to get up to speed in that BMW M Hybrid V8. We've already spoken about how difficult it can be to drive. So to get into rhythm of things, to get comfortable with that, is going to take some time. So meanwhile, the likes of Jake Burton and Philip Kraus, who have already been in the car for some time, already warmed up and with their pace truly fermented, they are now capitalizing on that. So Holstein, the pressure is on to really, you know, get in to the swing of things, get that pace back up, get that confidence back up, and really start to hammer in some lap times to reclose that gap. But again, equally, the pressure is on Philip Kraus to use opportunities like this to capitalize and make those positions up when they can, because it's not oftentimes in endurance racing where you get opportunities where you can really gain on your competitors.
So Delta Sport, car number 99, former leader Loic Marchand is not quite able to pull time in away from the Maniti and Private Labels car. So great stuff there from the Trans-Tasman Racing car, Jake Burton, and he just set a rapid lap time, 1:31.999 there. So really, really quick, very nearly matched by the Maniti Racing purple car, 1:32.009, so just 0.010 of a second between them last lap, but they're both eclipsed by the private label Team Hype car, 1:31.801, so 0.2 of a second quicker last time by for the private label car, the blue and pink machine there. And now Loic Marchand for Delta Sport, now starting to settle in, a 1:31.8 for him as well. So could we see Delta Sport coming back into the fray here over the course of the next little while? In LMP2, well, the demise of the number 65 satellite racing car has allowed Texaco Racing by TK Gustavo Ariel to open up quite a gap, actually. Daniel Kraft on this second stint hasn't been able to match the pace he did earlier on. That gap now up to 7 seconds in LMP2, so Ariel really pushing on.
Not too long ago, it was only about 2.6 seconds. So Gustav Ariel has really hammered in some lap times versus Daniel Kraft, and has been so consistent at that as well. But yeah, I mean, still speaking volumes about Daniel Kraft and his race so far, starting from 8th, has done a really good job. And Gustavo Ariel, I mean, one of the few in this race who actually have got a world championship license. You can't, you know, beat yourself up too much about losing some time to a driver like this. I mean, he's been flying, he's been leading the P2 class since the start of this race. So, I mean, losing a couple of seconds to him, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, Ariel has, again, it has just been so quiet out in front. He's not really, you know, been in any conflicts or gotten involved in any dramas, just been so quiet up in front, putting the lap times in, been such a sensational driver. And oftentimes it's the quiet drives that are the most impressive.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? They're just quietly ticking away those lap times as well. Well, this is a bit of deja vu. Tim Matska leading in GTD with Oskari Rinne right on his bumper. Now, we saw Rinne go 3 laps longer on a field stint than Matska last time in the first stint. So now Rinne did lead for a few laps in the second stint here, but has relinquished the lead to the Maniti car of Tim Matska. So will we see that same fuel advantage for the BMW, or will it be reduced ever so slightly? We shall see. And on screen you see the difference between a hybrid assisted turbocharged V8 pulling away from the Dallara LMP2 there as well. That's our race leader, car 77, Trans-Tasman Racing. Jake Burton driving very, very well, and he's opened up the gap to the private label car who's got past the Maniti purple car. The gap now up to 3 seconds, which I think, Zach, might be our biggest gap we've seen so far in GTP.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, between Delta Sport and Maniti, they've not been too separated. So yeah, fair play to these guys. Phil Kraus now up into second place, and Delta Sport is actually knocking on the door of Maniti Racing. Machaut and Holstein only separated by a couple of tenths of a second in that fight for third. So our 2 previous race leading teams have now actually joined themselves back together after Delta Sport's small mistake at the end of their second stint. But yeah, well, this is a race that's really developing quite well and has already shown some quite chopping changes along the way. But yeah, Jake Burton, something switched on for them in this stage of the race. They've just been able to put the laps in. However, on that last lap, Philip Kraus was around about 5 tenths of a second quicker. So, I mean, between the pair of them, trading best lap times and matched in terms of their PB in this race as well, 31.6 apiece, both for the 77 and the 73. Those guys, they're warmed up, and as I said earlier, using that to their advantage to stretch sort of a foothold in this race. But between Jake Burton, he's just been awesome for this third stint. And again, it shows that maybe this is sort of the prime point for a driver. We've got the first couple of hours, first hour and a bit to warm up, and then you get sort of to the prime where you're warmed up, you're not yet knackered, but you're still driving really, really well. And I think that is the sort of the stage Jake Burton is in at the moment.
Well, we've got our former race leader from Delta Sport, Manuel Sodao, waiting patiently to come and join us in at the RaceSpotTV commentary box. He joined us now. Manuel, that was a 99% fantastic stint there. How are you feeling in the car in that opening stint?
Wow, thank you. Yeah, absolutely agree. We had a little oopsie in the beginning because Chris was supposed to drive the qualifying and start, but his PC crashed, and so he jumped in. I didn't practice a lap, so I was very stoked to see myself on pole position. That was really a cool start, and then yeah, keeping it on track, being in the lead pack. I had some slight attempts, but I was backing off, just seeing where I could go, and then with the spin of Delta, 2 laps to the pit stop, I could hand over the car and won. So 99.9, yeah, sure.
Yeah, that certainly helped, didn't it? That little bit of a gap there for the Maniti squad. I mean, at the moment, how do you feel about the pace? Jake Burton seems to have just found an extra gear here.
Well, I think Jake was also very quick in the first 1-2 stints. He could keep up with us, and also I think he was saving a bit of fuel staying behind us. And then he lost some time in traffic. He regained 4 seconds again. So I think currently he's the fastest guy on track, and that's legit. But yeah, I mean, it's 24 hours, so I think for the moment in that stage of the race is most important thing to be somewhere in the top, to have kind of control over traffic in the sense of you're not battling so much. And I think that's what we're transferring to now, that stage where things settle down a bit. Everyone knows where to be overtaken or to overtake, and I'm pretty much happy with how things go, and let's just see how the race develops in the next hours.
Well, we wish you all the best of luck. You're putting on a thrilling show for us here on RaceSpotTV. Thank you very much for that, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you so much. Shout out to the whole team of Maniti. It's actually my first race for a new team, first switch of teams in my life. So I'm happy to have a good basis there, foundation there, and good luck to everyone. Thanks to you guys, and shout out.
Manuel Sudau there from Maniti Racing, joining us for a quick chat. Thank you very much for coming in to join us. And I tell you what, Zach, very much in strong spirits there. Good vibe in the Maniti team room at the moment, it seems.
Yeah, he seems so upbeat, so happy, which is awesome. I love it when drivers jump up into the commentary booth for an interview and they seem just so elated, like they're enjoying themselves, because at the end of the day, that is what we want to see when it comes to special events like the Daytona 24, is drivers going out there and having a bit of fun with their teammates, even just a group of friends or whatever you want to do, and achieving their goals, because so far Maniti have put in such a good run of form so far, and yeah, the spirits definitely do seem high, and for good reason as well. Maniti have been putting the laps in and been doing a remarkable job, and it seems now that Christoph Holstein is clawing back at the likes of Phil Kraus and Jake Burton for the lead fight. So yeah, I think that for as far as debut races for a new team go, there's not really much better that you could ask for.
No, definitely not. Well, they're side by side at the moment, Delta Sport and Maniti. And the Delta Sport car, number 99, Loic Marchand, going on the inside line, on the low line here, around NASCAR turn 2. And then in side by side into the Le Mans chicane. Who's going to blink first? Oh, it's just the Maniti car that blinks first, and Marchand goes through. So Loic Marchand into third position. And he's got about 2 seconds to make up to catch the private label team hype car of Philip Kraus, who's putting in a great stint. I tell you what, Philip Kraus here, Zach, he's made some great moves forward in that private label team hype car. As our two GTP cars glued together as the GTPs come through.
I know Cameron Roger is definitely going to be singing his praises as soon as he jumps into the commentary booth. He does love a bit of Phil Kraus, was worked with him in the early stages of his sim racing career, and I'm sure he's going to be loving the fact that he's doing so well at the moment, running in second place, and that doesn't seem like it's going to be changing any time soon. But yeah, well, I guess, I mean, he had, again, a quiet first stint, was just sat there sort of P4, I think it was, for most of the initial stages of the race, but again now has found his feet and really put the lap times in and working his way forward. Again, there's so many good things to say about so many of the drivers. Again, it speaks so much as to how good of a field that we have got, even in Split 2. This isn't even, I guess, quote unquote, the main stage. This is Split 2, and so many good drivers, so competitive as well. All three classes have many a team that so far could definitely seem, I guess you could call them favourites.
Oh yeah, and there's a little bit of strategy difference. I mean, if you look at GTD, most of the leading cars appeared not to take tyres. However, Damon Woods for ATRS Esports and the Mercedes did take on extra tyres. So there is definitely different plays here at this 24 Hours of Daytona event. An hour and 45 minutes into the race as a battle for third position here in GTD. Arnage competition, BMW holding on to that spot for now, and gets loosened up slightly as the Vila Racing Lamborghini wedges the sharp nose of that Lamborghini Huracan right underneath the splitter there, the diffuser, excuse me, of the BMW with the ATRS car, the Merc of Damon Woods watching all this going on. Luca Wunsch still at the wheel of the Lamborghini Huracan. We've not seen really any changes in drivers, certainly in the leading cars in GTD. We might well see that when they pit around the top of the second hour. You can see there Will Chadwick as well, a lap down from his GTD colleagues, but is still maintaining pace with this leading group, which is what we said he really needed to do, Zach, and he's done it.
He has, and he's actually been able to claw back some decent time. I mean, his fast lap time of a 43.3 is quickest of anyone inside the top 5. I think quickest of anyone in his field, actually, and his last lap of 43.6 means he is maintaining that pace very, very well. Will Chadwick he turns up. He arrives when it comes to sim racing. He's very, very good. As much as I would like to take the mick out of him and say he's not, because he's a man of all trades as well. Fantastic commentator when he gets up into the booth as well. Provides some great insight. There's nothing bad you can really say about Will Chadwick. So fair play to him, and fingers crossed that he can work his way back forward in this race. But also we're seeing some awesome action amongst the mid-pack as well. The fight really for third, because the top two Maniti Racing and Marlow Racing team as well have broken away 6 seconds from the fight for the podium. But you've still got, three cars fighting for it. So yeah, this is awesome. This is Damon Woods as well with the slingshot. Doesn't really want to do anything with it though. And again, I think just happy to sit back. He's third place in this train of cars, so I think he's maybe just waiting to see what Luka Wunsch does, and that's going to be a spin for the Biela Racing Team Euronics. A very uncharacteristic mistake we've seen from Wunsch. That is not something we'd have expected to see from a driver that so far has been flawless.
Great reactions there from Damon Woods in the ATRS Mercedes. You could hear the clutch end really coasting as much as he could to try and use as little fuel as possible, and then Wunsch just span out of nowhere, and really good reactions. Let's take another look then. We've got a perfect view. Let's see what happened to Wunsch. So he's going down the gears, and then that's a bizarre one. It appeared to, he asked to go down the gears, and it didn't want to do it, and that's very strange there. I think he maybe did, Yeah, he did. Great spot, Zach. It's exactly what happened. Now, does he back into the wall here? No. So that is a big scare for Biela, but it appears that they've got away without damage, which is at that part of the circuit, you can sometimes have race-ending collisions there. Oh, that ATRS car. Will Chadwick doing a great job as well, and one of the GTPs there. Quite remarkable not to have any further contact. That's a scare. But with 22 hours to go, not game over. That could have been a lot worse for both the Biela car and the surrounding cars as well.
Yeah, lucky in an unlucky situation. Easily done, that mistake. See it time and time again, just getting too close to the rear end of the car in front. But as you say, fortunately getting away scot-free in terms of damage, able to carry on. All he's got to do now is brush off that mistake, press forward, and put those laps back in to claw back the deficit. Down to what is now P6. Fair way off the lead fight, definitely not what he would have wanted, but it's not the end of the world. I mean, he's driven through the field once. There's no reason why he can't do that again. Change for the lead as well amongst some of the GTPs, or actually no, they're just teasing us a little bit. But also very, very close to the GTDs coming in for their second stop in this race. That again is going to be an interesting dynamic, because the 78 and the 11 still continue their battle in terms of pit strategy, as we see a battle for 11th in the BMWs. It's been very, very tight and action up and down.
Very has been indeed, yeah. The Trans-Tasman Racing leading car of Jake Burton leads by 3.3 seconds from private label Team Height of Philip Kraus, and are about 7 or 8 laps away from their next pit stop. And it's a Delta Sport car. These pair have been together throughout the opening 2 hours of this race. The Delta Sport GTP machine, the flat blue car, and the green and black Maniti, the very familiar Maniti Racing machine, car number 8, Christoph Holstein as well. Holstein's just taken a little bit to bed in, hasn't quite had the same pace as his teammate Sudau has had, but is certainly running a pace that's good enough to be at least in that leading conversation. And again, at this stage, it's all about keeping the car out the barrier and not having any potentially costly spins, which of course the Delta Sport car already has had a little spin as well, but without consequence, thankfully. Apart from the time loss, no damage on that machine. And that's one thing that we'd see if you do get any kind of damage at all. The penalties involved in repairing that damage in pit lanes, that can be really punishing.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, it's an event that doesn't have any fast repairs where you just pull into the pit lane, stop, the car's all sorted, you're ready to go. No, you don't get any of that, unfortunately. And one of the first endurance races I ever did was a 6 hours of Le Mans. First lap, completely smacked into, and I managed to crab the car all the way back to pit lane. I was sat there for a good 15 minutes waiting, which was not great. my poor teammate Tenet Rodrigo just didn't have fun with that race. We were watching the replay and just laughing at how easily it's done, but how much damage that we picked up so easily. So yeah, you really have got to be vigilant and make sure that you don't make those silly mistakes, because again, as I said, it doesn't take much, and even twitches like that can end in disaster. All it takes is you bouncing off the side of another car into the wall, mess up your steering geometry, anything like that, and you are in for a world of pain in terms of the pit stops. And a good few minutes of damage, that's going to set you back a couple of laps. That's hard to claw back, and in some cases you just have to hope that other teams sort of experience the same misfortune that you do.
So you're watching split number 2 here of the 2023 iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona, the opening 6 hours of this race, brought to you here on RaceSpotTV. We will have the final 6 hours for you tomorrow morning as well. Do join us for that. It's going to be a cracking finish to this race, every bit as high quality as the top split as well. Some fantastic racing going on. Delta Sport and Maniti, they can't be separated in GTP, fighting over third position at this point in time. Your leader in GTP is Trans-Tasman Racing with Jake Burton. Your leader in LMP2, Texaco Racing, Gustavo Ariel. And then in GT3, now GT3, I think we might be getting pit stops here. We are. Maniti Racing, our former leader in GTD, are in the pit lane, and Alex Bennett has got on board that machine. And once again, Zach, that Mala BMW plows on, running more laps.
Yeah, as we saw from the previous stint, very efficient is that Mala Racing team at saving the fuel, and have really done a fantastic job of that at a circuit that's so fuel thirsty. You are going to use some fuel, let's put it that way. But the number 11 machine has just been so good at being able to have that patience to sit back into a fight, not get greedy or lack better judgment. Just happy to sit back in second place, use the slipstream, save some fuel, and make the gains here when they've got the clean air and can go longer. It worked at the inaugural pit lane sequence. I'm sure it's going to be a similar affair now for the second one. And if they can have that knock-on effect throughout the entire race and keep that pattern up, they're going to be laughing at the end of this race. Into the pit lane finally. But you have to be careful. It doesn't matter how good your fuel saving is. If you speed into the pit lane, yeah, you're not going to be having a fun time next time by.
So driver change then. Julian Kesselhout gets on board the Mala BMW. It's time for a driver change here in the RaceSpotTV commentary box as well. It's myself, Peter Mackay, and Zach Sweeney saying goodbye for now, handing over to the ever knowledgeable Cameron Roger and Lorenzo Bonder. Over to you, gents.
All right, we're back with the 24 hours of Daytona. I think Cameron just is about to come back. I am Lorenzo Bonder, and Cameron Rogers with me. Thank you so much, Peter, and thank you, Zach, for this 2 first hours of broadcast here on RaceSpotTV. And we're seeing Julian Kesselhout coming out of the pit box, and so far, it's been a very close contested race between everybody, and what I'm liking about these GT3s is how close you're actually maintaining contact with one another, and how the actual BOP kind of like thwarted how the strategy goes around the cars, and it's going to be quite compelling to have this 4 hours of broadcast that me and Cam are going to be doing with you guys here on RaceSpotTV. And we're going to be going with you through all the way. Then we're going to just have the final 6 hours. I don't know if Cameron is back yet. I believe not. So I'm probably going to have to do this fly solo for the time being. But we're looking at Jake Burton. Jake still a really good, solid lead for the Australian here from Trans-Tasman Racing on Phil Krause, and Phil just having a little bit of trouble from what it looks like on turn number 1, trying to keep himself close towards the number 77. And the tricky thing about these LMDHs is, whenever you try to get close, you need to, make sure you capitalize on the situation. Otherwise, it's very hard for you to maintain a good approach and cut down those deficits on your opponents and things like that. And really, really interesting how like this whole scenario of seeing the LMDH now into the forefray of the top category on IMSA. I think it's the first time ever since 2020. I think the last time we've seen the 3 categories around is here on sim racing, for iRacing specifically, where we saw different classes with the DPs and the GTs and the GT3s specifically. And I do believe now, Cameron, I think you're back. I hope.
Is that good?
Oh, I think you're good now.
Oh, nice. Sorry. That was for some reason couldn't hear myself. But yes, we're back here, of course, for and hopefully once we sort out these sound issues, we should be getting a good 4 hours of this opening part of the race.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting, like I said, 4 hours, and this is what is kind of like interesting between us, Cam. We've gone, I think, way back on the sim racing scenario. But if I recall correctly, I think this is the first time we are commentating together. I think.
The last time I remember, a couple of years ago, when we were doing a good old R-Factor race back in the day. But yeah, I think this is actually one of the first times we've directly worked together, which is a good one for us, Lorenzo, because of course this is one of the best races of the year for many reasons, and it's always good to see that you can obviously work with some of the best people. It's good that obviously we're getting the split 2 commentary, which allows more of us commentators to get involved with this year.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, having this whole parameter of, despite not being the top notch of sim racing, you still get this is what impresses me a little bit, Cam, because if we look at a certain perspective, the GTD is such a top, not just the GTD, but of course, but all the other categories. They're such at a top level that I was looking at the SOF, like the strength of field. I was looking when I looked at the top split, 9K, 9,009 rating. I was perplexed. Because we thought it would be around 8,000, 8,500, but when he went to 9K, then we are looking at split 2 right around the 8,000s on the strength of field. I was very surprised. I'm not gonna lie. Then we see, of course, that is a little bit of a drop off from the LMDH to the LMP2 as well, but there's still high class between them. So it's really good to see these categories still with many good top level teams that, let's put it on paper, they should have been on top split as well. This should not be 55 car field at all. That should be much more than 55, 56 car field. You need at least 100 car field of so much stack in terms of talent that you have on these 2 splits.
Yeah, the talent is really something quite special, actually. I definitely wasn't expecting to see such a high level, but of course that just shows you how many teams, how many splits there are in general. The fact that you can be in that, as you say, sort of a 9K rating situation and still not getting in the top split just shows you how competitive it is and how many teams are getting involved. And even saying that, there's quite a few teams off the top of my head that aren't entering this race today for various reasons, and still even then there's so many great drivers here, and I mean obviously that just opens up the opportunities for some other teams to get involved.
Yeah, it's like, for example, if we're looking like the Mallet team or the VS competition team and Manidi Racing and maybe Brabham Team Fordzilla on the GTDs, it's surprising that they are not featured on a top split. So, and like I said before, not their own merit. Of course, iRacing has this has the measuring of the average of the drivers' SOF iRating. So it's not because they couldn't try it. Man, they basically raced the entire week to try to get their iRating up, try to farm that iRating to try to get into the top split and get that and that visibility. But still, really contested race. close between everybody. It's basically a fuel race at the start of these first 6 hours. Is basically a fuel race. There isn't going to be a lot of action. It's going to be mainly marked with the LMDH that I think Cam trying to make the overlaps and maybe marking themselves. The LMP2s, there's a little bit of separation because they are Ariel just like dominating on the LMP2 field. But then again, I really want to see how his teammates Bruno, maybe Tony, take over from the Brazilian, from the Porsche Sport Super Cup driver. But then again, still everything on the side and there wasn't a lot of carnage. There was a little bit of carnage at the beginning, but then again, it's Daytona. It gets convoluted, but that's what I'm liking to see as we see more pit stops as a private label team high comes into their service.
Yeah, interesting. So a couple of hours into the race, and what we are, of course, seeing is now that the pit stops are working out pretty nicely in terms of the time. So it looks like it's about 3 stints or so for the 2-hour mark, which means the pit stop's going to work out pretty nicely over the course of the race in terms of when it finishes for the hour. And it seems that all the drivers as well changing tyres this time around. Of course, a fairly new car for these drivers to still be learning, but it seems that quite a few are getting there. And I think over the course of the race, you might see some teams actually almost learn the car even more. And when we get to those final couple of stints, you're going to see obviously drivers being absolutely on top of their game. It seems like private label are going to be getting out back into the race lead.
Yeah, and I'm liking the job of the private label team hype. Of course, Cam. You know, you've worked with Phil a lot before, like Zach said before, many ages ago, and it's good to see Phil getting that spotlight, driving good. They had a really solid result. I think the last time they actually did some driving around here was when they were at the IRA Endurance Series, and they had a really solid result. I think they got into the top 3. I don't know if they actually won the race. I think Satellite won that race, but they got a podium. And of course, that was a convoluted race marked with instants all throughout the field, and they were like main survivors. That we see more pit stops. I think that is a team hoisting felt, and I'm just trying to look behind who's that car, as we also see LMP2s coming for their service, and like I said, really good to know that they're not missing their pit stalls, but also they have the pace to match the guys up front.
Yeah, missing the pit stalls is actually quite interesting. Often we do see quite a few teams over the course of the 24-hour race get just the odd speeding penalty here and there for the pit speed, but also finding your pit box can be very difficult in the way that the pit system works, and of course driving through some cars as well isn't always the easiest thing, but that is why you need to be on top of it, and that's why some of the better teams will of course have their engineers and things like that to try and find out where their pit stops are in relation to each other, because these are the crucial moments of the race. You can spend a whole stint gaining maybe 2-3 seconds on some of your rivals sometimes, but you can easily lose 10 seconds in the pit stop just with a simple mistake.
Yeah, and like I said before, we joke here in Arjuna. We used to joke whenever we do the racing, like some of the open wheel racing. They used to do some of these pit stop fumbles, right? And we used to joke with them. Private label team high, great team, great organization, a lot of really good drivers, but they can't seem to get their pit stops together. But that's just a funny example for them. But other than that, you're pretty much bang on in the head. And also these field differences, because we're seeing average of 40 minutes for these LMDH, maybe 42, depending if you try to stretch it out one more lap, because that's as much as you're gonna get. And then on the GTDs, and of course LMP2 is basically the same thing. GTDs goes a little bit extra, between 50, I think that is around 50 to 55 minutes, even up to an hour if you actually do some aggressive fuel saving. So it's those things, you know. Once you try to get around everything and you pretty much dead set on a proper fuel strategy, and there's no yellow flags here to count like you do in some of the private leagues, then you can basically settle yourself in and see what it takes you, if it takes you all the way.
Absolutely, and would obviously try and keep on board with the leading cars over the course of the races. That obviously changes with how the pit stops work. And here we go, TNT Racing currently leading, but of course pit stops and everything happening for the LMP2s. And change of tyres there for Benjamin Lindsay there in the number 59 machine. And they will obviously be retracting that when Almeida there comes past. And interesting to see quite a few of these gaps have actually sort of stayed pretty close over the course of the opening couple of hours. Some of the gaps haven't sort of opened up as big as maybe you'd expect.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's kind of like, I think because the intensity of the race kind of like died down a little bit from the start, where people are trying to mark themselves and were like in big trains, maybe trying to follow one another and trying to mark themselves with the fuel. Once you get that a little bit of separation, I'm not surprised that we are seeing a huge break in terms of gaps. Maybe that might extend after we are gone in this broadcast, or maybe at the tail end of our commentary stint. Maybe you can get, instead of like the 4 seconds you can see between Jake Burton and Connor Harrington, you might be seeing 20, maybe 30 seconds, depending on how things are going, right? So this is what I think it is interesting. But of course, just naming these examples, and another perfect example, let's just say Sueli Almeida and McGrath in the field. Yeah, the gap was much bigger than this. It was around 10 seconds. It's slowed down to 7. So it's just those margins that's what I like about racing, you know, these early hours, because you got so many question marks that you really don't know what is happening.
Yeah, and that's one reason really why we go for 24-hour, well, even 6-hour races, for instance, because when you look at the style of racing, over the course of a sprint race with maybe 45 minutes or an hour, something like that, it's of course going to be a lot different. The style of racing potentially is going to be a lot different. The strategy is a bit different. When you go to that 24 hours, that longevity and the team spirit that you have to take through over the course of that race is really the important factor there. If you sort of stop a 24-hour race after 6 hours, the result is going to look completely different. And that's why the teams who have that consistency are often the ones who are able to come out towards the front. As we come to this battle here for P34 overall, 5th and 6th in the GTD category. Bailey there, of course, had that bit of a spin earlier when battling for the lead. Now, 9 seconds off 4th place, but in quite a crucial battle here with Pure Sims for 5th place.
Yeah, that spin, I think, put a little bit of a damper on what Bila wanted to do, but still followed close by Pure Sims. And one interesting aspect when I look at these things is, what do you do when you find yourself in the back foot of maybe another car, for example, like Pure Sims? What do you do? Do you go for the overtake? Do you go for try to conquer one more position? You're 8 seconds away. Should you work together with the guy in front of you to try to get closer? Because if you look, when 85 seconds, then there is not a huge gap between the cars, because Arnage is at 10 seconds, Apex Tech is at 2 seconds behind, so you got leeway to work with here. So it's those questions that you try to put yourself in those situations, and if you play the right hand, let's just say if you're Pure Sims and you play the right hand, collaborate with the Lamborghini, and you get closer, let's just say 3, 4, 5, maybe even 10 laps ahead. That's what brings a little bit of boost of morale, because of course the gap, especially for Bila, should have been much closer towards that top 3.
Yeah, working together is a good point, because you sometimes in these races need to find your friends as well, because even if it's a car that you're not really fighting with at this time, when it's a fairly small gap in the grand scheme of things of 8-9 seconds, as you say, you can use each other to try and either slipstream past each other or maybe a bit of bump drafting as well, to gain those extra few tenths. And over the course of maybe a half hour or an hour stint of doing that, you might be able to get yourself up into the battles of the cars ahead. And really, that is obviously your goal. If you just let these gaps open up over the course of even like 5 hours, that's going to be quite a few seconds and minutes that you're going to have to try and get back. And talking of gaps, actually, we're now looking on board with the number 77, Jake Burton, leading the way for Trans Tasman Racing. Of course, sat in third place for quite a while, ended up getting to the lead, and has managed to pull a pretty nice gap of about 3 seconds or so on the private label Team Hype. And to be honest, that's a nice gap, because when you have that sort of position, you know you can be maybe just slightly less risky in a couple of traffic situations. You don't have to necessarily take the absolute 100% risk, and you have that little bit more comfortability in your driving.
But I would say at the same point, at the same topic, you need to be mindful that over the last, I would say, three laps, give or take, that gap was around 4.5 seconds. So it trimmed down a little bit. You're still comfortable. You have somewhere, some gaps to work with. You're navigating the traffic okay now to navigate yourself in an okay fashion. And you can see now again, it's stabilized now at 4 seconds, but still, it's that thing. You cannot afford yourself to relax even for 1 second, especially in these top tier cars, because now you are in a class that was meant to be the LMP2 last season. It is a really fast car. The hybrid makes you a little bit of help, but if you relax for 1 second, and this is something that I tested on at the Team Racing Expo, especially with the braking. There are some braking points over here in Daytona, especially at the second horseshoe. It punishes you very heavily if you actually caught yourself in a very bad spot and you have to make up with the braking unlock.
Braking is a difficult factor sometimes. I find similar situation actually, where last week I was at Sim Formula Europe, another Sim Expo style thing, and I tried a lot of different pedals, and I myself, I have a very sort of amateur level setup at my desk, but when you start trying these pedals, I found the braking was just so important. If you have the confidence on the brakes, and you start having that ability to be so consistent, that is really going to gain you quite a lot of lap time, not just your peak lap time, but the consistent always. As we're getting a bit close there between a couple of the BMWs getting past one of the LMP2s that are a little bit further down. That's the number 87 car there. That is the Fast Repair. Quite a good name there, taking the risks. And they're just behind. I believe, is that... can't quite see actually which car is in just behind there, but that's certainly a close battle and getting very close to the traffic, just showing you the risks you have to take.
Yeah, which is always interesting. This is a battle for P12 in the class from what it looks like, but then again, it shows up how risky sometimes you got to be in this traffic, and I think how dynamic of now the LMDH and LMP2, two fast cars. They don't have the, it's not like you had back in the with the Daytona prototype and maybe the LMP2 a little bit, or the HPD if you try to draw contrast, or even the Daytona prototype or the GTEs like we had at the 2019 and 2020 Daytona 24. It's now cars that have a lot of mechanical grip, have a lot of aerodynamical grip. They can match themselves pretty much together. It's just how you push this car and how you negotiate traffic with these dives, and of course this is what makes racing here, and not just virtual, but I think when we go next week in the real world thing, of course we're having the roar at Daytona this weekend, and at the Daytona International Speedway, we're actually going to see how stacked these LMDH are in comparison to the LMP2s, and how they negotiate with traffic, because that's the first time we're ever seeing them on track in a proper competition environment.
Yeah, so we're looking about 4 seconds or so lap time difference between the GTPs and the LMP2s on the iRacing platform, and I'm obviously assuming that's going to be pretty close to what it is in real life as well. But those extra couple of seconds can make quite a big difference as well, because it's not just about the total lap time, it's where they make the lap time. And especially at this track, you have a really fast section of corners like the Le Mans chicane, and when you see the GTPs coming up to the GTDs at that section, the speed difference is absolutely like insane. How much quicker, how much more aero these GTPs have, whereas compared to the LMP2s, there's not quite so much a difference. So you can sometimes get into these awkward situations where the GTPs have to slow down just a couple of tenths here and there, but those extra couple of tenths will add up very quickly as the race goes on.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is something I'm kind of suffering a little bit with my team, since I'm doing stints later. And with my team, we're not on a good split though. We're not a good split. Every split is good, but if you're looking at iRating and you're judging by iRating alone, I always say iRating is like relative stuff. I don't consider iRating relative to skill level. But if I'm on split 29 with the GT3s and we're getting some dives, and you can notice how fast they come. They come like a bullet through those curves. So it's this difference on how like we're advanced technologically with these cars. It's amazing. It's amazing, and I really want to see how these cars have evolved from this what would be first iteration, moving into 2024, moving to 2025, and when iRacing actually translates that as well with these top-end prototypes.
Yeah, the transition of this era of sports cars, as you say, I think it's going to be so interesting. There's so many different manufacturers as well, not just in terms of the obviously the insert, because obviously there's two slightly different with the hypercars, and then obviously the LMDHs as well, and how the different manufacturers transfer across that. I think they'll be quite interesting. We obviously have seen obviously the reduction of the GT LM category because of that as well. Yep. So the manufacturers are putting a lot of effort into this category, and the I guess the development race over the next even 2 years is going to be quite remarkable, and I think we're definitely going to see a lot of like customer cars coming on as well to help transfer that knowledge as well.
Yeah, because what I like about this is that the GTP, you would say, not just the hypercars. They kind of like they match the hypercars, but there are some different technicalities, but they match itself. Hypercars it's like their own teams making their own car. Then the GTPs are basically it's like a one make, and you have it's like a customer car. You ask for example, like Dallara or Motomatic or whoever wants it to make a car, and they will make a car for you, just like the hybrid unit. I think there are some technicalities. Peter Mackay that would like spend 20 minutes breaking down, I think, if he hasn't already, about the technicalities over here on these cars. But that's what is phenomenal, that we've got to a point that they are so cost efficient that it is much more attractive, I would say, than probably even F1, I would say, nowadays, because you got Lamborghini, you got Ferrari, you got Peugeot, you got a Van Ball, all these current brands. Then you got the possibility of like McLaren, even I was reading some other days like a Bentley coming back to have a hypercar, and even like cars like back in the day like Nissan coming back and may be interested in this. So this is what I think we say, like, this is the golden era of sports car, and I would agree 100% if you told me that. This is truly the golden era. We're living in an era where we never think that it would be interesting from the top brands to try to invest in these cars and get some really good return into it.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what was needed. If you saw the way that the cars were going over the last few years, and I definitely think that is going to be something that we'll have to see just progress. And it seems obviously weird how sometimes you see. Obviously, at the end of the day, it's racing, but it's also a marketing strategy for the different manufacturers. So it depends where they want to put their money and how they want to spend that money. And the biggest conversation, and I think the biggest thing that's really changed in the last sort of 5-10 years or so, is the fact that eventually the real world cars are going to be moving away from the combustion engine, and how much the manufacturers how much time the manufacturers put into the developing the resources to go fast on the track, and how they can relate that to their road cars. I think that balance is really what needed to be balanced out, and it seems like this new formula has fixed that.
But then you got to get into contrast that it might have sold for the prototypes, and that's where the top classes would be. But then again, This goes for the more like the WBC, and maybe even at a certain point here at IMSA as well. But IMSA kind of has a little bit of balanced out, more probably than what WBC does, because WBC is still yet to implement this with the GT3 cars, because they're going to make a GT3 Pro package for them, which is supposed to be more aerodynamical, a little bit faster or something like that in comparison to the amateur class. This is what worries me a little bit, and I think Peter touched upon this on a broadcast like many months ago, that how these cars evolve. We're still seeing action on track, by the way, but it's kind of like marking themselves. We see Jeremy Bonsaudo from Boots and VDS by Undercut Silver trying to, I think, made the overtake on what was the fast repair car going to turn number 1. He's trying to break himself away, but nevertheless nearly made contact with the Mala car here. But that's just how the thing is, you know, make an overtake, but the traffic just slows you right down, and you go, instead of thinking, oh, I'm gonna clear a second off, I'm gonna be okay. Nope, don't think about that here, Cameron, and that's what I like, you know, everybody close one together.
Yeah, the close battles are definitely something that we like to see, because that's really where you see the instincts of the drivers. When you can basically be there and see the drivers just reacting to the cars ahead, that is when you really see the skill come out for these drivers. And I think it's definitely a big reason why you see some of the top drivers make those extra couple of tenths here and there, because at the end of the day, that is where the big decisions need to be made, where you have to make those split-second decisions. Even further down in the battle, like we're seeing here for sort of 12th place or so, 13th place, that still is quite important, because at the end of the day, you never know what's going to happen ahead. There's no cautions, but things can still happen, and you can still eventually regain positions. So yeah, every position matters.
Yeah, every position matters, and this is going to be much more clear whenever we actually, I think, go to maybe. I'm estimating over here. Where do you think, as more like I would ask you, like more as a racer, because for me, I would say is around the 8-hour mark. That the track position like more matters, because then you start truly feel if your team average pace is okay in comparison to the rest of the field, and also if your field strategy matches or is better than the other one, that maybe at the final hours you'd have an upper edge on everybody else.
Oh, that's a difficult one, because it also depends how the race goes. Always we're going to dive there down the inside there, and that's Burton there trying to get past some of the lap traffic actually. But yeah, definitely. It depends how the race goes. If the race stays pretty, sort of pretty close, then I definitely think you can, you don't have to worry about it so much. But when the gaps start coming out and you start seeing laps come into play, that is when you are in a bit of trouble, because getting a lap back on pure pace, even in a 24-hour race, is so difficult with how consistent everyone is nowadays. So, yeah, you definitely don't want to be more than, say, 30, maybe 45 seconds off your predicted position, to be honest, because once it goes beyond that, it's very difficult.
Yeah, and not only that, it's like I said before, they put up their hours on the sprint series, because of course they have the IMSA Endurance Series. They done that last weekend. During the Roar of 24 as well, but then again, it's different. It is different official series on iRacing, but they done their stuff. They measured up a little bit of their pace. Then they come to the official week. Of course, different fuel sets, things like that. It changes a little bit, but it gives you a general idea. So like, you try to go for an overcut or something like that. Sometimes it doesn't work because they just put too much time, and pretty much the pace, like you said, is pretty much dead even set between the entirety of the field.
And that, in my opinion, is one reason why sim racing, in many ways, has an upper hand on the real life racing, just because of how many teams are so close together. The differences between the drivers and the teams is so much smaller that you have to, in some ways, be that much more consistent and that much more precise with your driving. And the fact that we can have, obviously, with the way that iRacing works in the splits, and the fact that those splits still end up being so close together, is pretty remarkable. That you can literally just pick out 20 teams of each category and just put them in, and you'll find yourself a really good race. And if we look at the best lap times of a lot of these teams, especially like in the BMW category, there's literally a couple of tenths separating the fastest laps of the race from most. About 4 or 5 tenths is the sort of the scale between the teams in the top 15.
Yeah, which is absurdly close to one another if you think about it. Of course, the general gaps, I think they kind of like, of course, the gap to the farthest car that is still within the lead lap is 1 minute 28. Of course, that is basically full lap, but then again, it all breaks off after the first tower. You might get into a few contacts, so you might not be able to even put the same pace. And usually they try to bring one of their fastest starters into the race, try to break themselves a little bit away, try to, all these different technical things about racing that makes this more compelling. But yeah, it's insane. Not just in the not just in the LMDH, but also in GTDs as well.
And as we're just looking at the LMP2s here, you're looking at the number 6. This is the Texaco Racing car, and we have Almeida at the wheel at this moment in time. They are leading by a nice little gap as it stands, at around 8 seconds or so. And they are doing a good job to hold on to. That is certainly a very comfortable battle, and for sure the teams behind will be trying to catch back up. They've got some good teams behind. They've got Pure Sims in second place, an Ego Racing team which has some quite good drivers in there as well. So definitely this LMP2 category has a lot of competitiveness, but it's certainly difficult to look away from that number 6 leading as we go into the next part of the race.
Yeah, and they opened up a little bit of a gap to Chris McGrath, and this is what surprises me a little bit, to be very honest. I thought it would be closer, but at the same time, now that the LMP2 has been kind of like relegated to the mid-tier, and that's what it should be, as we see Julian Kesselhood going to the start-finish line. By the way, just standing, I've managed to be in 2019, just standing on the grandstands and watching these cars go by you in the cacophony, and I like to say cacophony because it is the loudness of those cars blaring through your ears, even without the ear protectors, is just insane. But as I was talking about it, just on the LMP2s, it is a little bit surprising that we have this big separation between the cars. Even more than I thought it would be closer, and just because now they're in the mid-tier, they kind of been relegated to be distant to one another, which for me, as an LMP2 driver, I raised myself in the HPDs, they went to the LMP2s. I would say this is slightly weird for me.
Yes, it's certainly a different type of racing in many respects, and certainly something that the drivers do need to sort of look at as we get to the different styles of racing. You have to approach everyone slightly differently, and it sometimes takes some time for people to react to the different things that you have to do, because each individual one takes a slightly different bit of driving, takes a slightly different bit of strategy, and it's not the easiest way to go about racing. And I think also the biggest factor when it comes to that as well is the traffic management, because when you're in the faster categories, you spend all your time looking forward, but when you're in the slower categories, you have to spend a lot of your time also looking in the mirror, but you still have to hit your apexes and hit your braking points at the same time.
Yeah, and this is what it's insane, because like whenever we used to have the European Sprint Series, some of the broadcasts, then you would see of these guys looking over their shoulder in the LMP2, looking over their shoulder. But then again, if you look over your shoulder, literally, you're gonna see basically the body frame of the car right behind you. There is no windows. The windows, your rear view window, is basically the camera that sits on the right side of your panel whenever you have the steering wheel. But yeah, it's just insane to think about that. Now you have a car that it's, of course, is not faster than the LMP1 maybe in terms of laps, but it has such a pull on your car that because of the nerf they did on the engine of the LMP2, it makes it a little bit more tricky for navigating this car now than before. So that's why I think it is interesting to go with these cars and get that challenge to try to survive a 24-hour race on an LMP2 car. I would drive, but my team decided to go with GT3 instead.
Yeah, you're correct actually about obviously the P2's getting a nerf. That makes it slightly different as well as to how you have to go about the traffic management, because if you don't have all the power in the straight lines, then you have to potentially spend more time battling in the corners. But as we know, that's where it's more dangerous, that's where it's more difficult as well to get past. And in a 24-hour race, you've got to be keeping it fairly sort of within reason with how you're doing your overtakes. You can't be, you've got to be taking some risks, but you can't be just doing absolute qualifying laps the whole time.
Yep, but you know what's kind of like a little bit insane to think about? At a certain points of this track, I think after the International Horseshoe, depending on the circumstance, the LMP2 and the LMDH kind of like mesh themselves within pace, even aerodynamically, which is insane for me to think about that. You know, LMP2, an old car from 2017, matching a car for 2023 or 2022. What? Sorry, excuse me, that doesn't make any sense, Lorenzo. Yeah, right. 99% of what I say doesn't make sense, but this is what boggles my mind. And I'm looking at these officials and all. So, and even on the straights, these LMP2s, they still have speed. They match about 310 kph. That's about 205 miles per hour, nearly, into the straight, where the LMDH goes about 215, if I remember correctly, on the start-finish line. So. It's crazy, right? Despite the different speed, 4 seconds is still pretty much close compared to how these cars perform on track. They should have been about what 5-6 seconds slower on the paper, but the LMP2 is still somewhat relevant, you know.
Yeah, they certainly are, and I think that's why we still see quite absolutely pushing the limits there. I think that's still why we see a very big LMP2 field, because one thing that I was wondering when we saw this new BMW come into iRacing, I thought we'd see all of those prototype teams basically just jump up, and then you'd end up with a really weak LMP2 field. But we haven't really seen that, to be fair. We still have a very competitive LMP2 field, and in many ways it's actually opened up the door for some of those, in quotation marks, like second tier LMP2 teams. They can now jump up and become a master of that car as well. And as we're mentioning, it's a big slide there coming out of turn 6 and 7 onto NASCAR number 1, and the 16 is going to be spinning around there, and that of course is the Axiom Motorsports car. We got a Lake in the car as it stands, and that was a very big moment.
Yeah, that was a big moment for Ian Lake right there. We're looking on the replay here, Cam. It doesn't look like the car gets unstable right at the merger between the flat tarmac on the infield to the actual banked tarmac on the oval. It looks like the traction control kind of like kicks in and doesn't hold back and makes the rear spin so violently that the car just spins around and basically goes.
The only thing I can think of is maybe slightly overheating the rear tires in the couple of hairpins before that, although I didn't notice anything too crazy, but maybe that was just enough. And it was also at a weird point because it wasn't right on the exit of the corner, it was sort of halfway round. And by that point you should have a lot of downforce on the car, you should have a lot of stability in the car as well. So very interesting one. Maybe that could have been a change of the modes potentially in the engine, something like that, but certainly showing some more difficulties of this car as we move into 2023.
Yeah, and I think that could also be a factor because from what I know, it's kind of like the Mercedes W13 car, because the Mercedes car you can only make, if I remember, I think 3 adjustments on the hybrid system on the AMG UK. If on the AMG H, sorry, the AMG UK it's a little bit it's different, but they're all automatically deployed. And the same thing here on the BMW. You have the balance, you have the qualify, you have the attack, and the overtake, if I remember correctly. These are the ones. But then again, oh sorry, I think the one is store, maybe store or saving, something like it. And if you go from attack, from basically you go from balance to attack, it just gives you so much hybrid power. Then maybe sure, you might overstress the rear of the car because you're just putting too much power into the rear of the wheels, and then maybe cause a wheel spin. That could have been 100% factual to try to happen over there.
Yes, maybe if that is the case, that could just be something to do with their obviously the management strategies as they go through the race. Of course, self-charging hybrids, if you want to call them that way. So you have to be careful of how you deploy and where you deploy. And of course, by now, a lot of the teams will have worked out what pretty much the best strategies with that are. But there can always be some slight differences that drivers try, or maybe if it is a button that they need to press that they forget to press, that can always be a big factor as well. But we are still riding on board here with Jake Burton at the front. The lead is now about 5 seconds or so to private label Team Hype, who have Connor Harrington in the car as it stands, and they've just been controlling this nicely. I say they, Jake Burton, been in the car from the start, I believe, actually, doing a great job there and pulling away from these guys in the top part of this GTP field. But then we have Delta Sports in behind in third place, who of course were leading for quite a while, but then made a mistake before coming into the pit lane on their previous, or one of their previous stops. But they're still 8 seconds off the lead and really within a shout if they can make some things work.
Yeah, which is it's nice. It's nice to see that, you know, this small separation of the leaders, and Connor trying to still push up. I'm wondering who's doing the car with Jake. I think eventually we might actually see Emily Jones, because I think Emily might be doing this car later on in the team. She's part of Trans-Tasman Racing. He's like one of the most complicated names. It's a tongue twister for me, and English is not my first language. It's a little bit natural. You can notice by my accent. But quickly coming back, remember when you said about trying to become masters of the car? No joke. When this car actually was unveiled for testing, or like public testing at the Sim Racing Expo, this is no joke. I remember like Will Chadwick, Dominic Hoffman, Patrick Wolf, a lot of guys from Brabham, as we see a little bit of a battle between the GT3s. I think the Manini has fended off one of the cars behind. Just looking on the screen, I think that is the Arnage, the Team Fordzilla Porsche. But they spent the entirety of the afternoon breaking the car down, doing as many stints as they could do to try to understand how the car operates in terms of setup. So this is how like intricate some of these guys can be, just to discover like the possible exploit to try to have that upper edge on the other teams. I was looking at that, I was like, nah, I ain't doing that. That's not for me. I just commentate on stuff.
That's how these top teams, of course, get the edge, as often it's called as well, because those extra few hours that you do just tweaking little things here and there, that can always make the difference. And those who go above and beyond, especially if it's like an early phase of the car, similar to what we're like with the BMW as it stands, the team's still learning it. When we get to this time next year, and the cars will then again be going for Daytona 24 in the BMW, I'm sure they will have learnt a lot more than what they have now, because of course the car's only been out for a couple of months as it stands. So that's certainly something that the teams will have to work out. And some teams just seem to like doing that extreme testing, where you're literally testing every click on the setup to see what micro difference it makes.
Yeah. But one thing I think also came back, and this was a feedback I think I got from Will after we got back from Germany, was that, of course, it changed. It is now completely different, because back then, because it was like more of a beta car, you didn't see too much of the hybrid deployment stuff, how it deployed, because the drop-off was pretty much equal all throughout the set. So now it's more like intricate on how much you want to deploy. Like, for example, for a qualifying lap, you really want to put up on attack, but how much we want to put up on attack. So it's like I said before, the development of the car, how it went from back then to now, it's really nice to see. But so far, everybody is still learning the car. I would say there isn't a true specialist of the car just yet, as we're still following this battle between Manidi and Fortezilla, and Arnage not far behind. If I'm either one of them, I would not lose a lot of time battling. I would try to break away from Arnage as fast as possible.
Yeah, this Forza car is actually, is it one or maybe actually 2 laps down, I think is, Team Fordzilla, Chadwick at the wheel. They had an issue at the beginning of the race, and there's a big send there for one of the GTPs down the inside. So the Maniti car is actually batting that Arnage car, as you're saying, just a couple of seconds back. But Chadwick, I think, is just trying to use a fast car to pull him along. Alex Bennett there for the number 78, of course, second in the race. As we have some pit stops here for the GTPs, the leading GTPs coming in. We've got Trans-Tasman, Private Label and Delta Sport all in at the same time with 21 hours and 20 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and Jake still remaining in the car. No driver swaps just yet here, Cam. Still surprised he's still in the car, and we saw Connor take over from Phil Krause not too long ago. So the marathon man of the team, maybe? I don't know. But then again, we have to look on the pace of his teammates whenever maybe Emily or whoever else takes over the car in the next maybe stint or in the next few hours.
Yeah, so just having a look at the teammates. So Jake Burton has Madison Down, Joe Mugford and Brock Salmon in the car with him. So I'm sure those drivers will be getting it a little bit later. But interesting to see such long driver stints. I guess we still have by the end of this stint it will be just going over the 3-hour mark, which can be somewhat average, of course, because in a 24-hour race, if you just do 1-hour stints, that is going to be a lot of driver swaps and a lot less driver rest time as such. Whereas if you do long stints, by the time you've had 2 or 3 drivers, one driver could really end up with getting about 8 hours rest in the middle of the race.
Yeah, and the funny thing is also, if you talk about a little bit of a wiggle for what it looks like from Jake on the outside right there as they managed to overlap both cars, and is the fact that on paper you would think these guys, Madison Down, Jake Byrne, Brock Simpson and everybody else, they do more V8 supercar leagues. They were even featured in the V8 Supercars, the Emerald, and like in the esports series. And you think, oh, these guys drive boats. They cannot drive a fast car. Well, you're being proven otherwise.
Yeah, and that is a cool, awesome fact about sim racing as well. The fact you can just easily jump from different categories, and you can be good in different categories as well. Obviously, when it comes to the real life stuff, it's a lot more difficult to drive so many different series at once. It's a lot harder to show your skills. Whereas here, you could be driving obviously this one day, or you could be going to the new GR86, even a complete different car, but you can still excel in the different categories, and that is why it's so cool. That the fact that you can just jump into these different cars, and as you say, some drivers do end up becoming specialists, but a lot of drivers have become very versatile, and they've been able to jump to all different categories and still be at the top.
Yeah, and this is what like surprises me a little bit. Not surprises. It doesn't. I think it doesn't surprise me at all. It's just how quickly these guys can adapt to cars. You know, you think, oh, it might take, because if we say mere mortals like you and me, let's just say what do you drive nowadays mostly? What is your like daily driver would be, Kim?
In the sim racing world?
Yeah.
Probably either an LMP2 or sort of a Formula 1 style car.
Okay, so let's just say you go to a GT3. How long do you think it would take to get used to a GT3 car, or proper? And I mean properly.
I mean a long time, to be honest. GT3 just, I've never, for some reason, I've never been overly quick in those cars because I just seem to struggle with, I guess, that style of driving. Some people say, oh, it's not that different. But I spent obviously a lot of my time with the open wheel sorts of things, so even jumping across to the P2s. But for some reason, I'm always a lot slower compared to the top guys in a GT3 car.
Yeah, this is what boggles me a little bit because like I come from nearly from the same background. I raised myself in like here in iRacing. I raised myself in HPDs and some in the open wheelers in general. And this is the case like for this week at Daytona. Like going to GT3, it took me. Of course, I have some downgrade. I used to have like a Fanatec wheel, some load cell pedals. Now I got a G29, so it's like mental memory work all over again. So instead of me taking like maybe 2 hours, like a 2-hour practice or something like that to get quick, as we see Sueli Almeida coming away from the pit box, still in the lead, net lead. Of course, we have to say. If the 59 of TNT Racing has to come into pit lane, maybe extending 1 lap, is to do soon. Maybe in this lap for Paul Lindsay, Benjamin Lindsay rather. It's like for me, I have to take maybe 3 hours, 4 hours just to get along with the car and be properly fast in it. And I'm still not fast. I'm still toasted in comparison to the top level guys, but still, I mean, at a decent pace at least.
Yeah, I would. To be honest, for me, in a GT3 car, there's one league I did back in 21, and I actually got on some decent pace. But I literally sweated that GT3 car for quite a few days to qualify for that specific competition. So certainly, it's possible. But yeah, that's why the top drivers earn their money in esports, because their teams will just be like, right, you're doing that competition, and that competition, and they will do whatever it takes to get themselves to the front. And especially now where esports is so multi-category, so multi-platform as well, the drivers really have to be able to excel in whatever conditions they get given, as Lindsay comes in there 1 lap later, as we saw last stint as well.
Yeah, I think we're due to see him in the pit stop. Yeah, and you were right at banging with that. Just thinking of the car, it's like, how long do you? And this is something like Daytona. Related, because Daytona I think the max I did was 5 stints in an LMP2 car. Have you ever done Daytona on iRacing, Cam?
No, I've never raced Daytona on iRacing. No.
Oh man, you have to try it someday. It's kind of like, but if you have to put into consideration how much stints, how many stints would be like your like max?
Well, I've done quite a few 24-hour races on different tracks over the years, and to be honest, depending on the car, obviously, once it gets to around 3 hours or so, that's really the limit in terms of consistent performance. Like I think the longest stint I've done is probably about 4.5 hours, but that was. Obviously the last couple of hours are slower than the first couple of hours, so it obviously gets to a point where the driver gets, I guess, tired and loses the concentration, so it actually just makes sense to do the driver swap rather than going longer and longer into the race.
Yeah, and then it goes again like that commitment thing, just trying to find the right balance, in terms of not just doing your stint, but and then again finding the I would say the perfect number for you to be comfortable with pushing yourself to the limit. Like I think I did 5 stints total in Daytona back to back in a direct drive that I never had done before. That my team, for example, my team in Split 3, they're doing this from the headquarters that I did last year, and that was my first experience with the direct drive wheel. Man, my arms were gassed. Like after I done the stints, I just went to my teammates like, man, I'm done. I'm completely done. I cannot take this. It's like I took this on the chin. That was great, but don't come with me for any more stints, because I'm literally done. But yeah, their preparation, how used they are with these equipment, especially now these high-end equipments, because now it is crazy. It became a little bit of a boom, you know, in terms of equipment. As we're looking at Kessel, it's still in the lead. 1 second behind from Mivano, but I think Mivano has to pit, don't they? So it's a bit surprising still to see how SimRace, I think ever since the COVID had a boom in terms of evolution, and see many companies come in and bring up top level gear, not just for the entry level, but also the top end level, and at affordable prices for you to get up to speed into some really high tier gear to you to do some proper laps and get a proper experience out of the car.
Absolutely, and it's certainly a difficult thing actually to jump in and to perform to something that you don't know about, especially as you're saying with different rigs, teams who are doing a race from one venue, sort of a land situation. That is definitely a difficult one, because you get so comfortable with how you set up your own rig, your own simulator at home. But we will just for a moment concentrate on this battle that's getting very close. 5th place as it stands. We're getting Team Hype there, private label Team Hype, getting very close into the Le Mans chicane, but just backing out of that one. The number 71 of Sim City Racing. We got Lorenz Stad in that car as it stands, trying to defend off Connor Harrington behind.
Yeah, and Connor just being patient a little bit. I'm just wondering if he's going to be patient here on turn 1, Cam, as they're probably going to cross the start-finish line in about 2 seconds. And Cam, not patient at all. Here he goes.
Yeah, around the outside, that's going to be a big move there from Harrington, and nice and easy as well.
Yeah.
No real defense as such from Stad there. Then the number 71, as we got private label there, up into what is now 5th place. But of course we are, I think, are we waiting for a pit stop ahead? Oh no, we're not actually. That they must have just lost out potentially there with the strategy, because they're about 20 seconds or so behind the teams that they were before. So I think something actually happened there for the number 73.
Yeah, but good job from Connor Harrington. You know, still, like we said before, had a solid result in private leagues and getting a podium, and still within contention. Of course, lost a few spots. They were P2 at a certain point in this race, but still, we have, of course, some of the teams that they have to pit, and I think we're approaching at a level in this race. If we could get later, as now we're looking at Apex Tech Academy and GG Syntech Pro as GG maybe looking on the inside for an overtake, but no, didn't go for that overtake. Just riding the draft, trying to save a little bit of fuel, go for an maybe an overcut, and just being safe on track. But it's good to see private label Team Hype being up on top and doing really good, especially on a high split like this.
Yes, it's great, especially my man Philip Kraus used to be, well, basically when I had a team a few years ago, he used to drive me for a couple of years, and definitely a great guy, and it's been good to watch his progression since leaving my team. The couple of teams that he's gone to since has really improved so much as a driver. And of course, it's not just about him in that private label Team Hype car. They've got loads of good drivers as well, but great to see, especially a friend doing some good racing. But this on screen is the ATRS Academy number 13, Callum Wright at the wheel as it stands, getting one of the GTPs coming up behind them, as that is getting very close. In fact, a couple of the GTPs trying to slide their way through loads of cars at the same point. Bit of contact between two of the cars there coming in, and that's the car just behind as well of the GG Syntech Pro entry as well. So definitely some risks being taken there from the GTPs.
Yeah, and this is the thing that talking with the community, they are not appreciating too much these GTPs, because they have so much aerodynamic and they can come up with so much speed into a corner and hold it with a mechanical grip and a little bit of the aerodynamics, that these dives, they are more dodgy than what you would have in the DP category Daytona prototypes, like back in the old days. So even with the LMP2s, when they actually had the proper speed of what the LMDH used to do, the GTP used to do on iRacing. So I will, of course, it might be just Daytona, but I'm really looking for maybe whenever we go into Sebring, which would be the next IMSA-like event on iRacing, if the scenario would remain the same, you know, with this average of speed, pace, and aerodynamics and mechanical grip, where the GTPs would find themselves into places they could make a dive, but it would be very dangerous.
Yeah, that's a good point. I wonder if on a more tight and twisty track, how the balance of the speed is going to be. Of course, Daytona here, so many straights. GTPs can really just use that extra power, get past the traffic easily, and just overall do the faster lap times than these slower categories. But when we get to an even tighter, twistier track at some points, whether it's in one of the special events or even just in the general schedule, somewhere like Laguna Seca or somewhere really sort of narrow and small, that might be a little bit more difficult, and certainly will have to be a factor if we ever see some LMP2 and GTPs actually fighting for an overall position together.
Yeah, as the cars have to stay on the inside, both Manidi and the Arnage, and you can see Apex Tech trying to do their best. Of course, lost a little bit of ground coming out of the Le Mans chicane, but still it's in the toe. And if there's one thing, I don't know if you agree with me, you might agree with me, that the toe in here on Daytona, if you're around the second, a little bit dodgy coming into the inside right there for Apex Tech. It looks like it's real, like it pulls you in so heavily. It's kind of like you don't even think you can get pulled up whenever you're a second away. But if you go from 1 second to like half a second just on the end of the finish line, or even 4/10 of a second, just by riding that draft, and for me, looking at this, it's uncommon to see this kind of scenario, because the only cars that kind of did this kind of like a pull was the Mazdas, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's a strategic track with the slipstream, you're very right, and it doesn't matter if you're a couple of tenths a lap slower, because you can be pulled along, and that is a big factor really around here. But it's just because of the amount of straight around here, we pretty much use the full length of the actual, obviously the NASCAR oval, and then with the infield corners being added on. So because of that, there's basically 2.5 miles of just dead straight racing, and the just tenth by tenth you'll start closing in. And even if you're a bit slower in the hairpins, you'll just gain it back again before you get to turn 1. So certainly some thinking from the teams can be had to try and maybe follow a slightly faster team and not battle, basically just get pulled along.
Yeah, but the problem is, I think for the LMDH, you cannot do what we would do in the GT3s and LMP2s, where you probably have seen this. If not, you have seen this on tops, but it is quite common for the cars to be bump drafting each other. Yeah, and you start to think GT3s and LMP2 bump drafting each other. Yeah, sure, right. That doesn't happen. Well, it does happen. It exists. We saw this kind of like a few times already. But LMDH, they cannot do that, because if they do that, they put themselves at a large risk of causing some front end damage in the cars, especially on the bottom, on the splitter, and that is enough for you to actually be, I think, worth of losing 10 kph on a straight line. So that's why we're not seeing this work together mentality of being close to one another on the LMDH, like riding draft and all.
Yeah, the damage is definitely a big factor in that, as you say. We've seen teams get sort of 10 kph, which translates to a lot of lap time, because when you spend so much time flat out and your car is just slower, and bear in mind obviously the difference in that sort of like if you were to translate that into sort of power, that's like 100 horsepower or something along the lines of that. It's a lot that you are losing effectively. So then also getting past traffic is more difficult. You're probably using a little bit more fuel as well. The car's probably slightly more unstable in certain places. It's very difficult, though. One bit of bum drafting we are seeing now is this Maniti and Arnage battle. Almost 8 seconds off the lead, so that's why they want to work together. But this number 5 car now has caught up to Maniti there, but diving it down the inside, actually, maybe just back out of it in the end. I thought they were going to be going for that second place, but no, just keeping it in third for now.
Yeah, just trying to ride the draft of one another and like try to work together. I think because they want to try to get as close as possible to Mala, but the thing, Mala is doing a phenomenal job on that BMW, and I'm gonna be very honest with you, talking about the BMW over here. If you had told me that the BMW had any shot in this race of being a top tier car that could fight, I would say no, impossible. I think the BMW is gonna be straight to the bin and just kind of like pack your bags and go home. I think been proven otherwise. Just the fact that you have a BMW and 2 BMWs on the top 3. And they're doing their best, even though the Audi is a really good car. Came back with the VOP whenever it was announced, and is now trying to get closer to Mala. But Mala's, I don't know what they're done with their setup, but and the drivers working all, and we've touched this before many times already. But we gotta give him props to open up a 8-second gap and be fast and be consistent and be, of course, maybe a lapse less in terms of fuel in comparison to these 2 cars, but still within contention to maybe win this race.
Yeah, it's very nice. And I was just looking at the last laps. The top 3 are definitely the fastest 3 cars out on the track as well. The only last up VG Racing Esport down in 10th place. We're sort of near their time. We're looking at sort of mid 44s, although actually there was a bit of a lap time loss on the one we just did. Marla with a 44.1, and these 2 drivers on screen as a 44.8, so 7/10 loss, even with a bit of pushing as well. But that just shows you how things can swing around. So yeah, Marla doing a great job in that number 11 machine. And this is really, of course, a point in the race as we've gone into the final 21 hours, so 3 hours down, and the Daytona at 24. So still a lot of time, but this is the point of the race where you need to sort of consolidate those gaps, as we were mentioning earlier, and not let them get too out of hand before we get to the halfway stage.
Yeah, and we're also starting to see a little bit of a Nightfall, which I wanted to talk about this as well. By the way, our producer Rafael Sanki doing the camera work for us, and with the cameras also brought by Dogi Beer. If we could get some idea on how the track condition is, because we're starting to get on within the Nightfall, and one interesting fact is this event has the longest night period of all, more than Nürburgring, more than Spa, because they're run in the spring and summer. So you have the longer night, and thus you have the colder weather conditions. So it is more doable for you to do double stints in this car, because so far what we've seen as a standard is just single stints. I'm wondering, whenever this track gets around maybe between 24 to 18 degrees, we're going to be seeing some of these double stints maybe coming in from the GT3s or even LMDH as well.
Yes, a unique factor of having a 24-hour race in January, and of course first race of the IMSA schedule for the year as well. Great way to start the season, definitely is. We're getting a run here from the Wave Italy racing car. SimCity Racing trying to use a bit of the slipstream from the GTs, trying to break everything that they can, but coming up towards the line is the Wave Italy car going to be getting a run towards the inside, maybe diving it, no, not quite close enough, maybe just saving a little bit, dropping back as we got towards the end. But the number 71 car holding on to that position, which is currently for 6th place. We did see the SimCity car batting a little bit higher earlier on, but just dropping down at this point of the race.
Yeah, and and like I said, despite the drop off still within the lead lap, so everybody's still open to a lot of things. And since we got more than 20 hours remaining in this race, 20 hours is a lifetime, so a lot of things can develop, especially when we go off air. We're gonna be just coming back for the final 6 hours, and a lot can develop in. Now doing my mathematics over here, you extract 20 from 60, 14 hours. All right, my mathematics is still solid, somewhat, some way. I didn't feel 5th grade. So a lot can develop in 14 hours, especially with the night coming, and you have now. Also, another interesting fact, I think this is the only event where you have artificial lightning covering the majority or not, the majority of the track, if not all the track.
Yes, I believe it's slightly reduced on the infield hairpins of Sector 1, but definitely, yeah, the rest of the track is completely lit up, as you would expect. So that is a different factor as well. Sometimes when you go to somewhere like the Nordschleife to have a 24-hour race, and it's absolutely pitch black apart from your headlights, is a very different vibe. As to what you get around here. It's very, I was about to say bright, but not really bright, but there's a lot more things to stimulate your vision, whereas it's very tunnel visioned around somewhere like Nordschleife, so that just changes the way you approach this race. But as you're mentioning, having such a long night here as well definitely is something to potentially think for the drivers, because there are some people who prefer driving at night when in some ways there's a lot more distractions in your vision.
Yeah, and you don't have to be mindful about the sun. I think the only thing you probably would be mindful of that might be an annoying factor is the car is the car horn, aka the blinkers. Like whenever you put the headlight, the headlight blinking, which is basically the universal signal of move out of my way.
Yeah.
We have another way of saying this, but we have to keep it PG. But except from that, it's much more, I think, eye pleasing, because you don't drive with the lightness and everything. It's kind of like driving on dark mode. Everybody prefers the dark mode because it is more pleasing for the eyesight. So I think that's why it is for some of the drivers easier to drive on the night instead of the day.
Yeah, it's for me, it's really just the distraction factor. You can be so much more focused on, because you can only see the bit of road and the bit of tarmac in front of you, so that's literally the only thing that you can focus on. But you do have to keep in the back of your mind the brake marker boards and that sort of thing that may not be lit up, and your references might change a little bit. And that, of course, is right at the time where you're tired as well. Once it gets into the night and tiredness starts kicking in, of course, this race didn't start till about lunchtime as well. So it's not just a 24-hour race. For a lot of the team members, it's more like a 36-hour race in terms of the amount of time that you're actually awake and thinking about this race. And that is another reason why it can be so difficult, as, of course, we're getting some more fights again and some more traffic as you're coming through NASCAR 2 there. Great to see all the different categories finding their place on the track.
I'm just wondering if that battle is for position, because we just saw the private label team high pass by a few cars, also the Sabelt car as well in there, and a few LMP2s. Going around the track. Just really interesting development between Sabelt and Ego Racing Team, Andrea Abadi versus Francis McGinn. Going into turn number 1, I don't know if Andrea might look for that dive. There's no room for that dive, let's be honest. So relegated to become the passenger of the draft one more time, as another LMP joins the fray, but I think that is a faster car.
Yeah, so that's the red car is actually a lap down there, so they weren't So they weren't involved in that one. So it is the number 4 car there, a little bit further behind, as you say, of Ego Racing, who are coming onto the back of the Sabout Esports car. So this is Andrea Abati versus Francis McGinn there in the 2 cars on the screen. You've got the yellow and black car and then the white and black car as well. And this is currently for 3rd place. And they are actually, they're not too far behind Pure Sims. Pure Sims are only about 7-8 seconds up the road. So if they can sort of work together in some way, or just not have the biggest battle here, they do still have an outside chance of catching up to the lead of this race at some point.
Yeah, but I think they would have to do like 36 flats around the track and see how they would fare off against the other teams as they come into the Le Mans chicane. And see if they probably would be within contention as they're about to overlap the leading GTD car and the Mala Racing team. So it would take an effort, because right now whoever's on the 36 is basically the Shaco team, which Sueli is driving, and Chris McGrath. Everybody else also the 36, but maybe within clean air as they go 3 abreast into the start finish line.
And there goes the number 4. They're actually braking a little bit earlier than I thought. The 15 almost had a go back at them. As we're seeing also, that was the 71. And then the red wave Italy car go through, which was that battle we were looking a bit earlier at P6 in the GTP category. But the number 4 there making a nice move into turn number 1. And they'll be really enjoying that one because now they can set off up the road and try and make some further positions. Interesting that Sabout didn't sort of defend that, but I think that is just what we were saying about not losing or trying not to lose any extra time to the leading pair as it stands.
Yeah, not only that, you cannot... in here, basically, the name of the game is only one, right? The draft game. You need to be within the draft game. You need to play the draft game like you know the rules in the back of your head. And so if you lose that draft, it's hard for you to conquer it back, you know, especially with these maybe on lower splits it is a little bit easy, but on higher splits it requires a little bit more of a luck factor for you to actually be close and try to make those gaps work for you as they go into the Le Mans chicane. A little bit of a bobble from that Ego car, but still kept on straight on the exit of the Le Mans, and you thought that he would break away. No, you're gonna think wrongly, because that gap is gonna come down quite quickly, as now we're looking at SimCity and Wave Italy again, battle for P6.
Indeed, getting within 4/10 as well, so the number 10 machine getting closer and closer to this battle. As we've mentioned, we've sort of seen SimCity drop down over the course of the last half hour or so that we have been really just focusing on them since the last round of pit stops, if I'm not mistaken, and they are slowly sort of losing, not necessarily losing ground to the car ahead of the Maniti Racing, but they're losing ground to the podium battle slowly but surely, as we are seeing that the podium, which is currently Trans-Tasman, Delta Sport and Team SKR, and these teams obviously just slowly losing the way. They are still about 4 seconds off the Maniti car in front, which is only another 4 seconds off Private Label though, if they can catch up.
Yeah, solid strategy by everyone as we look at Antoine Blankers coming around the Le Mans chicane, and how that LMDH takes this. It's kind of like he doesn't take any recognition whatsoever from the Le Mans chicane. Like, you're a puny individual, and like, get out of my sight, and it goes away. It's just phenomenal to see these LMDHs around the track. I still haven't looked at the videos from Roar though, man. I'm trying to keep myself as quiet as I can so I don't get any spoilers. But anyway, as we're still looking at that, a little bit of a wiggle from what it looked like, but still kept it on track, as it has a relatively good distance, around 3 seconds and something to that P6 battle we just saw on screen.
Yeah, looking pretty nice as it stands for this number 8 machine. And as you say, Blankers, they're using the curbs very nicely in the Le Mans chicane. These cars just have so much ability, especially in the high-speed corners, with the amount of aero that they have on them and still very fast cars indeed. And I believe just behind that on the lap we're just on, we saw quite a few cars coming out of the pit lane, but I didn't quite see exactly who it was. But certainly there was quite a few drivers there, and we are obviously coming around to, slowly but surely, coming around to the next round of pit stops for the prototypes as well. 25 lap stints we're looking at least for the GTPs, and we're on about lap 20 to 22, depending on their pit stop cycle.
Yeah, well, I think we're the first ones we're going to see might be the Sin City Racing, maybe Axiom in Apex Tech Racing on the number 9, coming into the pit stop, which are P8 and P9 respectively, and then SimCity and P6, where we're seeing that battle. The leaders we should see maybe in the next 3 or 4 laps, because there are 21 laps within their stint. But still, we should also be seeing that for the LMPs too, the LMP2s as well. And I would say the next 5 laps average, we should be seeing them coming to the pit stop and doing their service too.
Yeah, definitely looks like that. And I think a little bit earlier we were mentioning private label dropping down, and actually, yeah, looking at their the previous pit stop, they were about 40 seconds slower, which is how they lost a lot of that gap.
Oh no!
Unfortunately, so they've obviously had some extra time at their previous pit stop.
Joshua Chin, if you're in the YouTube chat, please don't tell me that Connor got a speedy on the pit lane or an unsafe pit entry penalty, because that's the only explanation I have on the top of my head, that you can spend 1 minute and 11 on the pit box.
Yeah, that's a good shout there. To be honest, everyone else is around 32 seconds, and they were 1 minute and 11 seconds. So yeah, certainly some difficulties going on. And yeah, you might be right, because we were mentioning earlier just how difficult the pit entry is here. It's so open.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate for them to see that those problems on the pit lane, and then again, it's private label team hype and pit stop fumbles. I hope it isn't that. It is something else, but then again, if it comes out, it damages them a little bit on the short run. Maybe long run they can still come back and be contending for top spots, but a little bit of a down moment for the American team. Wonder if Tommy's actually gonna drive, because we know that private label team hype has a co-ownership with Tommy Milner. Wondering if the Corvette driver has a rig at the Daytona Speedway, so he can actually try to take advantage of it. Not just do the real part, but also the virtual as well.
Yeah, so it looks like that the entry for them is Connor Harrington, Jason Bruffy, Philip Kraus, and Joshua Chin there as well for that entry. So it doesn't look like, as you say, Milner in the car. But certainly a good driver nevertheless, as we are looking for this battle in the LMP2s as it stands. And of course, a pretty important battle. 5th place, TNT Racing LMP2, with Lindsay still at the wheel and Callum Wright behind in the number 13, as these guys try and have a nice battle there to get themselves in towards the top 5. They do have a gap ahead though of 17 seconds, so quite a long way. So that is why this battle is quite important for them.
And we might be seeing some pit stops over here soon, if not now, as this is going to get interesting for everybody, and maybe some driver swaps coming into the way.
Yeah, we're getting very close to the sunset as well, as we're seeing Burton there on your screen, the number 77 machine. The car behind is not for position, as you can see in the tower. Hubin is 9 seconds back. So some lapped traffic behind, actually trying to maybe overtake. Can't quite see, is that the 33 potentially? Can't quite see exactly the car number of that one. But trying to come back, come up of the trying to come up and go past the race leader. And for Burton, not necessarily a bad thing to let the drivers through. Actually, it might be the 23, which is IGL Coatings e-racing.
Yeah, just coming back really quickly. Apparently, the way that Joshua Chin reacted, yeah, I cursed their team again. Josh, just let me just tell you something. One, this is not Road America. Two, just because I'm commentating doesn't mean that your team has to fumble on the pit stop again. Come on, you should know better. But yeah, it's gonna be good for Burton. Maybe. I don't think he's going to be able to save a lap though, but he might be able to save a bit of fuel that he doesn't have to fulfill his car, and maybe save maybe I would say about 2 to 3 tenths whenever you're pit stopping in the pit lane.
Yeah, might have to get interesting with the strategy as we come back to some battles once again in the LMP2s, as there is the private label Team Hypecar trying to come back, still in that 4th place, but of course losing quite a bit of time at the previous pit stop, as we are seeing the battle there for 24th overall. NB esports team there, and they have Team Buster not too far behind, about half a second there for those 2 cars, as there's also one of the Mercedes AMGs there just getting in the way as such, as we come out onto the banking once again.
Yeah, and coming to this Team Busta team, which is I was actually looking, just wondering who's actually driving that car. Let me just take a quick glance. I think that is that was Shaheen Rafael Batella Abziz, but then again, I think that might have been a driver's swap. But anyway, if I remember, they were trying to do maybe some homage to one of the sim racers, and they're trying to do their best around the car, but going here with 20 hours and 32 hours, we see now Madison down coming into the car. So Jake Byrne finally yielding the car to someone. So he's a marathon man, but showed up not to go 4 hours all the way.
And that's an interesting one, because I believe that's 5 stints completed, which is interesting. Of course, when you're double stinting, you don't have to end up with even stints, but sometimes that is just what ends up happening anyway. But interesting, 5 stints there for Burton to open up the race for the number 77. Obviously not going to be coming out in the lead, as they're one of the earlier ones to pit, but once everyone else comes out, we will then see how Madison Down is in terms of pace. Jake Burton did an awesome job there. Was not leading the race at the beginning, but managed to get himself up and his team. So let's see how this one continues. As got the 99 here, Delta Sport, they were leading the race, of course, at one point. But Roder, who's in the car at this moment, spun it on the in lap of one of the pit stops and lost some time with that. Are they going to be coming in this time around? No, they're going to be, yes, late entry there to the pit lane. Don't get a speeding penalty, though, as we saw earlier.
Yeah, as also we're seeing a Team Hoiseville coming to the pit stop, looking at Team SKR as well. Doing their pit stop, Gilles Hubon might give the car to someone else. Who knows? We'll know in a little bit.
Yeah, definitely the next round of pit stop for these teams. And of course, we see is that private label also coming in, Maniti in the background as well. And then even some more cars coming in, so Trans-Tasman should regain the lead, but definitely this is the roughly the time. So it's approximately 40 minutes ish, just over 40 minutes, including the pit stop times for every stint. And of course, when we get a bit further, a lot further into the race, the teams are having to work out things like that. There's the number 1 car again of the AMG, as that is 3rd place as it stands, but is Down's going to come out, so he's actually a bit close there with Team SKR on the pit exit. Madison Down not having the best first lap there, obviously getting in the car, trying to get up to speed, and now we have a battle for the lead.
Yeah, we have a good battle for the lead, but I'm wondering how aggressive Madison is going to be over here, because whenever you get these car with cold tires, it can violently react towards you. So let's see what the Shilo is going to do against Madison. A really good battle over here. Just looking at the pit stop, 3 seconds faster was the Team SKR on the stop comparison to the Trans-Tasman Racing.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I wonder if that's something to do with the amount of fuel. Maybe there was some fuel left in the tank still. Maybe they had like 0.7 of a lap, so not enough to do an extra lap, but obviously enough to save a little bit of time. Maybe we'll have to see. Maybe Madison didn't quite get out of the box once getting into the car, but either way, it certainly closed up this battle, which is what we like to see, as we're coming up to 3.5 hours into the race, and the race lead is once again in jeopardy there. Hubin going towards the outside in that number 44 machine, then cutting back towards the inside. Is there going to be any sort of dive? No, not. Yes, maybe a bit close. Almost a bit of contact between the two as well into number 1. So Hubin definitely going for this one.
Yeah, pulling no punches whatsoever is Gilles Hubin car, as they are right behind the Team Fordzilla. Just whoever's driving the Team Fordzilla, I don't know if it is our good buddy Will Chadwick. Yeah, just moving out of the way, doesn't want to anything with it, as the gap's still close between both of them, as I think Stabler is about 8/10 to 7/10 of a second after that small issue from SKR coming into turn number 1.
And Down definitely enjoying those extra few tenths gap now, as we really are getting towards the sunset period of the race. But let's get a replay to see this pit exit there. There's the number 44 coming out and is actually very close. Indeed, the 77 having to get past that Mercedes through turn 2, then into the International Horseshoe, just holding on to that by a tenth or two, and that just shows you how important a couple of tenths are in racing, because if Trans-Tasman were slightly further back, that would have been a bigger battle, or maybe even losing the lead.
I would say if the pit stop was around 31 flat, maybe SKR probably would have taken the lead, because they got really fast out of the pit lane. That was really good, but the thing is, it doesn't get grip. Here we go.
Yeah, number 44 there to the inside this time around. Second lap of asking, and Hubin goes towards the front as Team SKR lead split 2 here at the Daytona 24. Another one to lead the race. They've been slowly but surely working their way up the field, and as it stands are leading the race with about 3.5 hours done. But certainly a nice clean move there up the inside, and no real defence from Madison Down.
Yeah, which Madison tried to just stay on the outside, kind of gave room to Gilles go to make that dive on the inside. Don't want to lose a lot of time. That's pretty much what they want to do, you know, try to minimize the time loss during overtakes. They know that there is a danger in Timo Rurda in the Delta Sport GTP car about 7 seconds back. So if they battle too much, it kind of opens up the field for Delta Sport to start believing, oh, we can get that lead again. So let's go for it. So smart, big brain, smart move from the number 77 to stay back, just ride the draft a little bit. Of course, broken away because of traffic, but still within top 3.
Absolutely, still not a bad position to be in. And how the gaps are spreading out, they're already 35 seconds ahead of Private Label in 4th place. So the top 3 are sort of covered by 10 seconds, and there's some quite big gaps opening up behind. So, and even only 9 cars left now on the lead lap as well. So definitely, yeah, definitely a interesting point of this race. As we jump back in the GTPs to this P8 battle, ATRS and Wave Italy now batting their Wave Italy, almost pushing them out of NASCAR 2 up towards the Le Mans chicane, but not going for an overtake just yet.
Just wondering if that those LMPs are actually going to play any factors in terms of battling for these 2 cars, as we're looking towards the Wave Italy riding the draft of the LMPs. And yeah, that might become a factor, you know, as one of the LMPs dives into the pit lane, the other one remains into the track.
And I mean, you can see that actually the overspeed on the LMP2s isn't crazy. I mean, it really took most of the front straightaway there for Anello to get past. Actually, that's a bit of a run out of turn 1 through the kinks of turn number 2 in towards the International Horseshoe, towards the outside. That could open up a bit of a switch back here if the car ahead of ATRS is not too careful, but Wavisi not able to make up that move now towards the Western Horseshoe and the kink before it, the number 9, number 10 going almost touching each other in towards the braking zone. But as it stands, Anello there needs to try and find a way past.
But I think he's trying way too much, you know, trying to push that car a little bit more than probably I would have done that pushing. So let's look now. I think they're gonna get a little bit more clear traffic out of the coming into the oval, and now Agnello might have some room to fight after the bus stop, depending how close he is. But you were saying about the speed difference. Like I said before, the speed difference is marginal on the straight. I think, like I said, the LMP2 does about 310, 312. This does about 326 on the straight. So it's a very marginal difference. It takes a little bit of the LMPH of that GTP car to make that overtake.
But then you look at them going past that Maniti GTD, and that is definitely some pace difference in these. But Karakoulis here in the number 9 car coming towards the line to complete another lap, and almost exactly 20.5 hours left in the race, and we are getting the battles continue, which is what we like to see, as this is currently for 8th position, going past another one of the Audis there, and just behind Dario Agnello is getting very close to the Biela car there in the International Horseshoe.
More than probably he should have gone. I don't know. It's like those risky moves for you to try to cut down the difference. That I personally don't like that too much. You know, you're playing with very big risks and thinking that you're gonna get big gains in terms of time, but you're actually, I don't know. You're not. You might lose, sure, maybe 3/10 on a curve, but you're still riding the draft. You're probably gonna catch that back. So. I don't know. Then again, it is just me and some of the dodgies and overlaps that some of the faster cars try to do, and the trauma of seeing some of the leagues and some of the moves done by faster cars that might got into me. It's kind of like diving PTSD from faster cars I probably have created on the back of my head.
Yeah, there's always this wonderful sort of argument as such between the prototypes and the GTs, of course, with how traffic works, and in general, of course, it is the responsibility of the faster classes to get past safely, but at the same time they need to take risks for their own race. They're still battling for their positions, so it can always get a little bit dicey here and now, and sometimes when you get a couple of egos maybe fighting against each other who don't want to give a millimeter of room extra, issues can always happen. As we jump back to this battle for P10 as our team Huizinveld trying to get there on the back as well by the undercut silver car, who are currently of course in the final place of the top 10, and realistically out of a field of sort of 17 or 20 cars, you want to be getting in that top 10, which is why this position in particular is so important.
Yeah. And let's see what Team Huizinveld is going to do. Running some different liveries that you probably would see from the Huizinveld brand, but it's just how the spec works and everything. So Huizinveld on the back wing, probably going to put that overtake on turn number 1, but no. Huizinveld just lifting the gas a little bit, saving that fuel. So Sven Glatzel playing that fuel game, like I said before. Still fuel game, I would say, until we actually end this broadcast, and then I think can get a little bit more aggressive, but they're still trying to cut down as much as they can in a possible late race pit stop and get some time loss.
Yeah, especially in a race like this where you know there's not going to be any cautions or anything like that to close the field back up, one of the biggest things that you can do for your race is by going the extra lap, and of course that snowballs out of the race, because if you save obviously 1 lap in the first stint, then another lap in the second stint, your delta's then 2, and then you do it again, and then it's 3, and then 4, and then 5, and so on. And when the stint is only 25 laps long, if you start getting to like a 5-lap differential towards the middle of the race, that can really be quite a big factor with how the everything sort of works out, and of course with the traffic as well. And then just where you are at certain points of the track with lower fuel. So certainly it's definitely a game to do, and sometimes it can be a bit smarter to do that, as we've seen the number 48 machine just lose a little bit of time though in the middle part of this lap.
Yeah, but still right in the draft. I think there's one LMP right in front of them as they're gonna cross the start-finish line, and Undercut, a really good up-and-coming team. You know, I think Undercut developed a really solid talent on these last 2 years. I've been covering them on open wheelers and all, and it's good to see them come up and show up a really solid lineup that is putting up a really good performance over here. Of course, not a winning performance, but it has to be respected nevertheless. A top 10 on a second split, and showing that their drivers do match a pace from what I'm looking like over here in comparison to the leaders.
Absolutely, doing a nice job, of course, in Split 2 as well. Out of the many splits for this Daytona race, so certainly at a very high level.
You know how many splits?
I didn't go and count, but I was scrolling
42.
a while on a page. Yeah, that's great, to be honest, especially as you take into consideration that each team as well has 3, 4, 5 drivers.
Yep.
So if you work out the amount of drivers that are involved in that, I mean, it's pretty crazy, and that's one of the reasons why it's one of the if not the biggest race of the year, to be honest.
Yeah, it's always the one with the biggest engagement from the public, and I'm just saying this. There is 42 splits on this time slot because there is the 4 p.m. time slot, which just opened up. The 4 p.m. time slot just opened up for those who had a very bad start. My team split 3 had a very bad start. They're probably going to do this split as well. Just trying to get a little bit of fun. They're driving like top end machines at their sponsor for free, but of course those who also had to take the opportunity. Oh, we died at the start. Oh, there's a 4 p.m. split. We had also the 4 a.m. split, which is usually the American split. So we had about more than 10 splits in there as well. So a lot of the engagement out of the sim racers, and it's always good to see. You know, this being the forefront event, that the first one is always causing big impressions towards everybody, and it is an event that always brings something new. Like last year we had the GT3s instead of the GTs, and 2 classes instead of 3. So always, and also I think the new iteration of the track as well. So it's always something that is enticing to the public, that it makes them want to come and try out this thing called iRacing and see what is the fuss about it.
Well, yeah, it's the first one of the year, and it's really what all the hype over the sort of Christmas period builds up to, because everyone knows it's coming. And as you say, often there's new cars or new categories or new rules that come into that, and this is the first time that it's being used. And not only is it one of the special events, but it's a 24-hour as well, which just adds even more difficulty to that, and that is I think one reason why it ends up being so popular. As you say, there's just so many different variables coming into this race. It's often hard to predict who is going to come out on top, and especially with what we've seen in recent sort of weeks as well. There's been a lot of driver changes and everything like that. A lot of teams and drivers moving around, and then for instance, there's a few teams here that you might expect to be here, but then maybe they don't have drivers, maybe they do, maybe they're focusing on other things. There's a lot of things happening at this time of year.
Yeah, it's funny, and we haven't brought this up. It's kind of like the silly seasons of sorts, and I think for sim racing, and of course we're seeing new additions. For example, I think this might be one of the first outings for Ascari Rene for of course Mala, but then again, Mala is kind of like a project that was from BS competition, then became a little bit of the Williams, but I think it became now BS competition again. So he has the BS competition drivers. You have Manidi with a few additions as well. Pure Sims, I think, had some additions. Delta Sport maybe. So even I think Top Split has more additions with new drivers coming in for their teams. So I think we are finally seeing something that because of external factors, not just in iRacing, that I think we're finally getting something that we normally see only in F1. Right, drivers moving up and down and making these interesting changes and making the market very hot for everybody.
Yeah, it's going in the right direction. Let's say in that sort of regard, and certainly more, I guess, professionalism coming into the world of it, and even at a more public events like this, you still end up getting the top teams bringing out their drivers to try and get the victory, and every split matters to the drivers that are in it. And you speak to anyone, it doesn't really matter where you are up and down the 42 splits. Even if you're in split 35, if you are fighting for the lead in that category, you really care about that result and want to do well, and that is one of the reasons why it's so cool to have such a rating system where you can get a split that has drivers of a similar ability.
Yeah, and for example, we were seeing, I think Peter and Zach were commentating on, for example, Gustavo Ariel driving the split, right? Driver with, I think today he's the second highest I-rated driver, the Brazilian, in iRacing, and driving split number 2. Of course, driving with his teammates, driving with his friends. And talking about the car, their Semsoy, the TK, the Shaco Racing by TK. Swelio now out of the car. DJ Simpson is in the car, as still looking at a few things around the track. As we just saw the Apex Tech make a move, the number 13, I think that was for position on the TNT Racing, what it looks like. So Callum Wright just going to 1 up on Medema.
Absolutely, for 5th place as well. We saw this. We were saying this battle earlier. They've got some quite big gaps around them, so it's quite an important one as they come up towards turn 1. But let's get a nice look at that one. This is not always somewhere where you see a move actually into the Le Mans chicane, but loads of overspeed there from Callum Wright, and absolutely no defence really from Medema and Medema in that TNT entry. And looking at where they are, actually they are quite close to the car ahead. The car ahead. No, they're not. Sorry, I misread. 20 seconds is the gap. I was right. It was quite a big gap, so that's why this battle is quite important for them, because they obviously, this is really the only cars around them on the track.
Yeah, but it's still always something to cover as we look at Mivano. Getting a few spots up because of what it looks like there might be a few cars spinning, as Apex X make a mistake and might leave the door open for Mivano to make a move.
Absolutely, coming towards the international horseshoe, and a very close battle indeed for these positions. ATRS number 1 car and SRC Movano Corsa fighting their way through the middle section of this lap. And definitely an important battle for these guys in their own category P6 in class as it stands, as they get the race leader Hubin just diving down the inside of the Western Horseshoe. And of course in the GT3 slightly more momentum based style racing, so these corners in particular, turn 6, turn 7 out on towards NASCAR 1 and 2, they are so important to carry that speed and not lose every sort of 1/10 of a second down the straight.
Yeah, which is always important to see, as both following each other. You can look right behind the frame. There is the Bila car. So the one thing they really want to find themselves is battling against one another. Yuki Furuya, the Japanese driver, I think he's one of the additions on this GT3 lineup. Was, if I remember correctly, from Ronin Simsport a few seasons ago, taking over the car and did a really good job with that Porsche, which. On paper, before the BOP came, would be the car of choice coming over here, but now because of the BOP, kind of like relegated a little bit to what people would say second tier. But here he comes, made a little bit of bump draft. There you go, bump drafting the Mercedes, lifting off the gas. They're going to remain more and more lap and playing the fuel game.
Absolutely, fuel game is an important factor, especially around this track, as we mentioned, and sometimes it's better to not directly battle the car ahead. You have to choose your moments. You can't have heated wheel-to-wheel battles for the full races. There's a little bit awkward there. One of the GTPs coming past, and two of them, in fact, around the outside of the kink. And that's why you need to look in your mirrors. You saw the number 1 car there just pulling to the left for a little bit of self-preservation to not get absolutely ruined by those BMWs. But certainly a nice battle forming here for what is now 4th position, I believe.
Yeah, I think this is net. This is 5th position, but might be net 4 depending on circumstances, because they made some pit stops not too long ago. So it's going to be interesting. But they're far back from the Sabel car, which is actually in P4 in class. But so in this race, for the time being, good battle, and whoever's on the Vila car trying to do their best to get closer, but just cannot get closer just because of this draft. And oh, did Apex get a slow down there? It doesn't look like it. Just rode with luck despite getting an off track.
And here is SRC Movano Corsa coming up around NASCAR 4 once again. Are they going to continue pushing? Although actually back towards the front, we've got some battles here. Is that down? Just losing another position to the 99 Roder, getting up into 2nd place. So that's 77 since Madison Down has got in car, has lost 2 positions from the 44 and now the 99 as well. So definitely slightly slower than Jake Burton, but that is of course just how team play has to do. And in towards turn number 1, you see their Roder all the way around the outside and making that position stick.
And Madison not fighting too much, but then again, this is I really wanted to try to see if you have that information. I really wanted to try to catch the maybe the last 5-6 laps from Madison Down, if he's not being able to put the hammer down on the car appropriately, or just trying to go on a alternate strategy to try to save fuel. Of course, let Team SKR go and do their own thing. And we're now going to play that fuel game because we just spent too much time in the lead, and now I think we might have to put ourselves on the back foot, ride someone else's draft, and try to work that with that fuel strategy appropriately.
Indeed, and we come back to this battle once again. Wavity still there behind the number 9 of ATRS Racing, the number 9 and number 10 batting for now 8th position as it stands, just half a second between them approximately as we come out onto the straights once again, as they have been in this formation for quite a while now. Wave Italy maybe not having quite the same top speed potentially. I'm not sure, they just haven't been able to overtake cars too much when we've seen them on the screen. And of course for a fairly decent place as well, they are looking out for. They've got 6 seconds to the car ahead, but they have 55 seconds to the car behind, so they are also in a little bit of a two-way battle on their own.
Yeah, not just that, as they're breaking away from the Belt car and also from the Team Ford Zilla. Of course, those 2 cars in GTD is not for position, as they're both far back in the field. Sabelt is within the lead lap, but Will is a few laps back. As looking on the time screen, apparently Movano is pitting. So I think the only car is still yet to pit, the VG Racing Esports, with Lucas Dalgard in P3 remaining on the track, as still on this battle in the LMPH. Can I bring an attention to something real quick that I think Joshua Chin put up on our YouTube chat? Apparently there is some the left rear of the Madison Downs car is slightly bent, and that affects quite a lot the drag of the car going around some of this the turn, especially on the straight as well. If we can take a look on that later, see what happens.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense actually, as to why that car has started to start to go backwards just a little bit, because as you're mentioning, if there's any sort of damage like that, you're going flat out in a straight line, but the car is just not going the same speed anymore, and that is a very frustrating situation for sure. But I wonder how that damage got there, because I don't remember seeing anything from that car, but of course traffic is the way it is around here. But we're coming to this battle now for P10, P11 in the GTDs, as we're seeing Arnage competition in the number 100 now, just a couple of tenths behind SRC Movano Corsa.
Yeah, and of course this is an interesting battle, but I think I know why. Remember when we saw the pan of the camera from the SKR was just too close up to the point I think they made contact. That could have been it.
Oh yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, that's true. That is true. Forgot about that one. You mean coming to turn 1? Yeah, potentially. There was definitely some cars going inside. As Arnage there, diving down the inside there, in towards the Moshkade. Actually, not really diving out the way because the number 91 definitely just helped that position go through, and that is now up into 10th place. In the GTD category. Unfortunately for them, that is pretty much almost a fight for last, because the only car behind them, I believe, is Will Chadwick in Team Fordzilla, who is now currently in the pit lane, and Tom Burns has got inside that car.
Yeah. I wonder what Will must be going through right now. You know, the frustration of, you know, kind of like racing on his own and trying to do his best for the team and all. As now that Tom is getting to the car, I really want to get the brains on Will. If we could come into the broadcast booth as looking Gilles Hubin is still dominating in the GTP still, but understand what is going on into the world of Will Chadwick.
Yeah, of course, as mentioned earlier, as I'm sure everyone knows as well, commentator on RaceSpot, but very fast driver and in a good team as well, like Fordzilla. Just a shame to have some issues in so early on in a 24-hour race, because some people say, oh, you know, if you have issues on lap 1, you can come back from it, but once you go a couple of laps down, you seem to remain a couple of laps down, unless other people have some issues, as we're seeing Timo Roder hit. Second place, 14 seconds off Team SKR. SKR have really just put the hammer down in this stint, and Gilles Hubin has created such a big gap up towards the front, and really just starting to take control of this race as we end the 4th hour very shortly.
Yeah, I was gonna mention last lap. I don't know if you got the same thing as I do on the timing screen. 32-1 for Gilles Hubin. So they're putting in a clinic right now. The only car who's just as fast as them into this track right now is the private label Team Hype and also Maniti car. The Maniti car did a 32-2, while the Connor was actually only 0.009 of a second slower on the last lap in comparison to the number 44, but still 19 seconds abreast from that Trans-Tasman car, which is getting closer. I wouldn't be surprised if Madison, if it still has that damage accrued in this car, he might lose the position to Connor. Of course, not on this stint, but maybe the next stint or two, if they don't get that fixed as soon as possible.
Yeah, the time will just start slipping away if that damage isn't fixed. You are very correct about that, and that's definitely something they need to look at the next pit stop if they want to do something about that. But of course, we've seen with the other damage repairs, you just lose so much time, as we're seeing Chris McGarth here in the 616 Pure Sims Esports car, currently second place in the LMP2 standings, only 2 seconds of the Texaco Racing, who have been leading the car for so long now, and behind them as well by another 2 seconds is Ego Racing. So it's really looking towards a three-way-ish sort of battle at the front of the LMP2s. They're not quite close enough at this moment to properly battle, but they are close enough if some traffic comes into play.
Yeah, now Chris is on a full push mode on that car and doing some really solid laps. David still trying to do a really solid job on the car, but from what it looks like, he's slightly slower, about average half a second to 4/10 of a second per lap, which gives Pure Sims some hopes that it can get close, and you can see him with the graph pushing the car to the very limit of what the grip can give you, and he needs to push that car quite quickly, because not far behind. For instance, again, 2 seconds away as well. So whenever the 616 maybe gets closer within the drafting range, if I'm Chris McGrath, I would go for that move and try to break himself a little bit, because you really don't want to try to yourself waste 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 laps trying to overtake someone and then allow a 2-car battle become a 3-car battle, and everything gets convoluted for the lead of the LMPs.
And also, they're a little bit further away, but Sabel Esports in 4th place at number 15. They're only about 5 or 6 seconds behind as well. So really, it's about 10 seconds for the top 4 in the LMP2 category after almost 4 hours of racing. It's amazing to see just how close all of these teams have stayed. But of course, it's ever changing with how everything works out. But that is the number 6 car on your screens, the yellow and sort of purpley blue car coming out onto the back straight and still leading now by about 3 seconds actually, so they gained a few tenths on the previous lap.
But let me just put an asterisk on this for Sabelt. Just looking at the laps here. Pure Sims is on 19 laps, so 3 lap difference in terms of fuel. It's quite considerate, but it's recoverable. 5 seconds though, 5 laps though for Sabelt. Of course, 10 seconds and all, sure. But you start to get it on the margin that 5 seconds, you put a question mark that this might become questionable if you can actually close down those seconds and kind of like pair yourself to the other teams in terms of fuel at the latter portions of the race.
Absolutely, it's definitely also that point of the race where they're going to be looking at the little margins like that. But we're just seeing this 616 just so close there, actually catching up half a second there in the final sector. And as you see some of these BMWs come past, that is always an opportunity for the gaps, I should say, to close down or even extend, as we have been in this sunset phase for quite a while. But I think the sun is finally going behind the high banks here at Daytona, and very soon we will be going into the night, and that is where, of course, things can happen and change very quickly.
Yeah. And 2.3, just taking a quick glance. All right, PJ looks like Simpson was actually slightly faster on the previous lap, but 2/10. But then again, it's that traffic thing that always goes up and down. You mentioned this before, Kim, and again, we cannot still see if this is actually going to stick. Whenever Chris McGrath comes into the pit stop, might land the car into someone else. You might have that information. Who's actually driving that Pure Sims car? Or who's slotted to drive the Pure Sims car? As I might have lost contact with Cameron a little bit. Of course, Cameron's still going to be back. He's alive, ladies and gentlemen, but we're gonna get to Cameron shortly here on comms. All right. But with that being said, it's gonna be an interesting one if that gap is actually gonna truly come down to something that is gonna be workable within the draft. As looking at Pure Sims, you see Arnage right in front. As I think I have Cameron back with me, and McGrath still pushing that car here, Cam, and soon, and I'm thinking really soon, maybe in the next few sequence of corners, he's gonna be within the draft range.
Yeah, the gaps are really coming down as well. Ego just behind the Arnage car, so it's turning slowly but surely into this three-way battle, and then especially for the top two. Now, within a second there, that yellow car is the one we're focusing on ahead for this Pure Sims car to try and track down as you come through NASCAR 2 now onto the back straightaway and up towards the Le Mans chicane. 6/10 even for McGrath on Sampson at the front, flashing of the lights there for the 616, trying to get the lapped traffic out of the way and to get past as fast as possible, and gaining a couple of tenths there towards the Le Mans chicane as well. This is really starting to get close.
Yeah, really got close to one another, and now we got into that thing of, like I said before, if you're Chris, go for that overtake. Don't waste any second. I think, of course, you are within your final laps of the stint. You might be thinking coming into the pit stop and maybe handing off the car to someone else. I was actually asking who's driving for the Pure Sims, but I really want to stay focused right here because not far back, about a average 2 seconds, is Francis McGinn's car, and if I'm Pure Sims, like I said before, you have a little bit of a deficit on the fuel. if I'm mute, just go for the overtake. Apply that pressure on the Tashako team and see if they're gonna yield, and then you take the reins out of the LMP2 class battle overall.
And especially with the next pit stop sequence coming up very quickly as well in the next sort of 5 minutes or so, leading into that would be a very good opportunity indeed, as it really is starting to get very dull out there on the track. Temperatures, of course, will be getting cooler and cooler as the sun goes away from the track, but it is heating up for this battle in the LMP2s. Now just 0.3 of a second between the top two, and just another 1.5 seconds if you include Ego Racing for the top three as well, as we're coming to finish exactly 4 hours in this race at the beginning of the Daytona 24 here. Split 2 we are covering for the first time, and it's great to see that these battles are continuing. All they're very close there for the 616 as we come through the Le Mans chicane and into turn 1. This could be a very important move.
Yeah, it's basically you can see Chris already putting in the blinkers for PJ. There, I think there's an LMDH not far behind, but here goes PJ on the outside, and Pierce Sims taking over the lead.
I was expecting more of a defense there, but the number 6 definitely not defending that one, and just letting McGrath really just take the lead there very nicely, and that is Pure Sims, as you say, in the lead of this LMP2 field, and the number 6 Texaco Racing goes down into second. They've been leading for so long, even potentially for the whole race actually in that LMP2 category, but now Pure Sims have taken the lead with 4 hours done. Is this going to be a change as we get towards the middle point of the race?
Yeah, which I would not be surprised enough if there is any like change of the narrative in the LMP2s, because if there's one thing Pure Sims taught me in the 2022 year, especially the second half, is if there's pit strategies, Cameron Roger, and you think, oh, this is gonna go one way, Pure Sims doesn't have this in the bag because they're far back. They're not gonna catch. Pure Sims somewhat works their magic and always gets within positions that it's like out of ready order, just getting into the wrestling conversation, just pulling up a little bit of the plug. They come out of nowhere. They pull up a punch that basically knocks out everyone, or a move that knocks out everyone, and they are in the lead. So I'm not surprised at all to see Pure Sims at a certain point in this race in the lead.
And you can also say the same for this team as well. Team SKR started in 5th place. They've also worked their way to the front. We weren't necessarily expecting that about an hour ago, but doing some good jobs around the pit stop, and then a great stint. I mean, Jules Huben has done such a good stint so far, as we are now, of course, into the 5th hour of the race. And it is looking very nicely for them. 14 seconds is the gap to Delta Sport behind, who have got Timo Roda in that car as it comes into the pit lane as well. Next round of pit stops for the GTP category, and I'm sure we're going to see quite a few cars come in actually, as the next cars are all on sort of like 25 as well of their stint.
Yeah. Wondering if Jules are gonna give the car. Oh yeah, he will yield the car to Carter Hutcherson, which might be taking over the car for the first time here. Kim, you might know better than I am with how the stints are laid out for that team.
Yeah, let's just we can have a quick look of that car, number 44 entry. Of course, can have a look at their laps. So yeah, Hutchison did do a couple of stints earlier. So it looks like a double stint from Hubin, another double stint from Hutchison, then another double stint for Hubin, and back to Hutchison again. So that seems to be how they are doing their strategy. Interesting, having a couple of double stints and alternating between the drivers. They do have another driver of Stefan Kimmins in that car as well. Stephen Kimmins in that car, but of course the drivers try and spread out the drive times to where it sort of suits the drivers the most, and when they can give rest to the different drivers as well.
Now we're gonna see how Carter is gonna go with the Timo needs to come to the pit lane. Only 3 cars they need to come to the pit lane. 4 if you take IGL Cody Z Racing with Kjelto Larsen. But he's so far in the back, he's probably going to lose his spot. He's P8, but once he's done with the cycle, he might go back to P12, if I remember here correctly. But still Marty's to work with his Delta Sport now coming to the pit lane.
I love that pit entry. It's so crazy and open at this track. There's no real sort of lane as such to go down. There's just a line to focus on. And Roder there also changing driver, it seems.
Yeah, a little bit of a change. Looks like he's going to give the car to Loic Marchand. As also, I think Connor Harrington might give that car to... No, he's going to save the car into the service from what it looks like. But yeah, looking forward to see what Loic has in store for them. Just wondering who's that car, if that car, the BMW with the rack front, has been quite a while in the pit lane.
Oh, is that the 87? This is something I was going to try and mention. Is it the 87 potentially? Because Fast Repair Racing Components, the 87, they have been in the pit lane for quite a while. I do wonder if it's them, but we've definitely had some issues though for Trans-Tasman. The 77 car is now 3 laps down. And that might have also been that car. They've got a meatball flag next to them, so they've had a big incident somewhere, and they are now trying to recover, I guess, some damage repairs in the pit lane. But that is a big change from that car that was leading the race about an hour ago, and is now going to be many laps down and at the back of the GTP field.
Yeah, just wondering. I don't even think the 87 will come back into the field, to be very honest with you, as we're looking. The Ego, alright, this is weird. Ego battling an GTP car, but then again, we said that depending on where they are on the chart, they kind of match up in terms of speed and aerodynamics. But now a train of cars, I think, that starts with the private label team hype, and not far behind it, what it looks like, it's the maybe Wave Italy, but I could be massively wrong.
Yeah, there's definitely been a change around here somewhere. Ego have taken the lead in the LMP2s. They are now leading Texaco and ATRS and TNT as well. Pure Sims, actually, is this just because the pit stop made... Yeah, Pure Sims, actually, sorry, they've just made the pit stop. That is why that's gone out of balance. But it seems that it's actually a couple of laps different, actually. So that is why. So Ego Racing and Texaco, they've got a couple of laps on Pure Sims. So... at the moment, of course, they're on a lighter fuel load, maybe getting some sort of overcut. We'll see which strategy is going to work out. And going longer always seems to help, and that is another lap as well for Ego. So this is potentially some big strategic play coming the way. Are Pure Sims pitting too early?
Yeah, which we saw that about, of course, that is that offset I was talking about, and that might be coming back to bite them in the rear. One more thing, I'm not seeing the 77 as well, 4 laps down. What happened to Madison down? Was that damage on the back end too considerate for them to come back to the track? Or they picked up something extra that put them away in this race?
Yeah, I guess we're going to have to try and see. Maybe, yeah, maybe they did try and repair that damage and it's just that long. Oh, actually, I think... just turn around and have a look. I think they've also had a crash somewhere else separate, so I think they've had further damage. Let's have a look. Coming through the kink there, Madison down at the wheel, in towards the brake. It just dead straight. Brakes were on though, but just absolutely dead straight. And I don't know if there was some slight issue there. That looked very weird.
That looked completely weird. It's kind of like the car doesn't want to turn, or like, you know when the fuel wheel dies? It's kind of like his wheel died, or something like it.
Yeah, potentially, because you have to slightly kink to the right in the braking zone. It's not a dead straight braking zone. And the car just continued to go straight after the kink prior to that. But the brakes were on, so it wasn't a complete sort of hardware failure or something like that. But I wonder if there was a wheel... issue that's just a very weird driving issue. If that was a driving issue, it's a very weird one indeed. As I think we're getting the leaders of the LMP2 now coming in to the pit lane. There's number 4, the number 6 as well.
Yeah, so let's see if there's going to be any driver change for Ego. Yeah, it will be TJ McLean coming into the car for the number 4, and number 6 is going to still remain with David PJ Simpson in the car. So Simpsoid still the streamer, for the appreciation of his fans, will come out of the pit box still in that car.
Yeah, it's great to see such close battles, but we'll have to see where Pure Sims work out in relation to these drivers. As we've seen the number 4 there get rolling, the number 6 just a second or so behind as they come to the exit of the pit lane. A very, very long pit lane here. The pit limiter is all the way around the inside of turn 1. You'll see there's a couple of cones, even still going, and there they are. Now you can finally get flat out again. And is that Pure Sims on the exit? Is it? That's going to be very close between the two, side by side, in towards the braking zone of the International Horseshoe. But Shift there, who's got in the 616, holds on to the lead of this LMP2 category. But there was definitely about a 3 lap difference or so between the two teams. And as this works itself out over the night, those extra laps for the number 4 might come in pretty handy.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm loving this battle between these two cars, TJ. But of course, TJ couldn't capitalize on the move because doing that on the outside would demand too much out of the car, and you have some coat tires into that LMP2, so the grip is not going to be on your favor when you actually do a high angle turn like that. That International Horseshoe. So with that being said, let's see how that's going to be moving forward, as now we're looking into another battle, the number 17 of Maniti Racing, the white team being followed by the team Hoisting fell not far behind as they come into the oval as well.
Yeah, so Maniti Racing, unfortunately not having the delivery like their other car does, but they do have 2 GTPs in this. They got the number 8 currently in 4th position, but this is the other car, the Maniti Racing white entry, the number 17 car, and they've got Bushman in the car as it stands, and they've got a Yannick Danish in Team Huizingveld, number 48, trying to chase him down, but we come back to this battle, of course, for the LMP2. He's got such a close fight for the lead, just 2 tenths up towards the International Horseshoe, and the 616 is holding on, but we've got some laps traffic ahead, a bit further up the road. Actually, I think they are the BMWs got past them. Maybe not on this lap, but certainly traffic could be a factor in this battle.
Yeah, and TJ not waiting too much, just maybe it was trying to look on the inside of here and trying to make him see if the Pure Sims car was actually going to falter or go overshoot the braking zone a little bit and try to capitalize on the move, playing mind games, maybe TJ with Philip right here as they come into the oval one more time, and not too many cars up in front. I don't think they're going to catch. It looks like it is GTD cars in front of them. I don't think they're going to be able to catch these GTD cars anytime soon. So maybe at the end of turn number 1, but still really good battle between these two cars, marking themselves one another quite closely as David dropped back 5 seconds on both of them.
Yeah, you just saw McLean there just lifting off, even in the corner of NASCAR 2. Just really not trying to overtake at that point of the track. As you saw, the slipstream is very powerful when you're in this gap, but he just seems to be holding on as it stands, letting Philip Schiff there lead for the 616 and Pure Sims across the line. And now as you come up towards turn 1, is this still going to be a fuel game? It looks like it just about is, so not battling at this point of the stint, but that makes sense because, as you say, they've dropped David Sampson, who's now 5 seconds back, and Texaco Racing, your once race leader, is now not really even in the picture for the race lead.
Yeah, as we're going to get a replay to see what happened over here. Oh, no, and Medema, TNT Racing, disconnection from what it looks like from the number 59, but coming back into the screen. So, just having a few moments with the connection. What we call normally the, please don't forget to pay the bills moment.
Yeah, it looks like they're still going. 6th place, I believe, but they are now 15 seconds off the ATRS car that they were battling with so fiercely some laps ago. So a bit of a shame for Medema there to lose some time with some internet issues, but that is part of racing. Now to the outside of NASCAR 4 comes the number 4 machine as well. Actually, that's NASCAR 2, I believe. And in towards the Le Mans chicane, and taking back the lead. So McLean and Ego Racing are putting themselves in a very good position to fight here. That is the lead taken once again. Pearson's down to second place.
And now Chris, I think he's gonna do the right thing. Just play the field game. You know, he had the 3-lap deficit in comparison to everybody else. Just taking a quick look over here. Yeah, he has 3 laps on Ego and 3 laps on Texaco, and so he's probably gonna ride the draft the best way he can. Try to maybe get a lap or on Ego or pit on the same lap on Ego. We'll see, but it's still. Smart move from McGrath. From Ship. Sorry, I would do the same thing if I were him, because the gap is pretty much equal, and TJ's pushing the car to the very rim. Then why shouldn't he do it? Because from what it looks like, fuel numbers are out of the game for those LMP2s. So it's more like for Pearsons who need to get that strategy right.
Indeed, and now we got to see what this Ego Racing car can do. Got some good names in that entry. McLean doing such a good job as it stands, and just starting to pull away a little bit from Schiff there as well. As you go to the number 17 here, this was the Maniti Racing of white with Bushman in the car, and behind is that team Heusingveld entry as well. The gap started to open up just a little bit, but of course LMP2's there just helping. You do get some slipstream, of course, from the other categories, so that can always be helpful. And just up the road from them was the private label car, but that is a lap ahead, just showing you the gaps that have spread out already in the opening 4 and a bit hours of this race.
Just trying to look if there's something around the track, and just coming back to Daytona, I think this is probably one of the characteristics from American tracks more so than usual, than probably would cover, for example, around like Le Mans or something like that. That it is really good because you have this split up of cars. Of course, we don't have LMP3s in here as well, which exists in IMSA. I hope they added LMP3s. Is a cool category, despite the bad rap sheet it usually gets. It would be interesting to see this addition, but more importantly, what I would like to touch on is the fact that there's always something happening around the track, despite having the difference of strategies and everything else in between. There's the fact there's always something going on, and not just in Daytona, but also Sebring, also in Glen, Road America. Despite being a bigger track, it is good for, I think, the viewers. Despite I think the idea of America is like to have like magnanimous stuff in comparison to what normally transpires to the rest of the world, like basketball, American football, and so on.
Yeah, it's definitely a different culture of sorts, and different styles indeed. And Thomas, what are you saying about the LMP3s? Well, imagine having that as well for the drivers to cope with. 2 class racing is certainly a bit of a skill. Then you get to 3 class, which is even more important. But then when you start getting to 4 class, it is just getting very crazy indeed. And certainly that's something that the I guess you'd say in general with the American styles of racing and sport, they are a little bit more extreme in those ways sometimes, and it's good to see. In my opinion, that LMP3s came to IMSA a couple of years ago. Always good to see the extra battles, extra drivers that come with that. As we're getting the Sabot racing car there. Number 15, just being overtaken there by Danish. Massive dive there down the inside of T6. Not always the kindest place to make an overtake.
No, not at all. If there's one place I really hate to have an like a dive from a faster car, is literally there.
Yeah, there's often some incidents there. We did see, was it, I'm trying to remember if it was at the Raw, or it might have been actually last night in the IMS iRacing series on Prime Time. We have seen some contacts there, but especially in the Raw as well. I think I remember some. There's such an important corner to get out onto the back straight. As you go back again, once again, to the LMP2 leaders. Number 4, McLean hasn't been able to get away, and Schiff is staying right there.
Yeah, and McLean needs to know that the only way that he's gonna get away from Schiff is traffic goes his way. That's the only way, and literally the only way he's probably gonna get away from the Pure Sims LMP and not allow the LMP of the 616 to save as much fuel as he possibly wants to save. So, and I think he probably knows that. It's just like he's putting the pedal to the metal, trying to do his best, trying to stay within his lines, and let nature and motorsports do its work.
Indeed, as we're getting this battle closer once again, out onto NASCAR 1 and 2. They got very close, but couldn't quite. Pure Sims couldn't quite keep the gap down through turn 7 though. But out onto the back straight, you can just see that gap closing up and closing up. And the closer they get, that just gets even quicker and quicker. Exponential curve in that slipstream up towards the Le Mans chicane, but just slowing down, trying to get a bit of a slingshot effect up towards the front straightaway. But I do wonder if Schiff is just going to hold it there for a little while and just let Ego Racing take that lead at this next portion of the race. As that private label going past them as well. They're still in third place. We did mention earlier they lost about, I think it's about 40 seconds in one of the pit stops, but they're only 33 seconds off the lead, so their pace is very good. They're just trying to catch down that gap that they had. They got Phil Krause in this car as it stands in at 73, but they are 23 seconds off second placed Delta Sports number 99. So still some work to do, but definitely do not count that private label team hype as we get in towards the next couple of hours of this race.
And they're not quite fast, Phil Krause. I think that might be the first few laps for Phil into the car and the first stint back. But last lap, 33.0 for Mr. Raise the House for Phil Krause. And oh, I do. Oh man, I know the Phil Krause memes. Well, quite well, too much. But doing quite well for himself. But still 25 seconds back after the pit stop mishap. A good recovery because they were about 30 to 31 seconds. So 6 seconds, it's quite good. And still have a lot of race to go. So that 25 can come down depending on how Josh and Connor take over the car. So still a believable gap they can work with moving forward.
Absolutely, and we've also got a couple of close battles as well, because the GTD gap is also only 3 seconds, and even the GTP is 9 seconds. So even over 4 hours into this race, we are getting some nice battles for the lead still, which is what we like to see. Of course, a 24-hour race. Naturally, always there's is that Bela diving it down the inside there, coming back at ProSim up the inside of turn 1. That has completely opened up this battle at the front of the LMP2s. An interesting one to see the GTD so competitive on the brakes, just showing you how Pure Sims and Philip Schiff probably wasn't on the limit of braking there into turn 1.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, if you're the faster car, you want to try to make the move as safely as fast as possible. And got a little bit of surprise right there. Bela just, whoever's driving the Bela car, just taking a quick look. That was Nico Carnemola. So a little bit of aggressive moving to the braking zone. And like I said, remember what I said, how many laps ago? 2 laps ago? I think so. The only way maybe that that Ego Racing team of TJ McLean to break away from Chris McGrath. What did I say? Traffic. There you go. You got your answer. So it went his way. Now the only thing he doesn't need is a mistake and or a faster car or a slower car at the wrong spot at the wrong time.
Yeah, the traffic is definitely king around here, and I've just noticed looking down live time as well, we've also lost the number 10 Wave Italy Racing Team car as well. They were dropping down. I thought they were just still sort of in the pit lane, but it's been quite a few laps now. They are 10 laps off the lead. So yeah, in the last sort of 30 minutes or so, we've lost both Trans-Tasman Racing and Wave Italy Racing as well from the GTP field. So yeah, certainly some big changes up towards the top 10, and especially that Trans-Tasman car, who are fighting for the lead at one point. Just shows you how 24-hour races can bite you if you get into some difficulty.
Yeah, and traffic going on the way now for Pure Sims. As I've seen a pit stop car next Rex coming to the pit lane and doing their service for the time being. And we're approaching 1 hour and a half. Man, let me just say something. It's been nearly 3 hours we've been in the booth, but this has gone flying. I barely even noticed we only have like an hour and a half of broadcast left.
Yeah, it's definitely a track that just sort of keeps on going. It's a very high flowing track, and the laps do just count off. Even though it is one of the longer tracks really for sort of like a Grand Prix / road course style track. It is a longer one, but definitely a good one indeed. And I think that's definitely why it is such a popular event, because of the sort of faster nature of it. Even though we do have the tricky hairpins in the sort of middle part of the track, it definitely has some good flow to it, and you really see actually now the headlights are starting to be very effective, as we have almost completely lost the daylight here. But here is the battle for P6 in the GTD category. Brabham Esports followed by Maniti Racing, the 62 versus the 78 at this point on the track, just covered by over half a second.
Yeah, and you can see they're going around turn number 3, NASCAR turn number 3, and usually around NASCAR turn number 3 there's a parking zone, and there's the underpass that leads from the infield to the actual entry or the additional parking zone, and goes into the grandstand. The transfer bus usually takes you to the grandstand, as we see Brabham. Rough end of the year for 2022 for Brabham, but slowly picked themselves up. A little bit of shout out for Mike Yao, our producer, our RaceSpot producer, who's a fan of the team of sorts, is slightly associated with the team as well, and surely it's cheering for them from the Simply Race headquarters, and slowly themselves going into a solid lineup, maybe for a more up-and-coming 2023, where they're probably going to be at the forefront of some events.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a team that's not necessarily had the results I think they could get. Of course, it's a big sort of bigger organisation there with Rocket involved in there,
yep.
And I think there's a couple of other brands. I think is it Patrick Long as well, maybe, is in that sort of group,
yep.
And they're all sort of working together, and the drivers go into the different brands, which is great to see. But they, as you say, they haven't necessarily had the results that they would want, and hopefully that comes for them this season. And certainly not too bad of a position at this moment in time, being in that sixth place as it stands, and that is going to hopefully increase as we go throughout the race. Unfortunately, though, they are quite a way. I think they might even actually be a lap down of the leader in class.
Yeah, they are. No, they're not a lap down. From what it looks like, it's just they have to complete at a lap. But maybe I might be wrong. It's just like I'm going crazy. It's been a long day.
Yeah, a couple of the gaps have just started to open up as we go throughout the race, because of course the times start snowballing and they get bigger and bigger. And if you are a second or so slower here and there, that will continue to open up. But some of the gaps are remaining quite close. As we mentioned earlier, the battle for the front of GTD is now within 3 seconds. Battle for the front of LMP2 that we've been following quite a lot is 1.5 seconds as well. So definitely some big battles, some big talking points still to come in this final sort of 1.5 hours of this this broadcast. So when we get to 18 hours left and the first 6 hours of the race is done, we will be leaving this split 2, but then we will rejoin it once again in the morning for the final 6 hours as well, getting you some split 2 coverage of this 2023 Daytona 24.
Yeah, and always good to see that that split 2 getting some love, and I think there was a little bit of a natural thing after last year, because last year I had a really high quality in terms of LMP2s and GTD teams in iRacing. Both splits, split 1 and split 2 are like very close in terms of iRating SOF from what I remember. But still, coming back here, just taking a quick look around some of the things as we're seeing. Nico Carnemola pitting for Bila. We got a reason why. What happened to Madison Down and that Trans-Tasman car to go into the wall? He had a screen freeze. Man, I totally feel for Madison. I've had that before in a few, like my monitor blinking or something like that, some technical difficulties, client side or more like technical side, and it truly sucks, and I do feel gutted for them because we know Madison's a really good driver, legendary driver in the supercars, so in the V8 supercars. So can't wait to see them bounce back, maybe at the Sebring 12 hours, or maybe at the Bathurst 12 hours, which is coming up next month.
Absolutely, another great event, and there's quite a few on the schedule for this year for the special events in iRacing. So do get yourself involved in them where possible, because we like to see the fuller grids and the very high splits as well. As we're seeing the number 15 here, this is the Subway Racing, and this is in 3rd place now in the LMP2 categories, and the number 6 Texaco car has dropped behind, as we are seeing the overtake here down the front straightaway.
Yeah, just clean move from Sabelt on the inside, using a little bit of the R-notch competition, kind of like as a way to try to get by, and you see DJ kind of like washing out the number 6 car into the outside part of the track. Apologies, but still good move from Sabelt. But we still know that Sabelt has that fuel delta disadvantage in comparison to the Chaco and also the LMP of Ego team.
Yeah, it's a 7-lap difference now to Ego, and that is huge, considering we've only had 1/5 of the race. Yeah, certainly a difficult position to be in, because if that continues, they are going to have more than 1 pit stop extra throughout the race. So that is certainly something that they need to look at. As it stands with 7 laps, they can probably still be okay with that. But if they let that get too much bigger, that could start to be a bit of an issue, because they will literally just end up spending more time in the pit lane, and ultimately it will just cost them more time in the race.
And wondering if there's anybody close to them in the LMPs. No, Sabelt is only 11 laps back, and they have to do a pit stop anytime soon, so they can follow close one together, which, if we estimate, they're probably going to put up around 15 minutes to the hour, but that's a rough estimate of mine. And if there's one thing here, Cameron, you probably know this is, never trust the commentator's math.
Yeah, not always the easiest, because we have a big live timing page with loads of info, and also in the session ourselves, but there's a lot of numbers there, and very difficult to work out exactly, and sometimes the teams like to spice it up as well. But for sure, I think you're right. We're looking at about 3 stints every 2 hours, so that would have been 6 stints up until 20 hours remaining, and then an extra stint after that would be around sort of 20, maybe 19 hours and 15 minutes to go for the next round of pit stops for the prototype category. So that is the one to look out for. And of course, as we've been seeing, a lot of single stints have been going on, but as we get cooler and cooler into the night, I wonder if there's going to be any double stints being chosen, or is the pit stop time just too short now with the simultaneous? We'll have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Just thinking, it's gonna be an interesting topic to moving forward in the next few minutes. But for those wondering about live timing, we do have a live timing. It's go to RaceSpot.tv/timing3 as the number 3, and you're gonna see all the information that we also have. You can have it too on your personal devices, whether it's gonna be computer, tablets, smartphones. Can you even put a smart TV into it? I think you can nowadays, don't you? It's like I'm out of touch with technology sometimes.
Yeah, obviously, yeah, a lot of smart TVs and such going around nowadays. You can definitely get a lot of content. It's definitely something to be to be looking at, because there's just a lot of things to look at, such as the stint lengths and such. As we are seeing the battle for the LMP2 lead continue on. Pure Sim's had it for a while now. Ego have been there for a few laps themselves, and it is staying very close. Half a second between them, and we can see that it is a 16 lap stint so far for Ego and a 19 lap stint for Pure Sim. So a 3 lap differential between these teams as well, which can always make quite a big factor. With, as we were mentioning before, like the cold tires and where you come out with them in traffic.
Yeah, but and like I was talking before, I at least expect that maybe Pure Sim is gonna get at least 1 lap back on them. So let's just say if they're pitting around lap 24, 25, right? They're coming into the pit lane to do their service. We expect for maybe Ego do that 24 and then Pure Sims do that 25. So on the lap delta, they're gaining 1 lap, and sure, they might come out in front, they might reset itself back up again. But this is important for Pure Sims, because if you get closer towards that number this early in the race, and you kind of navigate yourself or kind of mitigate yourself in terms of losing, gaining, and all these up and downs by the halfway point of the race, where it slowly, truly becomes more of a sprint race than anything else, then maybe you can start thinking, okay, we can actually win this and do not have to over rely on fuel numbers. So this is what they are looking for maybe in these next few moments.
Yeah, I wonder if any of the teams are actually thinking about winning the race just yet. There's still 19 hours and 24 minutes remaining. Of course, it does go quicker than you think, having said that, but for sure it is kind of too early really to be starting to think about that. But as it stands, you just want to be putting yourself in a good position. So if you can get, as you say, a lap back of the delta, in this case ProSim and Schiff, they're in second place. If they can use that slipstream, get that lap back, then that is just going to help them further down the line.
Oh, absolutely. It's and like I said before, they are masters of crafting plans to go for the long way. They managed to get wins in leagues just by playing those numbers correctly. So we'll see what the Pure Sims have in hands. Before, as the leaders of GTD are making their pit stop, Felix Kumbach and Nicolas Rubilar are making their pit stops right now for their teams respectively.
Yeah, very kind of close in that battle as well. Just a couple of seconds between them, and they've really pulled away from the cars behind in that GTD field, as we are focusing there on the number 8 Maniti Racing. 4th place as it stands, Christoph Holstein in that car, And then we actually go back to the GTDs coming out of the pit lane. Number 11 there has been leading for quite a long time now and enjoying some nice laps at the front. But the pink car that you just saw in the background of Arnage, the number 5 machine, is certainly on their case, and it might be a few seconds, but Marla haven't got this completely sorted out just yet.
I wouldn't say them. I wouldn't put like Mala as like the definite favorite. Of course, they are the favorite front runner for this race, but it's like for me, still a lot of things to go just yet. And there was a little bit of an explanation. The Mala has an prototype car which is ran by Williams. Now I really got an explanation because this Mala the Mala, how they organize it. Ever since they came up with the name, I think that was in the Nürburgring 24 hours. So. It always confused me. I was always frowning my head, and I'm not even joking. I was asking around everybody, "Oh, is Mala BS? Is Mala Williams?" Okay, so it makes more sense. Mala, the prototype is part of Williams, and the GT is part of BS competition. So that's why there's different organization and despite doing really well on the BMW, like I said before, maybe might need a pit stop extra at the end of the day, but still doing a solid job so far, keeping Arnage and everybody else behind.
And absolutely, talking about BS competition, you can see the wonderful zebra on the rear wheel arches of the car to give it away. And as you say, the GT at least from the BS side of things. And leading the way as it stands with Arnage competition now 4.3 seconds behind, so a couple sort of a second or so difference from what we saw a little bit earlier on, and their pit stops were only 1/10 apart, so definitely some very close racing between these drivers as it stands. But of course that will just develop as the race continues, and they don't have to worry too much because third place in the number 1 AT-RS esports car, Damon Woods in that car, they are now 16 seconds behind, so definitely a two-way battle there at the front in GTD.
A gap coming down a little bit from Rubilar right now, but then again, up and down. That's how traffic gives and traffic takes. And but still, so far, everybody close to one another. Despite we would, like I said before, we would normally think that would start to have a little bit of a separation coming into maybe hours 6 to 8, and then kind of extends over the hours. But the one who's still slightly consistent, though, is the GTP gap. That stayed around between 9 to 10 seconds, and it might extend a little bit depending how Ascar pushes that car.
Yeah, you're right. There hasn't been... the gap sort of jumped to that 10 seconds-ish, but then it stayed pretty stable, which is good for us. As talking about them, Team SKR, the number 44 and Carter Hutchison comes into the pit lane as it stands. A couple of laps earlier, we're expecting Delta Sport Private Label and Maniti to go a few extra laps as it stands, but there is your race leader, the number 44. Hutchison, just one stint so far, so we'll be staying in that entry, and we'll just be doing hopefully continue doing a good job. Has led the race wonderfully for the last stint, and just needs to keep that one going to keep the other drivers behind.
And nearly done with the pit stop. Let's see where he's gonna come out in comparison on the gap. As funny story, I don't know if you know this. Do you know you can actually cut that inside portion of tarmac? You can see the white lines, right? You can actually cut that inside portion and actually recover the difference on the exit of the pit lane. Do you know that?
Oh, you mean like taking the shorter route?
Yeah. You can cut that. You get a black flag, and that black flag actually cancels itself when you exit the pit lane.
Does it?
Yeah, it does.
as the little tips that you need to you need to learn, of course, because always that's getting very tight, very wide, coming down the straight there, and that is certainly something, some risk that you don't necessarily want to be taking. But crikey, the driver's using the traffic to their advantage. Didn't actually quite see which car that was, but certainly that's the 10th place there, IGL. Wow, number 23 there, IGL, just losing out there to the undercut car. That is certainly some bravery there coming through the tri-oval.
To say the very least, despite being on different strategies, like different deltas, since IGL has come to the pit lane, I've seen Delta Sport doing their service. Private label team, I'm just going to say one more lap. For them, this is big. Staying one more lap, into their stint, standing to 25. Maniti's going to extend one more lap, so in terms of the fuel, they might be starting to gain some ground moving forward, which is always good to see. And other than that, only these 3 cars in the relay have to do their service in about 1 to 3 laps time.
Yep, and we got some couple of the GTPs in the pit lane with Team Hoisingveld and Delta Sport as well. Interestingly, Delta Sport 1 lap earlier than Private Label and Maniti there, so definitely some fuel saving going on, and it'll be a 26 lap stint for Private Label and Maniti this time around, who are taking to the front there as this battle for 9th has really opened out over the course of the lap, as Undercut have really pulled away there in that battle, as Hoisingveld's coming out of pit lane in between that battle as well. So yeah, definitely the pit stops, next pit stop phase is in play, at least for the GTPs. The LMP2s will be in very shortly.
Yeah, we should expect maybe to see even Pure Sims coming into this pit stop this time by, as they're on 25 laps and now taking over the lead, like I told you. And Ego on 22 laps. I'm interested to see where does Ego come in terms of fuel stint length. If it's going to be 23 laps, 24 laps. This is the question mark that remains to be seen. But now Philip Schiff with the narrative of the LMP2s in hand, and a huge gap to Shako Racing, 21 seconds on DJ Simpson. What have they done in this stint? Can we nerf these cars, please?
Yeah, it's very interesting how all the different teams trying something a little bit different. That's very awkward there with the race leaders in the LMP2. One of that's a 17. That's the Maniti white car. They're just really not. That is not getting past traffic very well at all, slowing everyone down. And in the end, they just all lost time there. ProSim hold on to the lead in the LMP2s, and they are potentially coming into the pit lane, going very fast left. Yes, they are, as the number 4 will continue for another 3 laps, we believe. But certainly, that is not how you do traffic in the bus stop.
Oh, yeah, quoting one certain Mr. Lulu McGlade or Lewis McGlade, that was suboptimal.
Indeed, that was very suboptimal, but it was kind of it wasn't really like a an unfortunate situation. The Maniti car there just didn't go for it, but didn't back out of it. It was the weird middle ground where it just slowed everyone down, unfortunately. But the fortunate part is that they didn't have a crash, as we have Maniti and private label GTPs in the pit lane as well, with Holstein and Kraus there, going back down to 3rd and 4th place respectively, as Schiff here comes on the exit of the pit lane, and will need to wait a couple of laps to see where he comes out in relation to Ego.
Yeah, and by the way, this is that time I can actually say trust the commentators, man, because they pitted around the 15 minutes to the hour. So I'm quite proud of myself. What have I achieved with my mathematical numbers?
Yeah, that's it's not too bad. Pretty accurate. Although we do have some extra laps for a couple of teams like Ego and Texaco, who still have 3 laps left or so. So they're not going to be coming in till about 1910, maybe a little bit after that as well. So certainly some different strategies working themselves out, and you never know how that's going to sort of end up until we get towards the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are now with the Nightfall in transition. Just trying to grab up here time of the day. I think this is around 6:35. I'm just wanted to try to know if the track conditions, if they're pretty much the same throughout all sessions. I do believe they do. So if I estimate it should be around 26 degrees. Well, I'm just getting my split as a parameter, but it might be 26 degrees. That's where we start to get within the GT3 double stinting their tires realm, and we know historically Daytona is a track that doesn't have a lot of abrasive track, despite you have some fast flowing curves like the Le Mans chicane and things like that kind of demand on the tire grip, and coming into turn number 1, which you're going from one groove to another groove and kind of puts the stress out of the car. Of course, ABS and all, but still you would think maybe cause a little bit of wear. But no, now you are in the era of single stinting. We're normally seeing single stint tires, whereas back in the day you could do double stints, triple stints, quad stints with the tires. Now, are we going to see at a certain point, maybe not now, a double stint? And if we do, which team would you see pulling that out of the bag?
I do not know, unfortunately. I haven't done enough driving in these cars to really know that sort of thing, when the crossover point is, because it of course also depends about the pit stop time and how long it takes to change the tyres, because that's really also the biggest factor as well. Because if it only takes 2 seconds to change tyres, then of course you're going to change tyres every stint, because you'll always gain those 2 seconds back with fresh tyres. But then when it starts getting up to 30-40 seconds for changing tyres, and then you're looking at that, oh, that's going to be like 1.5 seconds a lap slower, then you're going to start having to work out if those new tyres become sort of faster or not, really, as we're seeing McLaren there come back out towards the front. Where is Schiff? Is just come around turn 1 there. Actually, this is going to be pretty close on the exit. Side by side, we saw this last time out between these two teams, but I think Schiff is just going to hold on to the lead in this LMP2 category, and doing a good job there. So Ego back to second place, but they do have laps in hand on the fuel.
Yeah, absolutely. As now we're seeing Vitor Miranda coming into the car of the number 6. DJ Sampson handed over to Vitor, a former Porsche Sport Super Cup contender driver from Brazil, and is Gustavo Zariel's teammate during the time they actually competed in the contender, but only area actually went through with Jeff Chiassi. So it's going to be interesting how Victor is going to handle that car. Really fast driver, the Sao Paulo-based driver. As now you probably see, I think that was Maniti making the overlap on the LMP of Pure Sims, and seconds behind.
Yeah, some nice battles forming the way as we get towards the end of the 5th hour here at the Daytona 24 in split number 2, and it's great to see that these all 3 categories have a pretty good battle for the lead. No one has just absolutely romped off into the distance, but especially this LMP2 battle over the last couple of hours has changed around so much. Texaco number 6 was leading for so long, but now we're not really even thinking about them in this lead battle, as they are down into that 4th place, just showing you how things can turn around. And as it stands, we have Philip Schiff there still leading the way from TJ McLean in that 2nd place, but McLean once again is all over the back of him.
And I think if I'm Schiff, I probably would try to go for the sneaky strategy of, oops, I made a mistake, and you let TJ go by and you ride his back wing all over again. but I think that is not going to happen. I think TJ is going to be a little bit smarter on trying to get one back on the Pure Sims car. But anyway, let's look at the behavior of TJ on the next few laps, if that is actually going to be the case. And I'm probably going to open my eyes as well on how Victor pushes that car, because the gap is around 23 seconds. But then again, Victor's a highly capable driver, really fast, know how to handle LMP here and there. So the Brazilian team can actually come back and go fight for them. As we see, I think there's a belt car fly off into the entry of the bus of the Le Mans chicane.
Yeah, that was, I wasn't quite expecting the car to come through there, because LMP2s were both left and right off the track. But that was, yeah, very well handled by the GTP. But now McLean getting the run. Look how much the slipstream is. Is he going to push, or is he going to go past for the race lead in the LMP2s? Now it looks like he's going to lift off, save a bit of fuel, and actually come towards the pit lane. That is out of sequence, is it not? So that is
yes.
Stop. Why would that be speeding on the pit exit? Maybe.
Please no. Oh no.
That is going to change things quite a lot. This was such a close battle between Pure Sims and Ego, and now Ego come in to take some sort of.
I think they retired the car.
I'm not sure. The timing's actually just frozen for a second. But certainly something has gone on there with the Ego number 4, which is such a shame for them, Lorenzo, because they were having such a good fight at the front there for the lead.
Yeah, such a shame. But this is the thing that bothers me quite a lot. I understand his point of view of retiring the car, and I think that's pretty much it, or something have happened. We don't have the context, right? But giving up this early in the race, of course, you're gonna lose time. Maybe you're gonna lose nearly a full lap. You're gonna put yourself in the back. I've seen the situation similar. I think that was Patrick Holtzman back when he was actually at Red Bull Esports at the Nürburgring 24. I think he got I think he broke the incident limit back then, or something like it, or it had some damage, and it completely retired the car. And there's no need for it,
Absolutely. We'll just try and get pictures back to you as soon as we can. But I can see on my end, Ego Racing are back out. So it was just a a penalty that they had to serve, a black flag that they had to serve, unfortunately. But they are continuing on in this race. The only issue for them now is, of course, that they are not really in contention for the race lead in the LMP2s anymore.
Yeah, which kind of opens up a door for Sabelt and Tashago to come through and contend for that lead.
Absolutely. So as it stands, Pure Sims lead the way in the LMP2s now from Sabelt in second place, and Texco Racing in that third place with the number 6 entry. And in your GTP category, you have the team SKR, the number 44. They've been leading for the last hour or so, as we're slowly, quickly approaching 5 hours done in this race, and they are leading from the number 99 Delta Sport GTP, with Private Label in third place and Maniti Racing there in fourth place. And then we go back to the GTD category, where the Marla Racing team is still leading the way from Arnage, but Arnage only a few seconds back, as we've been mentioning, and then a little bit further back than they would like. The number 1 ATRS Esports are third place. But Lorenzo, here on the screen is, of course, the schedule for this year. Look at how many special events. It's going to be a great year of racing.
It's going to be loaded. We're going to be quite busy, I think, this year, Cam. But I love the fact that we just had the Roar last week. We're going to have the 24 now. Bathurst not far away. It's about 2-3 weeks away from us. And then we go to Daytona the week after. This first half of the year, I love it so much. And then have the addition of Fuji 8 hours. Of course. See the Chili Bowl in there as well. The Peachtree 3 as well into the calendar. But it's a tongue twister, but always part of really see good events. And then you can see the VCO Grand Slams being the D24, Sebring 12, Glen 6 hours, and Petit Le Mans, which usually is the part of the IMSA calendar. And it is the big marquee events from the IMSA calendar. It's good, always good to cover here, not just on iRacing, but on RaceSpotTV as well.
Yes, I'm really looking forward to some of these events, especially some of those ones that you mentioned in the yellow, the VCO Grand Slam. And here today is the cars that we've got out for the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24. Of course, the introduction this year of the GTP cars and the LMDH era of sports car racing that we now have in iRacing, of course, with the BMW M Hybrid V8 that is being so widely used across all of the splits. And of course, the Dallara P217 that we've had for quite a few years now. A lot of the teams know it, but of course, some slight changes coming to the car in the last few months for the LMP2 category. And then, as ever, 6 choices for the GTDs. And we get pictures back to you here from Split 2 of the iRacing Daytona 24 hours. We're about 5 hours into this race now. So yeah, literally just gone over 5 hours actually. So 19 hours left in the race, and we are under Nightfall. So we have this night for quite a while now, Lorenzo. As we were saying, this race of course being set in January, and with where it is on the globe in the northern hemisphere, it is obviously winter time, and the darkness seems to go on forever around this time of year.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it starts to be dark around 5:45 to 6 p.m. And then it extends until, if I remember correctly, it's right around 7 a.m. 6 or 7 a.m. That's where it starts to have the sunshine. So you have about 12 hours of night for a few nights, and you go to Nürburgring, you would think, oh, it might be longer just because it is truly dark around the track itself. But no, actually, if I remember correctly, it is about 8 hours or 8 hours of darkness, or 8 to 10 hours of darkness. Spot 24 is right around the same margin, so it's quite surprising to see that it's a small margin, but still it's enough for you to get that darkness. And believe it or not, if you're around Daytona at this time of the year, make sure you have a coat, because it's so windy around the track that it actually gets a little bit cold.
Yeah, Florida, of course, where Daytona is located. People obviously see it as, well, as it's always called, the Sunshine State in the summer, and all of this sort of thing. However, around this time of year, as you say, it still gets pretty cool, and definitely one, as you say, to take your jacket. And I've just realised, obviously the Daytona 24 is next weekend. I'm going to be in America, in Florida next weekend as well. So completely, I've only just realised that is the exact same weekend, which should be pretty good. But yeah, we'll definitely see if it's quite chilly, because it looks like it is, at least on the forecast in recent times.
Where are you going to be in America? Just curious.
Oh, now we're getting into it. No, I'm going to Florida as well. Just a few days holiday. Going to be nice because I haven't been there for a long time, and yeah, should be good. Do like a bit of Florida, and we'll have to see what it's like this time of year.
Nice. As we now have the live timing up, you can see a few swaps, because apparently Delta Sport clawed a few seconds from Team SKR in the last few laps. I was just taking a quick look, and from what it looked like, Loc Marchand was actually just pushing the car, being very, very, very fast about it. But one thing I wanted to mention, like I went in 2019. 2019, very promising year. Had some really subtle lineup because Fernando Alonso was going to be over there, but it was marked because of the rain. Man, I just gotta say, 2019, the month of January and February when I went to the United States, I think that was my worst luck, sports-wise, in the history of my life. It's not even. It's funny. I actually should go in tears, but but it's always a nice event. And I gotta tell you, it's very cheap. It's very affordable for everybody. You can go to the infield. You can also walk around the track as well. And the work that IMSA does for bringing people in and trying to have the immersion of connecting with the drivers, having the racing experience and everything else is just unique. And I wanted to go next year. I don't know if we're gonna be able to, but if you're a racing fan, and if you, regardless of where you are in the world, if you have the opportunity to go to a racing event, go to Daytona. I think Daytona, in my point of view, and of course I haven't been to the other one, a Mon 24 and all, but it offers so much to a driver, to a spectator, in terms of accessibility and all, that people should go. They should experience at least once in a lifetime.
Yeah, it's definitely a track and a place that I would like to go to. It has such I guess such history as well, you can say,
Yeah.
not just with the 24, but of course with the 500 as well. So it's not just sports cars, but it's NASCAR as well. Such a huge influence on the world of motorsport in America, and definitely a great place as well, because it's such a stunning venue, just because it's so big. The banks as well. It's certainly something that I'd like to see at some point in my life, and I'm sure we'll get there at some point, because I don't think the Daytona 24 or even the 500 are going anywhere with just how important they are on the schedule.
No, they're not going at all. There's such a marquee events in the U.S. calendar. I think they're for IMSA, it is the biggest event by, I think, even more than the Sebring 12 hours. Sebring's always get a lot of attendance. Not even now that it is on the same weekend as the Sebring 1000 for WBC, so they try to use the fact that you have not just the IMSA and WBC to gather people around, and for them that was a master plan when they executed that in terms of attendance. But for Daytona 24, it's always something extra. And the 500, well, the 500 is spectacle itself. If you want tickets, you have to get them nearly with a year notice, because they go out fast and furious, and it is just like that for the spectacle of the greatest race in NASCAR. So if you want to go also have a really good fun race, go to Daytona 500 as well. It's always the greatest spectacle, especially the final laps.
Absolutely, and it's always cool when it goes into the floodlights to finish as well, being such a long race. But of course that is how racing goes sometimes. And as we're saying here, we are now into the final hour of this first section of the event here for Split 2. We'll be covering the first and last 6 hours. So when it gets to 18 hours remaining, we'll be closing the broadcast for 12 hours, and then we'll be coming back for the final 6 hours of Split 2, getting some coverage of this Split 2 broadcast, because we of course want to show as many teams, as many drivers as we can, and Split 2 is no real sort of difference to Split 1 in some ways. It's still a very highly competitive split, and there's still loads of good drivers here. So we're getting the three classes overtaking each other there out through the high banks, which is what we like to see here at the Daytona 24.
Yeah, at least everybody survived at the end of things, but it's always a little bit scary to see LMP2s, GTPs and GTDs mixing up with the especially some key corners like the Le Mans chicane. But it's still Hutcherson with a solid lead, but it's slowing, man. It's that thing is coming down, and we'll be able to see Delta Sport come in and take over the battle for the lead. I want to see that, at least something, before we close out a broadcast in about 54 minutes.
Absolutely, and it's cool that these battles have stayed pretty close. As it stands, there's Team SKR Number 44 leading the way by about 5 seconds from Delta Sport, so it's staying very close. Can just about see him in the background. I believe it's the second car in the background of the shot there. But this 44 of Hutchison just doing such a good job to hold on to it. Since they've got the lead a couple of hours ago now, they've really just haven't looked back. But it's crazy to see just how quickly things can turn around. Just to remind you, if you're watching a little bit earlier, the number 77 Trans Tasman Racing DNF'd from the race quite a few laps ago now, actually, and just unfortunately not able to continue after a crash in the middle point of the race. Coming into the Western Horseshoe, they'd already had a bit of contact before there and lost the lead, just showing you how things can change around here in a 24-hour race.
Yeah, which is always good to see these invariables around 24-hour races. As now gap, just taking a quick look, gap is quite stable between Sabelt and Pure Sims. But now because now we have we had the problems with Ego, and apparently they had the answer that apparently they got a spitting on in the pit lane. The question starts to be, does the current situation in terms of fuel for Pure Sims is enough to avoid an extra caution, an extra pit stop at the end? And if so, if they have to do an extra pit stop, how many laps they actually have to do that, in comparison to maybe, let's say, Teshako, for example, who would be in the normal strategy, sort of say, but we still don't know. It's kind of like still long, and we're only gonna know we only know these in the final closing hours. But still, a wide open race between everybody, and still no deciders at this current moment, because we have no dominant car over the field, and that's what we want to see. No dominant car over the field, still wide open between everybody, because last year, by this time of the race, it was kind of like decided. So let's see how this goes out in the next minutes, and then once we close out, we go back in nearly 12 hours, or how it will be.
Yes, the math on that one is Texco now, your former race leader, a couple of hours ago, just sitting behind Sabelt Racing for second place. They are now 20 seconds off Schiff. Unfortunately, Ego Racing are now down in 5th place with TJ McLean after that penalty that they had to serve, which we believe might have been for speeding in the pit lane, as they came in only 1 or 2 laps after their pit stop, and that is why they've really lost out. They would be in that gap in between 1st and 2nd, which is why the gap is now up to 20 seconds. So Pure Sims leading the way, have a quite comfortable lead as it stands, but behind there's definitely some more fierce action, as we're getting the GTP leaders also come through. That is the 44 machine, trying to work their way through the traffic. Carter Hutchison in that car as it stands, and you'll just see in the background that blue car, the blue GTP. That is then the 2nd place drivers. Actually, that is not the best run of traffic for Sabelt, and let's see if Texco can get closer down the back straightaway.
Yeah. And like I said before, if there's one guy that I should keep an eye on, was like Victor. Keep an eye on whenever he took over the car. Fast driver, usually quickly adapts to the car, and certainly now he's going to put the pressure on Sabelt, knowing that they are different in terms of lap delta on the field. So and Victor is probably gonna play the fuel game a little bit, try to maybe capitalize having an extra lap as he gets overlapped by, I think, the number 12 of Busen by undercut Silver, Busen VDS by undercut Silver on turn number 1. And here we go, 3 abreast. Oh my god, nearly took out Team Forzilla in the process. Now Sabel nearly took out Team Forzilla in the process, Cameron, but somehow everybody keeping their cars in one piece.
Yeah, sometimes you get all these laps where you don't see any cars, and all of a sudden you get 5 cars going for one little bit of space, and fortunately no contact with that one, but definitely Fordzilla there being a little bit tighter than they would have wanted in turn 1 with the LMP2s, but that is sometimes how it works out. as you get the lapping and unlapping, but the 15 holding on to this second place, and still a 20-second gap to Pure Sims ahead. So Pure Sims aren't just romping off with it at the front, but certainly 20 seconds is a very comfortable gap for these drivers. That's almost a third of a lap. So it's about a quarter of a lap, really. So yeah, definitely a very comfortable situation to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good thing that it's kind of like you can navigate yourself with gaps and things like that. So as now they go into the bus stop once again, it's kind of like, don't get me wrong, I don't know how quickly you adapted to speak about Le Mans chicane. For me, I like more of a traditionalist. It's still hard for me to say Le Mans chicane. Don't get me wrong, you know.
It's not as bad as like Spa though, where there's like 3 names for every corner, which is definitely taking the mickey a little bit in terms of names. But I don't know. That to me, that's kind of it makes sense. That chicane in some ways. So I'm not too mad about losing the bus stop name.
Yeah, I'm not either. You know, it's kind of like the partnership they made with ACO to try to bring the hypercars and LMD and the LMDH all together and make a more unionized racing for a sports car. It's kind of cool. So I have, like, again, no problems as well as to have these unionized racing, and the namings, of course, weird at first, but of course you eventually get used with them over time. It's just like getting used with it. It's probably me saying one thing, want to say another, but it is what it is. As still seeing Victor playing the few game, playing that mind game with the Sabelt LMP.
Yeah, very smart driving as it stands there for the number 6. We got Victor Miranda in that car as it sits and doing a good job. They caught up quite a lot on the previous lap and are now just sitting in that slipstream and just holding on to his position. But they're actually going to the outside now and using that overspeed. So this is finally the opportunity where they're going to take that position. The 6 goes up into second place in the LMP2 categories, and Sebelt Esports down into third.
Not a lot of time lost in the process for Vitor. Clean move from the Brazilian. Now, gap around 19 seconds to Pure Sims, and Pure Sims just did a 37.4 last lap. So there's a little bit of a realm where the Brazilian can work with in terms of pace and see how pushy he's going to be with the LMP2, that number 6 car, before maybe trying to reach the 616 and battle for the lead. And reminding that on paper, that Toshaco car would have the upper edge in the leadership of field.
Yeah, absolutely. As we've seen the traffic really open up that battle for second place now. So Texaco, very good job, and still 20 seconds off. So didn't really lose much making that. And as you see, jumping right into the slipstream of the BMW ahead. And you can just see when they are in that slipstream, the pace difference really isn't that much in a straight line, and in fact catching up due to that slipstream as well. Pretty crazy how close they are in certain parts of the track, then losing out through the Le Mans chicane indeed. And now on to NASCAR 3 and 4, and we'll slowly but surely be trying to catch down that Pure Sims car that is getting ever comfortable leading the way in LMP2.
Yeah, 100%. Meanwhile, I'm looking at potential other battles in the field. Looks like there isn't much. The only thing I'm looking at is maybe Brabham, Maniti, and Pure Sims on GTD. Battle for P6, I think P5 rather, between the cars in GTD, so the small train. I think that's the first time I've seen GTD cars more than 2 falling one together around the field.
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly a bit more spread out in that category for sure, but we've seen some close battles such as this one that we've been following. As you say, Brabham Esports, Maniti Racing as well. It's now for 5th place And you can even add Pure Sims onto the back of that one as well. Are these all Audis as well, coming around NASCAR 3 and 4? So no difference in the performance, just in the driving and how it works. Getting the slipstream up towards the line, bit of bump drafting there to push each other forward, trying to catch up the cars ahead. As you see the gap from Brabham Esports, 27 seconds up to 4th place, which I believe is Bila Racing and Luca Vunch at the wheel there in 4th place. So this three-way battle might be just a little bit subdued due to that fact.
Yeah, absolutely. No chance they're going to be able to reach Luca. Luca, even in clean air, did a better lap than them on the last lap. So it shows that he's ready for any countermeasure that is going to be thrown by Bravo, Manini, and Pure Sims. But good clean battle between the three of them. Just looking if there's any potential damage on the car. No, there is not potential damage. I think all three cars look clean relatively.
Yeah, I think it's just the back of that Maniti car though. If we can get a shot, I think the rear wing looks slightly bent. And the rear bumper as well looks slightly bent. Yeah, so just a little bit, I think, of rear damage there on that Audi at least.
Yeah, and it's quite like not much, and it looks like to be on the right hand side of the. I don't know if you agree. It might be right hand side of the Manini R8.
Yeah, I think it's just sticking up a little bit. Yeah, as you said, the right hand side just sticking up, and I don't know exactly how much that translates into speed, because that Audi definitely has enough pace to overtake, as we're going to see here coming through 3 and 4 really starts to close down, just showing you how good the slipstream is, even with a little bit of damage, pushing once again up towards the line. And as it stands, that Brabham car still leading the way for this top 5 battle, and they're slightly losing Pure Sims a little bit behind as well, but that is how it goes. We're getting a car coming out of the pit lane there, but hopefully not getting too involved with this battle as we come down to the International Horseshoe.
Yeah, and these three falling together, just trying to, on paper they would try to be saving fuel, but wondering how many is going to be going on the next few laps. I think that is, just trying to look who's LMDH, is just GTP going around them.
Axiom, I think it might be, as we've seen the number 44 there also come through, and that is getting very close for first and second place in the GTP category. Delta Sport is the blue GTP you're just going to see there coming out as well, so almost 1 second, getting very close to 1 second there. So Team SKR have had this covered for quite a while now, but Marchand there in the number 99 is getting closer and closer.
Oh, absolutely, and from what it looks like, got blocked out by traffic over there on the exit of the Le Mans chicane. Connor Hutcherson, so Locke Marchand now into the drafting range. So finally, after it took a little bit of a time, it took a little bit of a push from Delta Sport, as now the Team SKR coming into the pit lane. They know they don't have the advantage in terms of fuel to Delta Sport. And finally, the number 99 might actually gain the upper hand at the end of things. Whenever they come into the pit stop, they might get the jump. We'll see.
Yeah, they might just do, and we have to trying to see what the. Unfortunately, the stint length seems to have got lost on that one, unfortunately. But I think there's at least a couple of laps difference in the time. Jules Uban in that car, as it stands, has done such a good job since getting into that car a few stints ago, and is really enjoying the time at the front of this race. So Delta Sport take the lead, at least momentarily, and they've got a good gap to Private Label. 26 seconds to Philip Kraus there, currently in that second place. And then another 4 seconds to Maniti, number 8, now in third. Let's see how this one works out when we get to the other round of pit stops, as the Marla car there goes past, who is your current leader in the GTD category.
Yeah, and just glancing here, gap around 3.5 seconds between Mala and Arnaj, and it's interesting to see that Arnage, no matter what they do, it's always going up and down. Like one lap is going Arnage's way, another lap is going Mala's way. So it's never going down past the 3.5 seconds. So he's never getting down to 3 seconds, 2 seconds. So we can actually see a battle for GTD lead as now the Mala car stays behind, follows suit, and a little bit of a wiggle for SKR, but still in the track.
Yeah, just I guess overheating those rear tyres or something, just couldn't get the power down on the exit there, as we've had a car in the pit lane. That is your number 99 machine is coming in as private label stayed out. I guess actually they're so far behind, we'll have to find out if they come in, as Jake Browning gets into that car for the number 99. So this could be a bit of a battle with Hubin, who's been in the car. He's been having some good consistency, and now Browning needs to get in and get up to speed in what could be a very close battle for the overall leading car as we come out of the pit lane.
Now wondering where is Team SKR after that mistake. That actually could be a wide gap as they come down. Here comes SKR into turn number 1. This might be ready, Curls.
Yeah, might be coming through turn 2, down in towards the International Horseshoe. Is Browning going to be taking the lead? It looks like he is, and that mistake from the 44 has cost them the race lead. Look how close it was. They would have been a car length or 2 ahead, but instead they are behind and they drop down to 2nd place, just showing you how going some extra laps can actually be a bit of a benefit as they're coming up behind the Arnage car. They're obviously fighting towards the front of the GTD field as well, so loads of action towards the front of each category as we're getting a very awkward situation here with the 99 trying to get past Beeler there, a bit too aggressive, coming through turn 6, and Beeler gets pushed out the way.
Yeah, basically for like completely moved out of the way. That will allow the Arnage competition to move up on them. So it looks like Luca actually might make the overtake on Carlos Dieguez and open up a few tenths of a second on him. And you can see SKR had to be the safer car out of the bunch, and now breaking away a little bit, and certainly Bila not going to be satisfied one bit, as also we're looking sim racing in the pit stop.
Yeah, some extra pit stops. Yeah, they actually just came in though.
Yeah.
So is that a penalty? I think that might be a penalty for Sim City because they were literally just in a lap ago, and I think they might be coming in again to serve a penalty. We've seen that a couple of times just start creeping in for some teams, which is not ideal. But we come back to this battle in GTD now. The other Maniti, not the GTP, but the GTD car, the 78, is now battling with Pure Sims for 4th position as it stands, and getting very close indeed. 3/10 is the gap.
Yeah, really ridiculously close between them. Opened up and out to half a second, but because of traffic, and here goes Victor Miranda on the outside, and another LMP following suit. Just taking a quick look, gap between them around 19 seconds. Was 17 seconds at one point. I was glancing at the screen, but I think traffic just made it go back to 19 seconds, but still. Pure Sims and Maniti following close to one another, and that Mivano car, just taking a quick glance, not in the same lap as my anonymous Lorenzo Manfredati, is about 3 laps back.
Yeah, definitely some lapping or lapped cars, I should say, coming into play of how it works out. So LMP2 there goes into the pit lane, but Maniti there continue on their run as we're getting the top 2 come in. Maniti and Private Label there in the GTP field have come in as for a moment there I thought I saw Trans Tasman as well. I don't know if they're going to be jumping back in. Maybe that was just a little thing. I think it's actually Sim City, that was it, who are also there as well. So drivers getting in the car and trying to keep in their positions. Let's see where they work out in relation to the leaders, as Browning and Hubin, of course, keep the lead, but now we need to find what the gap is behind to the likes of Philip Kraus.
Yes, Kraus comes out of the pit lane, and I estimate that gap maybe to be about, I would say, what, 25 seconds whenever they come out of the pit lane, which still is huge gains for them at the end of things. So Still a long way to go in this race, long way gap for you to recover, but hey, at least they have the RaceSpot logo up in the top and on the side, so that on paper would give them what, Kim? 0.6 of a second per lap?
Well, it does explain how they've got 15 seconds back to the leaders, I guess. They definitely got some speed in them. So yeah, nice repping RaceSpot. They're always up for interviews and such. And a very nice bunch of guys there. And good to see that they are doing well. But yes, of course, stickers, as you know, especially on Hondas, add about 20 horsepower each. So let's see how this continues. Of course, these battles, Browning on board with leading the way. Hubin 1 second behind, as we're seeing Shift come in the LMP2s as well for Pure Sims. So Texaco take the lead on that one. And certainly the next pit stop sequence in full effect for the prototype categories, as they obviously are trying to work out how they go. But Lorenzo, one thing I've really noticed actually is how important the pit stops are. Every time we have a pit stop, there seems to be some sort of position changes.
Oh yeah, it's either because they're fueling the car enough for them to go maybe the full fuel, and I put a full fuel with some focus on saying full fuel. It's kind of like, oh, let's just go hypothetical. The LMDH has 75 liters, okay? Like the same thing goes for the LMP2. And you pitted with 1.4. You gotta pit, you're just gonna place 73.6. As soon as he reaches 75, you get out, and that's it. And sometimes full fueling the car takes longer, and that would make certainty of having 75 by the time you exit pit lane. But then entry of the pit lane counts, exit of the pit lane counts, even the run of the pit lane counts, because you can, believe it or not, for those who don't know or have an idea, some of these guys, they are so good and they train the pit stop that they try to stay within a marginal threshold of being above the pit lane limiter speed without triggering the black flag for speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, that is, if you want to get every last thousandth, that is definitely something that we've seen come around over the last couple of years, where you can, of course, play with the tolerances that are allowed for the over speeding, and maybe not rely on the pit limiter so much. But it's a dangerous game to play, because if you do get a speeding penalty, it obviously costs you quite a lot, as we've seen with a few teams, including Private Label, who are currently third in the GTPs. But we are looking at the leaders. Number 99 is now only less than a second ahead of Hubin in this second place.
Yeah, and I was going to mention, and I might have lost my train of thoughts over here a little bit, but there was something I was going to mention. You carry on ahead. I'm trying to, I will try to remember, because I had I'm like, my train of thought completely gone right now.
Yeah, no worries. As yeah, we're seeing this battle continue, of course. Hubin trying to close up at the front, and is getting there, and you're going to see that gap just come down a little bit by a little bit with the slipstream pulling him in. If you leave that a couple more laps and he has some good pace through the hairpins, they will definitely be fighting, as we are getting now down to 18.5 hours remaining, so 5.5 hours completed of the 24, so 30 minutes remaining of the part 1 of the split 2 coverage, as we get towards the end of the final quarter of this race. Just 30 minutes to go, and it is this battle for the lead that you're seeing on the screens, half a second in it after 5.5 hours. It's just yeah, great to see how close this battle has remained.
Yeah, absolutely, and seeing how this has been so close between everybody. Of course, their fair share of jumps, everything is, we're seeing the shotgun pit. I think you said that. So everybody keeping really close to one another. Surely, this could have gone a different way. We could have been having a 3-car battle, but then again, sim racing is such a mystical world that a lot of things can happen in so little time that this is like a minor mishap as we're seeing battle for P6 apparently. As just taking a quick glance, that looks like to be the 16 of Axiom, making an overtake on Bootson. As now we're back with the 616 Philip Schiff, 18 seconds ahead of the Shako.
Yeah, enjoying a nice lead, but they've lost a second. So is that worrying? You have to make that answer yourself as we get further in this race, because the gaps, of course, do fluctuate quite a bit over the course of the race. But they have certainly enjoyed this lead for quite a while now. And it's just crazy how to see how races change. Ego Racing now down in 5th place after their penalty earlier that they had to serve. As we see the leaders now come in to in GTD, the 11 and the 5. We got Marla and Arnage actually exiting the pit lane there, as we have Riker in the car now for Marla to come and lead the race.
Just trying to remember if Riker actually took over the car before. I think. Do you have that info? I think he took over the start.
Yeah, if you give me one second, we will be able to see. So no, so Ryan did the start. Then we had Kesselat, Quernbach, and now Riker. So this is the 4th driver that they've had in the car.
Oh, okay. All right, I remember I saw Rina starting the car in Kesselhood, and then Quernbach. I just remember I don't know if they did one stint. Riker did one stint and handed it off to someone else. But anyway, good to see Riker coming into the car. Was part of Apex team, if I remember correctly, not a few seasons back, but now into BS competition and now participating with them as well. Gap, however, between them below 3 seconds. I think that's the first time I've seen that gap being below 3 seconds.
And that is pretty crazy, considering they had the exact same total pit lane time as well, to the 10th of a second. So that was all on track for Arnage, catching up over the course of the last stint. They've got Jimmy Antunes in that car as it is. And was that him just getting into the car? Yes, it is, for his second stint. So Rubler did a couple of stints and Antunes went in. Rubler got back in, and now Antunes back in again for Arnage. So let's see what his pace is like, and if Arnage can come and try and lead this race in GTD.
Yeah, and the Frenchman just trying to do his best to try to push that car and see what is going to lead him at the end of things moving forward. But let's go in to see the gap between SKR and Delta Sport steady at a half a second, and Gilles Hubin doing his best to try to get one up on Jake Browning, even though lap delta is pretty much spread between them for the last few laps.
Absolutely, and you can just see Hubin here just closing in ever so slightly, just 100th by 100th, meter by meter, getting closer due to the slipstream. And actually, by the time we get to the braking zone, gained so much there. Incredible to see how much the slipstream and then braking can really gain you. That is why we talk about the slipstream and the fuel saving being so powerful around this track. I don't know the exact maths, but it must be up towards nearing a second a lap if you get the perfect slipstream around here. It's absolutely incredible that you can be pulled along, but that is part of the tactics of Daytona. And as it stands, SKR saving some fuel in that second place to Delta Sport, who are leading the way.
Yeah, what would you call this though? Like a high-speed 5D chess game?
I guess so, yeah, because you need to still be smart about it. You are correct. You're sort of battling against each other and trying to be smart or not. It's definitely a difficult one because you're trying to play all sorts of games. But let's see how this one works out.
Going around the corner one more time. 24 minutes to go, and like I said before, that went flying, Cam. And I gotta say, this has been a very interesting race. Kind of like break down for our 4 hours of broadcast. A little bit of drama between some of the leaders, of course, in GT and GTD and all. But other than that, I'm pretty much satisfied with what I've seen throughout these 4 hours, and I can't wait to see. Of course, we're not going to be commentating, most likely. I think you are. I'm not 100% sure, but what the final hours will be.
Yes, so we, as you say, we got 12 at the end of this hour. We have a 12-hour break, and then we have, I believe it is David Christie and Chaz Draycott there to bring you back, and then we also have Terry, Peter, and Zach to come back in as well. So 5 commentators will be swapping around in the final 6 hours of this Split 2 that we've got. So it's great to see Split 2 action getting some coverage, and we must of course mention that is thanks to Precision Racing League for bringing the broadcast here on Split 2 for the first time, and hopefully that does progress throughout some of these events, because not only does it give more opportunity for us commentators to get on, but also for the teams to get themselves shown and known to the public as well.
Yeah, and like there's so many, like you've said before, I think there's a little bit of mistake from the 19.9 that might open up the gap for Hubin to explore coming to turn number 1. The gap, I think, has been at its closest. So here we go. This is gonna get interesting.
It certainly is. Bad run for the 99. It's given the 44 a very good run, but SKR sitting behind as we come across the start-finish line and in towards turn 1. Is there going to be a bit of a dive down the inside to retake the race lead? No, it's not. So 99 holds on for now. A bit of a lucky break there for Browning. If that was sort of any worse of an exit, I think Delta Sport would have been losing the lead there, but certainly it's getting so close between these drivers. And they're just pushing each other to go faster and faster, and they've started to pull away from the rest of the pack, of course, but Private Label are still within a shout, slowly catching them down, sort of pulling away from that midfield.
Yeah, just trying to take a quick look. 22 seconds is the gap between SKR and Private Label team high. So if I'm Gilles Hubin, I would activate as like a yellowish alarm. You know, it's kind of like, this is not problematic. This is still very manageable, but at the same time, this could get quite problematic for us if we are still like stuck behind, even though we're not being fast about it, because Phil is pushing that car to the brim of it, and if he gets close, this can become quite tricky for us to negotiate, because in terms of battle, in terms of laps, they have the upper hand on both of these cars in terms of fuel. So let's see what the fuel has in store, and where do we go from turn number 1 now?
Yeah, and it's taken them a couple of hours to get almost half of their 40 seconds back. So 23 seconds now. So let's say it takes them another 3 hours to get there. Then they still got 15 hours of the race left. So Private Label will definitely be a big contender when we get to the morning hours and the sun starts rising once again. I do believe this is going to be a crucial night phase of the race for that Private Label team hype. And I say Phil Kraus at the wheel as it stands. They are the fastest car out of the GTPs on the last lap as well, and really just starting to pull themselves back towards the front. And this is a good example of showing that you can come back from a sort of a speeding penalty, which is what we do believe it is, but it's certainly not easy.
No, it's not. You need to be consistent, fast, and a little bit lucky with traffic at times. So so far the number 73 is having a solid performance in this stint, and something they should be very proud of if they come to the pit stop in about just trying to 15 laps.
And here we go, another run for the 44 out of the Le Mans chicane, this time going to the outside, might be able to take back the lead here. 99 holding it down towards the double yellow, and the 44 is going to have to do some good work. SKR though just starting to pull away as we get towards the tri-oval, and they retake the victory. Team SKR there with Gilles Hubin get to where they were for the last couple of hours. Delta Sport took it back at the previous pit stop, but it didn't take too long, just about 13 laps for them to regain the lead and Delta Sport down into 2nd place. So a nice battle forming between these teams, switching back and forward during the pit stop strategies.
Yeah, 100%. Well done by SK. I think they managed, because of being within the toe of Delta Sport, to save maybe the lap of fuel extra to come into the pit lane and kind of like balance the numbers out with their direct competition for now. But take notice, they were basically a full second slower than private label Team Hype, just because they were battling side by side and negotiated an overtake. 20 seconds separates them at the time being. Like I said, still yellow alert for both of these cars. Let's see how they still negotiate. That we're approaching the tail end of our commentary stint.
Absolutely, as that is unfortunately inside the wall, but we are seeing SKR here coming through, and that was a very nice racing line as well. So Hubin is definitely in the zone in this car and is probably going to be trying to pull away now. As we come to Philip Schiff, this is your leader in the LMP2 category, has been for quite a while, and is leading now by 16 seconds to Texaco Racing with Victor Miranda in that car. And here is your GTD leader, Marla Racing Team, with Elias Riker now in that car. Their 4th driver to go in that car. I believe they are one of the few teams now to already get into their 4th driver, but they are doing some very sort of consistent double stints and then swapping drivers, which is seemingly working out well, as they have sort of regained that 3-second gap that they had just before the pit stop. With the Arnage car, the pink car there in the background, their rival with Jimmy Antunes trying to keep the pace. Here we get some battles in the GTD field. This is for 5th place now. Pure Sims defending away from Brabham. So at some point they have swapped around, because Brabham were leading this battle. But as we jump back to it, they have had a bit of a switcheroo. And it looks like Brabham once again are going to be coming back. As it stands, we got James T. Armstrong in that car and getting closer and closer up towards the pit entry. And looks like it's just going to be push and bump drafting his way up towards the tri-oval section in turn 1. Then of course you always have to back off just a little bit to give your opponent opportunity to brake nicely in towards turn 1, and they do so. So Pure Sims inside the top 5 in both the LMP2 and GTD categories. And in towards the international horseshoe now, getting very close indeed between these two pairs, but Pure Sims holding on to that position for now, but it is getting very close. And when you're in a battle like this, it ends up getting very tense, because the differences between the two teams are not very big, and of course using the same car, they have exactly the same characteristics. As they get one of the P2s diving it down the inside there, just breaking up that battle unfortunately, and that's the 317, the NB Esports team, with Grabowski in the car. Just a little bit too aggressive there, unfortunately, just splitting up that battle with Brabham. And Pearson's on the last lap, doing actually some nice laps, the same time as Marla in the race lead. So just showing you, once you actually get into the race, even when the gaps spread out, the teams can still do their consistent laps, and when they're sort of still doing some fast laps, it's so difficult to regain those gaps once they open up. It's definitely a difficult task. When you start going above sort of 10 seconds, 15 seconds, it becomes even harder to bring those gaps back down.
Still playing the fuel game though, man. It's like I want, and I've said this, like I'm starting to wonder. Like I think you start to think that you might be safe on fuel, like on hour 12, like at halfway mark of the race. I don't even think. I'm starting to rethink if you actually are safe by the hour 12. I think you would be safe by what? Maybe hour 16, where you've done basically everything. So.
If you ask Toyota, they're not safe by hour 23 and 58 minutes.
Oh man, I was avoiding to actually say this. That is literally evil, Cam. Like
it happens.
It happens. As long, I'm never gonna forget. It was 2016, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I believe so.
I'm never gonna forget that race.
It happens in some racing as well. I mean, I had it myself in a 12-hour race actually earlier, or back end of 22. We were second place for the whole race, and then all of a sudden, 11 hours to go, our rival ran out of fuel, so we got gifted the victory effectively, and we're like, right, yeah, that's it. Then I get in the car for the final splash and dash about sort of 30 minutes to go, and then I disconnect from the from the session, and all of a sudden it goes from one way to the other. You think you've got it, and then you haven't. Unfortunately, we did end up winning that race, but that just shows you how things can sway each way, even in the last sort of hour of a race.
No, trust me. I've been in that situation more than once. I've been, for example, last year I've had 2 races, open wheel races, where I was leading with quite a comfortable gap. You know, me and my teammate we were one I was leading with my teammate, and the other one I was leading quite comfortably. And my team said, "Lorenzo, you need to pit stop in one lap." I'm like, okay, pit stop in 1 lap. I was so dead focused on the track, man. I literally got into tunnel vision. As soon as and it was Monza, I went into the pits to the entry of the pit lane. Don't forget, my spotter said, don't forget to come this lap for some more fuel. I was like, oh god, what have I done?
Yeah, it's a funny one actually, because obviously we have virtual fuel as such, you know, in the sim. It's not like a real thing as such. It's just a number on the screen, but it's still something that you have to think about, and it's something that you can't forget. And it's a little bit easier, for instance, with the way that the iRacing team system works and how you can have crew chiefs there for you. But you as a driver still need to drive the car into the pit lane, so as you say, you can't forget, and that's certainly a big factor in a race, because running out of fuel is not not a good thing to do, and a bit of a silly mistake. And with the amount of pit stops that you have to make in a 24-hour race, you certainly have to remember to do it.
Yeah, but at least you know what is the difference of a fast lane and a slow lane, don't you?
Yeah, down the pit lane.
Okay, that's good. At least you're not Oscar Irene. Sorry, Oscar, but I'm not sorry as well. I'm never gonna forget what you did to Johnny Vecchio at the IMSA Global Esports Championship. That was literally one of the funniest moments of derping in a sim race that I ever seen in my entire life. And the best part is Oscar didn't get penalized for that, and still was thought he was in the right for being in the inside portion of the slow lane. I'm never gonna get that. I'm never gonna get that.
Yeah, certainly a difficult place sometimes, the pit lane, but it's actually the most important point of these long races, because I mentioned before, the reason why you want to try and do longer stints is so you spend less time in the pit lane. And that's the same with damage repairs, with penalties, with anything. You just want to spend all your time on the track going fast, rather than being stationary or going slower down the pit road.
Yeah, absolutely, and lose precious seconds that might not be able to be recovered at the end of things. So you have to be precise, especially like for races like this, like endurance races. These are catchable. And last year, in the final pit stops, like the final one, maybe 2 pit stops, where it needs to be on the dot. But let's just say 500, for example, like Daytona 500, where every pit stop needs to be pitch perfect, from the entry to the run to the entry of the stall, the positioning of the car. So it is tricky. It is not easy. Not easy by one bit.
and that's why teams spend so much preparation time when it comes to especially the real life pit stops. The mechanics spend so much time learning and practicing the muscle memory of the pit stops, because every 10th of a second counts, and it doesn't matter how long or short the race is. If it includes a pit stop, there is some time to be gained, and at the end of the day, as a driver on the track, you're trying to go as fast as possible, and it's the same in the pit lane as well. Unfortunately, there's a lot less mistakes you can make in the sim compared to real life, because it's a lot easier just to check some boxes and then you just have to sit there for the timer to go to 0. But still, it's certainly something that needs to be thought about, and that's why the whole crew chief system is great, because the driver doesn't have to think about it. They can have someone, either one of their drivers or an engineer, helping them, making sure they get all the settings correct when they come in the pit lane.
Yeah, 100%. If I remember correctly, they spend like they have a regime of training. It is, and this is more like for F1. I was looking, I think, a documentary of being a tire to be one of the mechanics that changes tires, right? Because those tires, they weigh quite heavily. The closest I've got to lift a tire was the Porsche Cup Brazil tire, and it is basically a Michelin tire. It's quite heavy, you know, to pick that thing up and move it around. I think it's about what, I'm not going to be measuring kilos because I'm probably going to be putting wrong numbers, but it's quite heavy on the arm. What surprised me a little bit is they have some very rigorous physical training, and then mental training to put the pistol and engage itself and making this more as streamlined as possible. So it's insane, man. You gotta give a lot of respect for these mechanics, man. They don't get the respect that they deserve, not at all. Just because we usually give them more like a break if it is an honest mistake, but we only talk about them when they make mistakes. Whenever they don't get it right, we just that's their job.
Yeah, and also you're standing in the pit lane on the pit road where cars are flying at you, and even at pit limiter speeds, be it 80 k's an hour, 50 miles an hour, which seems quite slow in comparison to the racetrack. But imagine if you're walking down the street and a car's coming past you at 50 mile an hour, that's quite fast. Yeah. And they're zooming in there, they're trying to brake, but of course they don't have much downforce or anything at that point. There's no ABS or anything to help them. They're trying to stop on a mark, and it's certainly a very almost scary job, to be honest. As we're getting, is this the 3 race leaders? Oh no, it's not. Actually, yeah, it is. It's the 3 race leaders. There we go, going past each other. That is awesome. Hey. Marla, Pure Sims, and Team SKR all going past each other at the same time as we come around NASCAR 2, and that is just summing up perfectly their race, because they don't have any of their rivals right next to each other. The gaps have really opened up in this last 30 minutes or so. 21 seconds is the gap in the GTPs, 25 in LMP2s, and 4 seconds in the GTDs.
What happened to Delta Sport, though? Because I might have been away, I had to take a bit of a bio break. But what
they are in the they're in the pit lane now. Team Aurora has got in the car, so that must I guess must be the reason. The other drivers still have a few laps to go before their pit stops. So 5 minutes to go of the hour as well. So coming up to finish the 6th hour of this Daytona 24. So just 5 hours left of this part of the stream for Split 2. So we might just be able to see the next round of pit stops for a lot of these categories. It seems like it's coming back to the hour mark as another couple of hours goes past. As you mentioned, every sort of 2 hours is 3 stints for the prototypes, so every 2 hours it always comes back to pit stops on the hour. And as it stands, Hubin here on your screens leading the way by Phil Kraus. Now less than 20 seconds, so man, it's going to be a huge night stint for that private label, but I really think that they can catch back up.
Oh, they can 100%. it is a doable feat, to be very honest with you. Of course, because now Ruben has kind of like clear skies for him. There's no direct competition for him to contend with. The job of Phil might difficult itself a little bit, but it's still a very catchable margin with more than 18 hours left to race. It's completely doable. Cam, question. Now that we are finally approaching the tail end of our broadcast, after you're done, what are your plans?
Well, in a couple of hours, I'm moving over to the Split 1 broadcast to do a couple of hours with you and O'Leary. And then, I don't know, because then by that time we'll be pretty late here in the UK, so I'll probably be going to sleep. Unlike some of these drivers who will be having to stay up overnight.
Okay, yeah. So it's kind of like me of sorts. I'm probably going to have to take up on a stint really soon. So it's going to be interesting moving forward with this. For those wondering, I'm streaming this, my perspective of looking towards the feed and doing the race as well on my Twitch stream. As Bila having a little bit of a problem. I think that was pushed out by Team Fordzilla instead of Apex Tech at the entry right there. Why? This communication. Apparently.
Yeah, that was a very awkward situation. So we had Fordzilla there, and the Mercedes was batting with Bila. Bila managed to get past, but then they just got a bit of a tap from the Fordzilla in the background. So Vunch there thinking he was getting past his rival there of ATRS and Kane Halliburton, but in the end, actually doesn't. After that little bit of a tap there from Fordzilla in the braking zone. Who's in that Fordzilla car at this moment? Josh Poulain is in that car, and they are not last anymore. They have got themselves out of last. And they are, the only car behind them now is the 91 of SRC Movano, who are, I think, an extra 3 laps behind them.
Yeah, but, man, it was a bit weird situation, 100%. It's kind of like, I think what happened, maybe Luca made the overlap, and maybe consider that Josh would be slow. So he thought, oh, I'm going to be committed to this. I'm going to be slow into the corner, kind of like parking on the apex. And this will be mine and create a bit of a separation. So it's kind of like you're sandwiching of sorts, or you're forcing the Apex Tech car to lift the gap and lose a little bit of time. And unfortunately, Josh kind of like rejoined the line, basically matching the speed of Bila and caused the contact. So unfortunate, but that's just hard racing and hard management, traffic management between them.
Absolutely, and as we enter the final moments of this first part of the broadcast, we'll see Pearson's actually with Brabham right behind them, getting closer and closer. This is P5 in the GTD category. I think that's going to be a bit more of bump drafting, as we've seen quite a few times up and down. But we are now into the final minute of the first 6 here in Split 2, and we'll just run you through the order. But of course, some pit lane and pit stops coming in. But Team SKR, the number 44, leading the way from private label Team Hype and Maniti Racing there are your top 3 for the GTP and the first ever Daytona 24 with that new category. Then in the LMP2s, we got Pure Sims Esports, followed by ATRS and Ego Racing. But also don't forget Sabelt as well, your top 4 in the LMP2s. And in the GTDs, we've got Marla Racing Team leading the way by just over 4 seconds now to Arnage Competition, and ATRS in that number 1 Mercedes in that very close battle with Bila that we just mentioned. But that does round it up here for the first 6 hours of Split 2. We thank you for watching. We will now be having a 12-hour break, and then we will be back for the final 6 hours as well of Split 2. So in the meantime, you can follow along with the Split 1 broadcast, of course, as we go overnight, where we'll have full coverage of that. But we will now leave you and say goodbye until the morning, where we will find out who is going to win Split 2 of the Daytona 24. So from myself, Cameron Roger, and Lorenzo Bonda in the commentary booth, and Raphael Sankey doing the cameras behind the scenes, we thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the morning.
Valeu, safado. Vou... eu vi que a Delta Sport bateu. Só vi que a Delta Sport... Hã? Bateu agora, tipo antes... Quando eu vi que eles estavam nos boxes ali, eu achei estranho. Just real quick, Cam. The reason is Delta Sport, they crashed, apparently. That's why they're on the pit lane. Mas aí, tipo, quem falou foi o Jason Brophy, que eu li no chat aqui.